Prologue, December 7th, 2025. Delhi. The rats were already sneezing. Inside the glass containment chambers, their tiny pink noses twitched and glistened under the fluorescent lights. Some scratched lazily at their snouts. Others simply curled into themselves, breathing in shallow, congested bursts. Dr. Farhan Malhotra stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the rodents with idle interest. He was fond of rats. They were such an efficient life form. Eat, breed, die, repeat. Only bacteria did it better. Subject Group B appears consistent with expected symptoms, said one of the younger technicians, peering at a tablet. Runny nose, lethargy, mild respiratory distress. A simple cold, another added. Exactly what we wanted. Farhan nodded. That was indeed exactly what they were trying to create, a mild cold to be deployed on demand. It wasn't something that would see any of them receive a Nobel Prize. Project Winter Bloom aimed to create a virus similar to the common cold, but able to spread much faster and last twice as long. Nothing fatal, nothing dangerous, just miserable enough that people would rush to their local pharmacy to purchase medicinal relief. Decongestants, cold medicine, nasal sprays. In other words, billions of dollars added to his employer's bottom line. Medicine wasn't about curing people. It was about treating them. Across the lab, 30 glass enclosures sat beneath humming filtration units. Each contained a colony of white laboratory rats, their movements recorded by cameras and biometric sensors. In most of them, the virus behaved perfectly. Sneezing, sniffling, sluggishness. But some of the rats were different. Sir, young Dr. Kapoor said quietly, adjusting the tape on his wrists anxiously, as he often did. Farhan followed the man's gaze. Enclosure 17. At first glance, the isolated rat inside looked no different from the others. White fur, pink eyes, long twitching tail, but it wasn't coughing. It wasn't sneezing, it was pacing. Pacing because it had already murdered and eaten its littermates and was hungry for more. Blood still stained its fur in several places. Back and forth. Back and forth. Its body tense, muscles coiled beneath its skin. The homicidal rat had torn into its cage mates with savage determination, biting, ripping, and shaking its head like a dog destroying a plush toy. It had been both horrifying and magnificent. Sir, Dr. Kapoor whispered again, why are we still keeping the bad ones alive? Farhan shook his head and tutted behind his visor. Because the bad ones, the anomalies, are a mystery we have yet to solve. How can we deploy the virus if there are still risks involved? We still have no idea what causes these unwanted mutations to occur. Kapoor sighed. I just can't begin to understand it. It isn't a simple respiratory response. It's a neurological transformation. Yes, Farhan admitted. The violent rat lifted its blood-stained snout and sniffed the air. Its pink eyes seemed almost aware. Then it turned towards the rats in the next enclosure and clawed at the glass. Sir, I really think we should just terminate the anomalies. If the mutation is infectious. Highly unlikely, Farhan said calmly, but his voice was distant. His attention was fixed on the enraged little killer in enclosure 17, a small white beast of bloodshed. if such a condition were ever to spread. Young Dr. Kapoor had a right to be afraid, but fear is the essence of science. You have to face it to find answers. 1 in 100. That was the approximate rate of occurrence for the mutation caused by their cold virus. It was statistically significant for sure. Even 1 in 100,000 would be enough to prevent board approval. His bosses were greedy, not reckless. Their shareholders were due to be disappointed if Farhan couldn't fix the problem. Their virus was actually two viruses. Delivery and activation. The first virus was designed to spread quickly and asymptomatically, i.e., unnoticeably. Then, once required, the activation virus could be released. That was the key. When the second virus encountered the first, a common cold would occur, one that lasted for up to 6 weeks. Once perfected, the company would be able to infect any population it wanted at will, and then be there with copious supplies of tissues and decongestants. The beauty of it was that even poorer nations could afford these things. It was a global market, much better than pushing expensive medicines to diabetics and malaria sufferers. There's more profit in French fries than caviar. Farhan could hardly remember a time when his research had held a purpose above making a profit. To think that being a scientist had once been a noble profession. Now he was a paid menace, a hired gun. How many biological atom bombs had he created in the last decade by accident? How many doomsday viruses had cropped up as random byproducts of his boss's capitalist agendas? He had buried them all, the public never knowing how close Pandora's box had come to opening. Document today's findings, Farhan barked. Then go take a 10-minute break while I think things through. Kapoor frowned. Sir, I want the observation chamber cleared so I can consider our next steps. The experiment has stalled. We need to think of an alternative way to proceed. Reluctantly, the other scientists began collecting their tablets and notes. He often shouted at them, but they never quit. He sometimes wondered just how much he could abuse them and get away with it. In Delhi, you didn't throw away a high-paying job in the pharmaceutical industry over nothing. Kapoor hesitated at the door before he left. Sir, if the mutation is able to spread, we could be looking at the most dangerous virus ever created. Farhan finally looked at him. Thank you for your overly dramatic outlook, Guvinder. Now leave. Kapoor nodded uneasily and stepped out. The heavy lab door sealed behind him with a hydraulic hiss. Silence fell upon the room. Inside enclosure 17, the anomaly continued clawing at the glass. The rats in the adjacent enclosure shied away and kept to the other side. Farhan approached. For a moment he watched. The rat behaved like something possessed, a demon he had made, fast, brutal, driven by an unthinking fury, beautiful in a way. Farhan slipped off one of his latex gloves, tearing it free from the tape around his wrists. Only minor protocols were in place. It was only a simple cold virus they were dealing with after all. The rubber snapped softly as it came free of his fingertips. He opened the access hatch. The smell hit him immediately, coppery blood and animal musk. The rat turned towards him instantly, glaring up at him through half-blind red eyes. Farhan reached his ungloved hand inside. The rat lunged. Pain exploded through his hand as the rodent's incisors sank into the flesh between his thumb and forefinger. He gasped in agony but didn't pull away. Blood ran down his wrist. The rat shook its head viciously, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Farhan quickly withdrew his hand and whipped his glove back on. He resealed the wrist tape quickly. The wound was throbbing so badly he almost sobbed. There was blood inside the cage, his blood that must not be discovered. He smiled, an idea forming in his mind. Reaching slowly, he opened the adjacent glass enclosure and reached inside. "Let's see what you do," he whispered, and then picked up one of the other rats, one suffering from a simple cold. He tossed the squeaking rat into enclosure 17 and looked away. The sound was bad enough. Squealing and growling, ripping and chewing. By the time it was over, the enclosure was swimming with rat blood. Farhan closed both enclosures and went over to his workstation. A short while later, the lab door opened again, and the other scientists returned. Kapoor gasped when he saw the carnage inside enclosure 17. What on earth happened? Farhan shrugged. "I was making some observations, never mind." Kapoor stared at him, a sickly expression on his face. "Oh, have you considered our next steps?" "Yes, we are going to euthanize the existing colonies and start all over again. The current virus is too unstable." Yes, I agree, Dr. Malhotra. Good, let us try again." "Yes," Farhan said mildly. "Iteration is key." He kept his wounded hand behind his back, trying to keep it from shaking. It was almost as if he could feel the virus coursing through his bloodstream. 1 in 100. Now, what would that look like out in the world? I want to find out. No more chasing profit while people starved. No more using science to enslave the sick and the poor. True scientists change the world, not always for the better. Sometimes, a scientist was left with only one choice: burn it all down and start again. January 14th, 2026. Justin, my therapist, suggested I keep a scrapbook journal for the new year. He said I should write down my feelings and record all the positive things in my life. He says it will put things in perspective. You just need a new outlook, Max. Reframe your beliefs. Break away from negative thinking. Yeah. Well, here goes. I'm doing it. Mainly because I'll stress about it all week if I don't. Can't turn up to class without my homework, can I? I remember walking to school once when I was a kid, and I realized I had forgotten my history assignment for Mr. Sidwell. Rather than face the utterly horrifying consequences of being told off in front of everyone, I chose to bunk off school for 3 whole days. I loitered in the local park from morning until afternoon, going batshit insane from boredom. I had to keep peeing in the bushes. So yeah, I always do my homework. Happy thoughts, positive grateful thoughts, that's what Justin said. So here goes. I'm grateful for being healthy. I'm grateful for being intelligent. My job sucks. I have no friends. Oh, and some days I just want to stay in bed and never come out from beneath the sheets. Every time I get a stomachache, I wonder if it's cancer or a bleeding ulcer. 25 is too young to get those, though. Right. Got to be positive. Everything is fine. Work sucks, okay, but at least it's easy. Friends are too much hard work, so what's the big loss in not having any? I have my whole life ahead of me to figure things out, so what's the rush? It's all fine. Hey, I guess keeping a journal does work after all. Thanks, Justin. No, it's a scrapbook. There's a difference, apparently. Nothing bad is going to happen. Nothing bad at all. I hope. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow, I guess. Peace. Max. Things I scrapbooked today. 1. I found a shiny euro on the ground. Not seen one before. That's quite pathetic, actually. 2. Decided to cut the washing label off a t-shirt I bought last week. It was obviously made in China because it lists the dyeing instructions. Made me chuckle. Chapter 1. Another day, another dollar. With every dragging minute, Max reminded himself that his boredom was at least earning him money. Tick-tick, ka-ching, ka-ching. Another hour down, more money earned, 30 minutes left. You look ready to kill yourself, said a familiar voice from nearby. When Max looked over, he saw Heather rounding the fresh fruit baskets at the end of the produce aisle. The orange shirt sleeves of her uniform were rolled up, which was something their manager, Oliver, disliked. Perhaps that's why she had done it. Max rested both arms on the broom handle in front of him and gave a lopsided grin. Just counting the minutes until I can go home and veg out in front of the TV with a PlayStation controller in one hand and a big glass of vodka in the other. You off tomorrow? She asked him. Nope, back in at 10. It's meant to rain overnight, so no doubt I'll come into a great big flood in the warehouse. She rolled her eyes and chuckled. You think head office will ever get someone to come and fix that hole in the roof? Nah, it's a feature now. Wouldn't be the same place without it. I suppose you're right. Maybe we can get a family of ducks and make a pond. They both laughed, and then she stared at him for a moment, the hazelnut freckles across the bridge of her nose seeming to dance. Her dark brown hair always seemed so silky. It embarrassed him how often he thought about touching it. Ever think we're wasting our lives here? He asked her, still leaning on his broom. That maybe there's more to life than Smurfwaite's, Northern England's largest independent supermarket, serving the community since 1888. Heather chuckled at his near-perfect rendition of the company's radio advert. She rubbed her hands together as if they were dusty and stepped forward, close enough that he could smell her flowery perfume. There is more to life, Max. I'm saving up to open my own tiny restaurant. Next year, I'll be out of here. She shrugged. Maybe the year after. He didn't mean to frown, and he hoped it didn't come across as mocking, but her ambitions shocked him. For real, I knew you liked cooking, but I didn't know you wanted to do it for a living. I'm half Italian. Cooking for other people is in my blood. Anyway, I've a long way to go yet, which is why I'm stuck here 6 days a week trying to get overtime. How about you, Max? What's your big dream? He frowned at her again, but this time he didn't try to hide his skepticism. Dream? I don't have a dream. Me work, me eat, me sleep. Me grow old and die. That's about it. She pulled a face at him, halfway between disgust and humor. Well, that's depressing. Come on, you must dream of something. What did you want to do when you were a kid? I wanted to play video games. Hey, does that mean I'm a success? She gave him a round of mock applause. I guess it does. Congratulations. The two of them chuckled together for a moment, but then Max was distracted by activity behind Heather. Putting a hand on her shoulder, he moved her gently aside. What's this gadget playing at? She turned to see what he was referring to. It was a man with a full-size shopping trolley, snatching bags of nuts and dried fruit off the shelf as if they were filled with winning lottery tickets. He'd also taken 6 crates of bottled water from the pallets by the store's entrance and plonked them inside his trolley. There'll be none left for anyone else, Max said. Why are people so selfish? And more importantly, Heather added, why would someone need so many walnuts? Think of the dry mouth. Yeah. The two of them watched with interest as the man trundled his trolley over to the bakery's small cake section. There, he grabbed several cartons of powdered milk and a 5-kilo bag of flour. He was an Asian gentleman, skin brown, hair black, and his neat white shirt and gray woolen coat made him look like a doctor or an accountant. He looked like a man who should know better than to be greedy. I'm gonna go ave him, Max said, and he tucked the broom handle under his arm. He's taking the piss. Heather grabbed his wrist and stopped him from leaving. Her unexpected touch made him shiver. Don't bother, she said with a tilt of her head. He's not breaking any rules, is he? Customers aren't allowed to stockpile. That was during COVID and it was mostly toilet paper. If the guy wants to spend his money here, let him. I think we can survive a walnut shortage. Anyway, I know him. He lives down the end of my road, keeps to himself, drives a little blue Mini. He's harmless, so leave him alone. Max glanced back and forth. The man with the trolley was the only customer in the store. Business had been slow ever since the new Lidl opened around the corner. Germans are coming, Clive from the tobacco kiosk had kept on saying after news broke that a new store was being built, and his warnings had been spot on. Smurfwaits only had themselves to blame, though. Their stores hadn't changed since the 90s. Max checked his watch, a blue-faced Seiko he'd treated himself to on his 21st birthday. It was scuffed up and beaten now 2 years later, but he still liked the way it looked. 8 o'clock, he said, so he's your problem now anyway. He thrust the broom at her. I'm Gannon, you here till closing. She took the broom and nodded. More overtime means more money for my restaurant. Just promise me I can be the first customer when you open. Deal, right after my dad, my ma'am, my nana, my brother, and my 7 cousins. God, you really are so Italian. It's sickening. She gave a chuckle as he headed towards the exit. He wanted to look back and smile, but forced himself not to. Instead, he focused on the cold, dark night outside the supermarket's front windows. It was time to go home at last. A few hours of slovenly oblivion was calling to him. Smurfwaits didn't have an electronic time card system or computer rota. That would be too modern. But there was a small staffroom cum cloakroom inside the building's entrance vestibule with a sign-in sheet. Half the time, Max didn't even bother to use it. But on this shift he had, so the fastidious demon in his mind demanded he close the loop by signing out next to the box where he had signed in. The world might end if he didn't. And that's not crazy at all. As he passed through the first set of sliding glass doors, he encountered Oliver, the store manager. He often liked to stand out front and greet customers as they entered, as if it made their day any better. "Are you finished for the evening, Max?" "Yep, see you tomorrow." "On time, please." Max wasn't aware of having been late recently, but that was just how Oliver was. He would scold you for the possibility of doing something wrong. "Maybe I'll even come in early," he replied. "I do so love this place." Oliver put his hands on his hips and shook his head. The way he pursed his lips was irritating enough to force a groan out of Max. "Here it comes." "If you would rather work somewhere else, Max, no one is stopping you. But while I'm paying you, I expect you to be grateful and do your job." "Grateful, right, okay." Oliver moved closer to Max, near enough to make his skin tingle. "Excuse me." "I said okay." He eyed Max for a moment, running his tongue over his bottom lip. Max made sure not to blink or look away. If Oliver were trying to intimidate him, he was a foot short and 10 pounds too light. But he is my boss, and he makes my life hard enough as it is. "I'll see you tomorrow," Max muttered. "Bright and early." Oliver nodded slowly, seeming to accept the words as surrender. "Good man." He strode away with his head held high and his arms swinging stiffly. If not for the fluffy orange Smurfwaite's fleece, he might have looked quite distinguished. Max shook his head, his shoulders tense. When he noticed Moya, the store's mammoth 6'5" security guard, smiling at him from his stool in the corner, he nodded hello. "Living the dream, huh? Boss man needs to get a woman, eh?" "No way. What poor woman deserves that?" "Ha!" Moya clapped his hands together and rocked back on his stool. "True, my man, true. You have a good night, big man." "You too, Moya." Max went and got his thick winter coat from the cloakroom and signed out of the register. Then he began the chilly walk home. He didn't mind the cold. Things always felt cleaner in winter. The summer made everything hum. Headlights cut through the darkness on the main roads and washed over him as he journeyed home, exposing him like a creeper in the night. In nearby housing estates, he spotted families through their windows sitting down to eat or relaxing in front of large-screen televisions. Sometimes it felt as if life was going on without him. Every day was the same, a repeat of a repeat of a repeat. In some ways he liked that safe predictability, but it also felt like his soul was being eroded. He tasted the rot in his mouth at night while he tossed and turned. Why is it so hard being me? Everyone else seems so much happier. What am I missing? He made it home 20 minutes later, greeted by the sound of gunfire and explosions. His dad had a knack for hunting down World War II movies on TV. Frantic German was practically a second language in this house. "I'm home," Max announced, shrugging off his jacket and draping it over the banister at the bottom of the stairs in the hallway. His dad gave no reply, but his ma'am came out of the kitchen with a tea towel wrapped around her hand. "You just finished work. It's late." "I finish this time most nights." "Hello." He nodded at the tea towel. "You okay?" "What? Oh yes, I cut my finger trying to open a package from eBay. Why do they have to use so much bloody tape?" She unrolled the towel and revealed the bloody tip of her index finger. Max turned away, a hand clamping over his mouth. "Shit, ma'am. You need to get that stitched. It's showing bone." "Don't be stupid. It's just a little cut. Getting clumsy in my old age, that's all." "Okay, well, make sure you keep it clean." "Uh-huh, there's a hold on." She let out a loud sneeze, followed by a second one. Then she sniffed back a bunch of snot and cleared her throat. "Ah, sorry. I was trying to say there's a microwave curry in the freezer if you're hungry." "Thanks, but I ate at work." "Yourself." She went back into the kitchen, rebandaging her hand with the tea towel. "Why won't it stop bleeding?" he heard her mutter. "I hope she throws that away," Max said to himself, and then let a shudder escape. Blood always made him feel woozy. He headed for the stairs, looking forward to stripping off his bright orange work shirt and sitting down. Standing up all day made his feet ache. It probably had much to do with his cheap shoes. As he passed the living room, his dad called out to him. "You got the rent money." "You mean the rent money I pay at the end of every month when I get my wages?" "Seeing as it's only the 14th, no, I don't." "All right, I was only asking. Electricity bills due." Max shook his head and went upstairs. He paid his parents 600 quid a month for the privilege of living at home, as well as buying his own food and paying for Netflix. That wasn't far off what he'd pay for a flat on his own. But it would also mean doing his own laundry and being completely alone every night. As much as his parents annoyed him, it was nice having a couple of extra heartbeats around at night. When he reached his bedroom, Max closed the door and stripped down to his boxers. In addition to a double bed, he also had a small two-seater sofa in front of a 50-inch television, i.e., everything he needed. His glass from last night was still on the side table, so he grabbed it and filled it with vodka from the half-finished bottle sitting on the floor. A satisfied sigh escaped him as he slumped down on the sofa and switched on the TV. The news was playing. American forces have now touched down in Taiwan for a training exercise, sending a clear message to China that. He hit the button on his PlayStation controller, waking up his console and dispelling the news with a spinning loading graphic. He'd heard enough about the tensions in the South China Sea or the WHO's concerns about a new super flu emerging in India. If people switched off the news, they wouldn't have a clue about any of those things. Max had never caught a flu bad enough that he felt compelled to give it a name, nor had he ever been shot at by a Russian drone. Only the news made those worries exist in his mind. "Nope," he said to himself as he held the PlayStation 4 controller in both hands. "Let other people worry about the world ending. The less I know, the better." The first sip of vodka was long and amazing. It instantly shut off all thoughts of tomorrow and allowed him to relax for the first time that day. Yep, for sure, ignorance is bliss. Interview between AZLANI AHMED and PETROS. No surname given. January 15 th, 2026. Calais, France. Interviewer Aslani. Where are you from, Petros? Petros, I am German. Aslani, you're from Germany. Your accent suggests otherwise. Where were you born? Petros, Germany. I am Germany. Aslani, and why are you here in Calais? Petros, I travel. Aslani, for what purpose? Why come to Calais? Petros, tourist, I see France. I like France very much. Good country, kind people, Eiffel Tower. Aslani, are you planning to cross the English Channel and enter the UK illegally? Petros, no, no. I see France and go home to Germany. I visit. Aslani, how old are you, Petros? Petros, 14. Aslani, now come on, Petros. You're not 14. You're clearly not a minor. Petros, 14. This I swear. Aslani, so you are 14 years old and traveling alone in France. Your family is in Germany. Petros, I have no family, all dead. Very bad things, I am an orphan. Aslani, I'm sorry to hear that. I know you said you aren't planning to cross the channel, but can I just ask what your perception of the UK is? What do you think it is like to live there? Petros, UK. UK is paradise. They give money, home, food. In UK, nobody starves. It is place all want to be to. UK is best. Aslani, but you have no plans of going there. Petros, no. Chapter 2. Lanny felt naked as he sat among the grassy sand dunes. The icy spray carried in off the sea seemed to get into his every crevice, but it was his lack of personal belongings and clothing that made him feel truly exposed. His current phone was a cheap Android, his watch a worthless plastic Casio, and he wore a nondescript tracksuit that wouldn't even be fit for a charity shop. It was important not to stand out. He didn't want to make himself a target for theft. Several men huddled together around a nearby campfire, chatting in various dialects. Lanny tried to ignore their probing stares and keep to himself. How many of them were criminals or predators? How many were amoral opportunists? That was the reason he was here, shivering on the northern coast of France, to find out. This story could make his career, and that would make any hardships worthwhile. Success was earned through enduring and overcoming misery. His stomach grumbled, prompting him to reach into his backpack and pull out the French chocolate bar he had bought in town. Despite his love of sugar, it tasted sour rather than sweet, and it barely did anything to quiet his hunger. It had been days since he'd eaten a proper meal, when he had ordered 3 fabulous courses at Lille's restaurant Suzanne, and whatever calories he had stockpiled were now running extremely low. The first thing he would do once he got back to England was find the nearest burger joint and order the most unhealthy thing on the menu. It's almost over. The crossing is today. The story is today. He checked his watch, waiting for 11 a.m. The morning was gray and misty, but the waves were gentle and the breeze was dying down. The boss man that he and the other men on the beach had been dealing with said the boat would leave today an hour before noon, when the channel was predicted to be at its calmest. But it was still January, so bad conditions were not impossible. Just last week, 3 young men, 2 from Syria and another from Iraq, had fallen into the frigid waters and perished. The week before that, a 3-year-old had been crushed to death when the inflatable dinghy carrying him deflated 6 miles off the coast of Dover. The Royal Coast Guard was unable to retrieve the body, so it was still down there somewhere being plucked apart by crabs. While it was unlikely that this was Lanny's last day on Earth, he still had a knot in his stomach as he waited to make the perilous journey. He finished off his chocolate bar and reached into his backpack for another, still hungry. There was only one more bar left, and he paused before unwrapping it. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a young family, parents, and a child, who had been on the beach since yesterday. They had mostly kept to themselves, huddled together beneath a thick blue blanket. The father visibly tensed whenever anyone tried to approach them, and thankfully people had left them more or less alone. Of the 24 people on the beach, this was the only family. Whether their being there was right or wrong, Lanny couldn't help but feel sympathy for them. What must have brought them here to this place, to this point? Looking down at the unwrapped chocolate bar, Lanny got up and approached the family. As he expected, the father tensed up at his arrival. "Please, sir, we are okay. We just sit here." Lanny detected the man's accent and replied in Urdu, "Relax, brother. I wish you only peace. Where are you from?" "Haryana, please, we are okay." The man replied in Punjabi, a language similar to Urdu, and one Lanny could also speak. "I have a cousin in Delhi," he said. "Busy city." The father nodded, a slight chuckle escaping him. "Yes, a poor place to raise a daughter. You want better for her, I understand." Lanny crouched down in front of the family and smiled at the little girl. She was 4, maybe 5 years old, but swaddled in a blanket she could have been even younger. Lanny offered the chocolate bar to her father. "We leave today, I hear. Please accept this gift for your daughter. I do not need it." The father waved a hand, his dark eyebrows knitted together. "No, sir, we are okay." Lanny looked the man in the eye. "I want nothing in return, brother. Someday, I hope to have a daughter of my own." The mother muttered something, holding her headscarf low over her face. It prompted the man to reach out and snatch the chocolate bar from Lanny. "We have no money to steal. If you try to hurt my—" "Hurting your family is something I would never dream of." He continued to look the father in the eye. "I understand your fear. I wish to have a daughter myself one day. Peace be unto you." He handed over the chocolate bar and stood up to leave. Questioning the family would only frighten them, and he knew enough about them for his purposes. They were from northwestern India, obviously coming to the UK for a better life. He would make sure to mention them in his article, because people needed to know that not every illegal immigrant had evil intentions, but they weren't the focus of his piece. Most of his story was already written and uploaded, consisting of interviews and observations in Calais. This final part was simply an exclamation mark to go at the end, a first-hand experience of how easy and potentially perilous it was to cross the channel. It would provide a great, colorful finale to his article, and would also give him the distinction of having risked his own livelihood to get the truth out. That was how you won awards for journalism. As Lanny began to move away, the father called out to him, "Thank you, my friend." "You're welcome. My name is Aslani." "Ankit. Take care, Ankit." Lanny headed back to his spot in the sand dunes, but before he sat back down, a ruckus ensued and 2 men in bulbous black jackets and woolen hats came sprinting down the beach. They dragged an uninflated dinghy and a small outboard motor behind them. The would-be vessel looked frightfully small for the number of people waiting to board it. One of the two men, sporting a terrible scar across his left cheek and a cloudy, dead eye, began to yell out in English, "Come on, come on. You go now. England is waiting for you." The other man pulled a ripcord, and the boat began to rapidly inflate. Everyone leapt up from their tents and blankets and ran across the sand, whooping and waving their fists in the air. Lanny was supposed to be one of them, so he broke into a jog and gave a cheer too. "Is it really this easy? I've been here 4 days, and now I'm about to cross the channel." Lanny had his opinions about the UK's illegal immigration crisis, but he wanted to remain impartial. While his colleagues at Real News and those at rival media outlets focused on clickbait and identity politics, he wanted to provide the unfiltered truth to people. The world was in disarray, and dishonest reporting was only making it worse. He had to be part of the solution, not the problem. His life had to mean something, or else. Or else it's all for nothing. Everything I turned my back on. The wind carried the stench of salt and diesel. The dinghy finished inflating, its cheap rubber sides creaking. Both of the men in big coats, the people's smugglers, continued to bark orders in broken English. "Family first. You, go, quickly. This is what you pay for." Ankit pulled the blanket tighter around his wife and daughter as the three of them splashed through the shallow water towards the boat. Lanny feared for them, not only as they crossed the turbulent waters, but when they arrived in the UK to face the inevitable prejudice and hardships. It was not the welcoming place it had once been. The smuggler with the deep facial scar and bad eye was digging in his jacket. He produced a small black backpack and shoved it into Ankit's arms, along with an envelope that must have contained cash. Ankit seemed reluctant to accept it, and he only did so when the other man leaned in and threatened him. His eyes darted around nervously as he shouldered the bag. "Remember deal," the smuggler said, and his eyes flicked briefly towards the sea as if he could see the English shore beyond. "Disappoint us, and we will find you. We will hurt you." Ankit nodded and hopped inside the boat to tend to his shivering family. His wife whispered urgently in his ear. His daughter cowered and closed her eyes. What the hell? Lanny joined the queue that was really more of a jostling mob. He didn't fight to be first, but he did use all of his 6-foot frame to gradually move his way forward. The other migrants tried to elbow him back, but most of them were short and wiry. The larger men were already at the front. Icy water lapped against the dinghy's rubber sides, leaving behind a crust of sea salt and sand. The two smugglers shoved and shouted at everyone with little regard for what weight the boat could hold, more than 20 bodies clambering into something that was probably made to hold fewer than 10. "Sit down, sit. No standing, get back." The one-eyed smuggler slapped a man in the face for barging into him. He then pulled out a flick knife and waved it in the air. "You want that nobody go. I cut boat and everybody lose their money. Get in. Now." The boat skidded under the weight. The waves picked it up and started carrying it out to sea. At first it moved in jerks and twists, but then it slid smoothly as if it were eager to get going. Lanny hurried to the front of the mob. It's now or never. He waded through the water and tried to get his legs high enough to forge ahead at speed. At 30 years old, he was young enough and fit enough to launch himself up and over the side of the boat in one easy motion, but he did so clumsily and landed head first in the puddled bottom. Probing hands immediately tugged at him, and he feared being pickpocketed. But when he made it onto his knees, he saw Ankit staring at him. "Are you okay, my friend?" Lanny quickly pushed himself into a corner and hunkered down in the freezing cold water at the bottom. "Yes, many thanks to you." Ankit nodded and went back to his family. The sea seemed to flow in from every direction as more and more bodies tumbled over the sides and crashed together in a tangle of limbs. Some aboard helped the newcomers, but others clung to their spots and looked away. The friendships that had existed last night around the campfire were no more. A young man yelled out as he caught an elbow in the neck. He went tumbling over the edge of the dinghy and fell backwards into the water. The shallow waves took him, and he thrashed and spluttered until he made it back up for air. For a moment, he didn't seem to know which way to turn, but then he clambered after the boat and threw himself forward. Grabbing onto the rear wall, right next to the motor, he hoisted himself upwards, but as he did so, his trouser pocket snagged on the housing and prevented him from getting in. The boat drifted into deeper water. The man struggled to free himself, but eventually he lost his footing and slipped back down, leaving him dangling from the back of the boat. He yelled for help and reached out with one hand while holding onto the motor's housing with his other. The plastic shell creaked and wobbled, threatening to come loose. "Please, I do not swim." Lanny waited for someone to pull the man back inside, but the boat was cramped and people could barely move. "Let go of engine," someone shouted. "Fool." "Go back," someone else shouted. "You have missed boat." "Please help me." The flailing man's knuckles turned white as he held on desperately. "My children will thank you." "Let go, Benchad. He is going to break engine." Lanny didn't see where the fist came from, but it struck the young man right in the side of his head, knocking him free from the boat and fully into the water. Several strangers reached out to grab him as he fell, but they were unable to act in time. He sank beneath the waves. "Hey," Lanny shouted. "Help him." Instead, someone pulled the cord on the motor and the boat shot forward at speed. The young man floated face down just beneath the surface of the water, his clothes billowing out around him. No one jumped in to save him. The smugglers on the beach were already disappearing back into the dunes. The people on the boat turned their backs. "We have to stop," Lanny yelled, realizing the man was going to drown without their intervention. When he saw that nobody was listening to him, he put one knee up on the rubber wall. "Stop the boat! Stop the boat!" People crowded around the motor, preventing him from trying to cut it off. Lanny shook his head in disgust. No choice. He would have to help the unconscious man himself. If he couldn't remain an impartial observer, then he would have to be a hero. If anything, it would make for a better story. He cried out as an arm wrapped around his waist and pulled him away from the edge. "You cannot help him," Ankit said in Punjabi. "You will drown too." Lanny fought for a second, still intending to jump, but then he realized the other man was right. With the motor running at full bore, the boat was already 30 meters away from the drowning man. Even if Lanny had been a strong swimmer, which he was not, he wouldn't get there in time. It took less than 3 minutes to drown, so he just crouched there at the back of the boat, leaning over the side and feeling a rapidly increasing seasickness. He had just watched a young man die. Who had he been? A good man. A bad man. Nobody would ever know now, but whoever he was, he had thrown away his life and savings to cross the English Channel and reach the UK, somewhere Lanny had been lucky enough to be born. What gave anyone the right to live anywhere? This is madness. All these people and they just looked away. Ankit patted Lanny on the back. Look forward, my friend. Tomorrow brings a new sun. Lanny tried to offer the man a smile, but he couldn't manage it. Suddenly, this whole endeavor felt toxic, like he had imbibed a poison that would stick to the pit of his stomach forever. Eventually, he sat down opposite Ankit and his family. In his lap, the father clutched the small black backpack that the smuggler had given him. The mystery of it was enough to break Lanny out of his despair and reignite his journalistic curiosity. What does he have in that bag? I'm going to find out. He stared out at the gray sea, towards the English coast that was lurking somewhere just beyond the mist. Conversation snippet from social media forum, The Lemon Tree. Account DETAILS unverified. GODFREY 129. It's now or never. The tipping point has come. BPROUD to be. It's time to fight back. Fuck them and their bullshit religion. We are warriors. GODFREY 129. People have had enough, even if they don't come out and say it. Good men and women in this country are too scared to act because our government and media are working for the enemy. They need to see they are not alone. We need to rise up and take back our country. There's 2 billion fucking Muslims in the world with 53 countries of their own to go live in. This is our tiny island and we belong here. We will not be conquered. Rule Britannia. BPROUD to be. Amen, brother. Fucking amen. GODFREY 129. Speak soon. I have to go pick up the kids from school. BPROUD to be. K and a bit. Chapter 3. Caroline Cooper wiped a bead of sweat from the wispy blonde hair at her temples. She had 100 things to do but could barely focus enough to visualize even the first thing on her list. Come on, Kaz, just break it down. What's first? Clean the bathroom, put on some washing, order my insulin prescription, give Sadie her next dose of paracetamol, sleep. There never seemed to be enough hours in the day to get everything done. Mike was home, of course, but that only added to her workload. Between jobs, he liked to say, but what had started as a short period of unemployment was rapidly approaching 6 months. It didn't seem like he had any intention of getting a job soon. He was highly skilled, too, an experienced carpenter, which only made his inertia all the more frustrating. But after a string of redundancies, short gigs, and menial labor jobs, it was becoming clear to potential new employers that Mike was a man who didn't stick things out. Unreliable. If only Kaz had known that before she had moved in with him over a year ago. She exited the kitchen and went into the lounge, balancing a cup of tea in each hand. She plopped one down next to Mike on the side table. He took it without a word, not even bothering to look up from his phone. You're welcome. How about you make the next one? He had no reason to be in a bad mood, but that was just the way things were with him lately. Any little thing could set him off. Kaz sat down on the three-seater sofa, wanting to take 5 minutes for herself before tackling the upstairs bathroom. Immediately, Sadie put her bare feet up on her lap. "Mummy, rub." "Of course, honey," she said, grabbing her daughter's tiny feet and gasping at how cold they were. "Are you feeling chilly, sweetheart?" "No, hot." Kaz put her hand against Sadie's forehead. "You feel all right, but we'll keep an eye on it. What are you watching?" "Blue Eye. Everybody's playing statues." "Oh, I like that one." Kaz didn't know if she had actually seen it. "I like Blue Eye's dad. He's such a good husband and father. Maybe I picked the wrong man." She let out a chuckle and glanced towards Mike, assuming he would take the joke as intended. Instead, he looked up from his phone and returned only a glare. So she turned her attention back to her sick 5-year-old. "How are you feeling, honey? Still icky?" "My tummy hurts. I don't like it." "I know, sweetheart. You've got a nasty bug, but it'll go soon, I promise. Just lie here and relax. You're due more medicine soon." "She should have gone to school," Mike said. "She'll end up getting left behind." Kaz almost shot back that he had taken the last 6 months off from work, but she bit her lip. "It's only a few days. Anyway, Natalie told me there are a bunch of kids off this week. Something going around." "Great. You and me will probably catch it then. I can't be doing with you getting ill and not eating properly. When you had that stomach bug at Christmas, you were having a hypo every 5 minutes. It was like a crack house with all the needles in this place." "I can't help having diabetes, Mike. Anyway, it's fine because you've hardly had any contact with her." She stroked Sadie's clammy forehead and smiled at her. "Plus, she knows how to cover her mouth when she coughs, don't you, honey?" Sadie nodded weakly, her head barely moving against the scatter cushion on the armrest. Before Mike could say anything else, Kaz changed the subject. "You heard from Tony lately. The two of you haven't played snooker in a while." "Nah, he's always busy, ain't he? Ferrying her and them kids around. I warned him when they met that she was a ball buster." "What? Sally's lovely. She and Tony seem really happy together." "What would you know? He's my mate, not yours." "Fair enough." She stopped rubbing Sadie's feet and let her hands rest in her lap. "What do you fancy doing tonight? Should we watch a film?" He pulled his foot up onto his knee, revealing a big toe sticking out of his sock. Although he was an attractive, well-built man, he was becoming more and more of a slob lately. "Nah, the football's on. Only the FA Cup, but I wanna watch it. Would be good if Sadie had an early night, yeah." Kaz rolled her eyes. "She's not feeling great, so we'll just have to see how it goes." He nodded, back to looking at his phone. "What we having for dinner?" "Probably just fish fingers and chips." Sadie gave a little cheer at the mention of her favorite meal, her eyes half closed as they watched the television. She didn't look well at all, pale-faced and clammy. Her blonde hair was a mess of straw around her shoulders. It was the most unwell Kaz had ever seen her. I hope she doesn't get a fever. It really was true that a parent would rather be ill themselves than their children. Kaz would take on her daughter's pain in a second if she could. "Nah, not fish fingers," Mike said. "I want some proper grub." "Haven't we got any steak?" "I don't just keep steak around the house, Mike. I'd have to go out and buy some. That's okay, I don't mind. Just grab a nice fat rump. With what money, Mike? Steak isn't cheap, and I don't get paid until the end of the month. Christ, it's only a bit of meat. When was the last time we had steak? I don't know, Mike. I'm just saying it's expensive. Fine, I'll have steak, and you too can have fish fingers. Whatever makes you happy. No, Mike. We're all going to have fish fingers. Sadie's not well, and I need to be here to look after her. I can look after Sadie for half an hour while you go down the shops. What's the problem? The problem is that I'm exhausted and I don't want to have to go out. You go if you're so desperate. It's not like you're busy, is it? You've been sitting around doing nothing all week. The wallpaper still needs stripping in the spare room, and you said you'd fix the wheel on Sadie's scooter. Yes, I know. So why don't you get up and go down the... All right, I'll go to the shops later. For fuck's sake, just leave off, will you? Kaz winced. Don't swear in front of Sadie. He shook his head and growled, his green eyes darkening. All you do is nag me. I'm sick of it. Why can't a woman bear to see a man take a few weeks off from work? God knows I'll be slaving away until I'm 80 with the way this bloody country's going. So just let me relax for a few weeks while I'm between jobs, won't you? It's not a few weeks, Mike. It's been almost 6 months and you're not even looking for a job anymore. When's it going to end? He stamped his foot down on the carpet and leapt up out of his chair. I'm not in the mood, Kaz. Just get off my fucking back. She stood up too, but with her hands out placatingly. She didn't want a full-blown argument, even though she'd chosen to prod at him. Sometimes it was just too difficult not to take a jab, because I'm losing respect for him. Mike wasn't a bad guy, but lately all he wanted to do was sit around the house, getting more and more depressed. He refused to help himself, which was infuriating and selfish. Kaz put her hands on Mike's thick chest and looked him in the eyes that used to be so kind and affectionate. Honey, we're on the same side, okay? It's not me versus you. He let out a huff, as if she were speaking an alien language. I'm gonna go take a walk. Don't know when I'll be back, so just forget about dinner. Maybe I'll go knock up Tony like you said. Yeah, okay. She tried to give him a hug, but he didn't return it. I just want you to be happy, babe, and I don't think you are right now. His gaze became a glare. The fuck are you on about? I'm fine. Kaz glanced down at Sadie and could tell she was listening. The poor thing didn't need the stress of an argument when she was feeling so poorly. I should just let him leave. Maybe he'll get some fresh air and sort his head out. But I've been hoping that for weeks, and I'm tired of pussyfooting around him. You might be fine, Mike, but I'm not. She let the words hang there for a while before continuing. Look, I just think you've lost a bit of your mojo since you've been out of work, and it's starting to affect us. It's not doing you any good being stuck here at home. Ever think our relationship is suffering because of you? You're either at work or at home nagging at me. That's the only version I get of you. I do nag you, Mike. I pick up after you, I clean for you, I cook for you, and on top of that I work. What more do you want from me? Because I'm sick of being spoken to like I'm doing something wrong. You're the one not pulling his weight. Ha, that's rich. You forget, it was only a few months ago that I was earning most of our money. It's not like Sadie's dad pays you anything, the deadbeat. She shushed him and motioned towards Sadie. Her real father was hardly ever around, but they didn't need to make the wound worse by bad-mouthing him. Be real, Mike. When you factor in the layoffs and the part-time gigs, you've barely earned enough to keep the lights on. Fuck that. My overtime took us to Spain last year. He pointed at the ceiling. And I was paying for this place long before you came around. Don't you fucking forget that, sweetheart. Stop with the language, Mike. Sadie can hear you. Yeah, I'm leaving, so just chill out. He pushed past her, his elbow finding her ribs and knocking the wind out of her. The sudden bolt of pain angered her enough that she reached out and grabbed his arm. Hey, don't you push me, Mike. I'm warning you. He turned back with a glare. His eyes were dark and puffy from last night's beer. Warning me? You don't fucking warn me inside my own house. I don't care whose house it is. If you don't start treating me and Sadie better, we're both going to leave. The slap came out of nowhere. She didn't even feel it, and for a moment she doubted it had even happened. Somehow, the situation had escalated. Mike had hit her like it was nothing, like he was swatting a fly. Kaz looked down at Sadie. She was still watching the television, but her eyes had grown wider and her nose was twitching. She just saw her mummy get hit. Kaz tasted blood. Her tongue detected a swelling on her bottom lip. For a moment, all she could do was stare at Mike, dumbfounded. She thought maybe that she could sense the cogs whirring in his mind, a realization that he had just fucked up in a big way, but he showed no obvious sign of guilt. Maybe he was waiting to see what her reaction was first. I won't be one of those stupid women who accepts getting hit. No fucking way, Jose. Kaz had once made a promise to herself, a long time ago, that if any man ever hit her, she would be gone in an instant. Her mother and father had shown her what a healthy, loving relationship looked like, so she would accept nothing less for herself. This was over. Unfortunately, it was Mike's name on the lease, so she couldn't throw him out. Perhaps he thought the risk of homelessness would keep her under control, but he was wrong. Priority 1, get the hell out of here with Sadie. I'll figure out the rest later. Kaz didn't like the way Mike was standing with his fists clenched. He had hit her and that changed everything, but what else was he capable of? With a sigh, she lowered her head and feigned defeat. Let's just calm down, Mike, okay? He let his fists unclench and cleared his throat. Look, Kaz, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that, but I'm under pressure at the moment and you just keep on pushing me. He took her hands in his, and his expression changed to resemble something softer, but his eyes didn't change. You and me are good together, right? This is just a hiccup. All couples have them. I'm leaving, Mike. Don't overreact, but I'm going to go. W what? You hit me and that's it. Red flag, red line, whatever you want to call it. Sadie and I are leaving. It doesn't need to get nasty, so let's just call it a day, all right. No hard feelings. He put a hand on her shoulder. Come on, it was just an accident. I lashed out without thinking about it. You know I'm not like that. I'm not that guy. You are that guy, Mike. You just proved it. Please move out of my way and let me go pack a bag. He squeezed her shoulder. No, you're staying here. Let's get a takeaway tonight, yeah. We'll sort this out. Everything will be good. She shrugged him away. Sadie, come with me, please. We're going to go and get ready for a little trip. Sadie peeled herself off the sofa and went to her side. On the television, Blue Eye's dad was giving the kids a piggyback and pretending to be a horse. Their hysterical laughter was like mockery. Mike tensed up, like he might reach out and try to grab Sadie as she passed. Kaz was ready to scratch his eyes out if he tried, but fortunately he kept his hands to himself. He took a single step to the side and let her pass. Thank God. He's going to let us go. It was cruel to make Sadie leave the house while she felt so ill, but Kaz couldn't contemplate staying. Once the adrenaline wore off, she would be weaker if Mike tried to make her stay. No, she had to leave right now. In the bedroom, Sadie asked a question. Why did Mike hit you, Mummy? You're bleeding. Kaz wiped her lip. We had an argument and Mike did the wrong thing, honey. Mummy's okay. I just want to look after you in a nice hotel until you feel better. Just you and me, sweetheart. Won't that be fun? But I don't feel well, Mummy. I just want to lie on the sofa. She gave her daughter a cuddle and spoke softly in her ear. I know you do. We'll get a room with a nice big bed and we can snuggle up together to watch one of your programs. How about that? Can we have hot chocolate? Of course, with marshmallows and cookies. Sadie smiled at that, which was a good sign. Everything must be okay if a 5-year-old could still get excited. In fact, a little life returned to her as she went and fetched her coloring pens and favorite teddy bear from her bedroom. Maybe this will be good for us both. A fresh start. 40 minutes later, Kaz and Sadie went back downstairs. Sadie was carrying her Mona canvas bag full of her favorite things, while Kaz had a full-size suitcase packed with all the things she had thought to pack. They would be leaving a lot behind, but right now she just wanted to get out of the house. Mike had hit her, and if he had done it once, he would do it again. He was waiting at the bottom of the stairs for them. Come on, Kaz, he pleaded, hands on top of his head as if he were having a breakdown. I know I messed up, but we can sort this out. You're right, okay? I agree I need to get a job. It's been messing with my head, having all this spare time to think. I realize it now, but if you leave, I can't do anything to fix it, can I? Mike, what you do with your life from now on is up to you, but I'm not hanging around to get hit again. This is crazy. You're overreacting. She let out a sigh and gave him a firm look that hopefully conveyed that she was being perfectly rational. Things haven't been right for a while, Mike, even before today. You lost your last few jobs because of your drinking and your bad attitude. I don't see things getting any better, so I'd rather just cut ties now. Let me get my insulin from the fridge, and then the house is all yours. You can't just leave. Actually, I can. We don't have kids together or a mortgage, so we can do this painlessly. I don't want you to go. You hit me, Mike. I'm leaving. End of story. He grabbed her shoulder again, hard enough that his thumb dug into her collarbone. Kaz, please. What can I do? You can stand aside and let me go. He remained clutching her shoulder. Frustration was written all over his face. Perhaps he was weighing up the repercussions of grabbing her and taking her into the living room by force. Don't do it, Mike. Think about it. To improve her chances of getting out of there in one piece, Kaz threw him a lifeline. Listen, Mike, I'll call you in a day or two when I've calmed down, okay? Maybe we can sort things out, but right now, I just want to get out of here and clear my head. Don't leave, Kaz, I'm sorry. It'll never happen again, I swear. She nodded and managed a smile. Like I said, we'll talk in a couple of days, but Sadie and I are going to stay somewhere else tonight. Where? A hotel. His frustration turned to desperation, his eyes wide and deer-like. Let me come with you. Yeah, we can have a little break together. It's exactly what we need. No, Mike. He moved in front of the door and grabbed the lock. I can't let you go. It's not right. Sadie needs a home. Mike, move. No, go sit back down in the living room. We're going to talk this out. She shook her head, trying to pretend that her heart wasn't pounding in her throat. What's the plan, Mike? Are you going to keep me here as a hostage? How do you think that will go? I just want you to calm the fuck down and stop being so dramatic. You can't just leave. What about me? Do you even care how I feel? If you leave, I'll... Don't even start with the threats. You don't own me. Let me go. Huh, you reckon? She looked him in the eye, trying to keep her stance steady and unflinching. I'll ask you again, Mike. What's the plan? Because if you lay another finger on me, I'll scream. It's the middle of the day and we have neighbors on both sides. So whatever you're thinking, just don't. Let me leave and then it's over, okay? We can both go on with our lives. Mike looked at her as if he wanted to kill her, and she really couldn't tell which route he was going to take. Was this about to get much worse? Had she played things wrong? Maybe she should have played the weeping damsel instead of the... Please don't hurt my mummy, Mike, Sadie said as she clutched Kaz's arm. Mike flinched. The violence left him in a flash. What? I'm not going to hurt her, honey. Don't be silly. We're just having an argument. Kaz kept her voice low. Step aside, Mike, please. She had to keep herself from sighing with relief when he did as she asked. Thank God, it's over. She opened the door and stepped outside, hurrying down the garden path with Sadie and their luggage in tow. Without looking back, she turned and headed down the street. She was almost free and clear when she heard Mike's footsteps pounding the pavement behind her. What the hell? She turned to face him, her anxious stomach sloshing. He was right there behind her, and without warning, he grabbed her by the jaw and pressed his lips against hers. She pushed him back forcefully, and he came away with an awful smirk on his face. This isn't over, Kaz, he said. Trust me. Then he turned and headed back home. Kaz hugged Sadie against her hip. All of her defiance and strength had drained away, and she was suddenly fighting back tears. She'd never seen Mike like that before, so unhinged and full of hate. In that moment, he had wanted to do terrible things to her. It was in his eyes. Wickedness. How did I not see it before? It took almost 10 minutes for her to calm down enough to call an Uber. It was only then that she realized she had forgotten something important. Shit, my insulin. Mummy's medicine, Sadie said, ignoring the slipped-out swear word. Yes, honey, it's in the fridge, but I can't go back inside that house. Never. She could still feel his cruel lips crushing against hers. Chapter 4. Lanny tried to ride in the ambulance with Ankit and his family, but the paramedics had turned him away, despite his native accent and insistence that he was a journalist. So he was stranded at Chaucer Beach with nothing but his backpack. He needed to get to Durham, where Real News had its offices, but it was a long trip to make after such an ordeal. He was considering staying in a bed and breakfast and catching a train tomorrow. During his stay in Calais, he had kept a prepaid debit card hidden inside the waistband of his tracksuit bottoms. He used it to purchase a bottle of water and a sandwich from a newsagent, which he ate on a park bench, and was now ready to buy a bus ticket. Before the paramedics had shooed him away, they divulged that Ankit would be taken to Harland Hospital on the outskirts of town. The number 63 bus went there, so that was the one he hopped on now. As soon as he boarded, the other passengers side-eyed him and wrinkled their noses. He could hardly blame them for thinking he was a migrant fresh off the boat, but he ignored their disdain and enjoyed the warm, ventilated comfort. No more shivering on the beach. He still couldn't believe the beating he had witnessed earlier. What had begun as a story about illegal immigration now had a meaty sidebar about a brutal assault, with a man being rushed to hospital with his terrified wife and child. Lanny didn't know which direction to take things now. Did he travel back to Durham and write the article he had been intending to, or did he turn his focus to the brutes who had ambushed the migrants? A big part of him wanted to call it a day and go home. He was scruffy, smelly, and desperate for a cup of tea. But things felt unfinished. Regardless of what he did next, Lanny needed to reconnect with reality. He had witnessed a young man drown in the sea and a father get brutally beaten. But even before that, he had been overwhelmed by an inhuman darkness. Sitting on the beaches of Calais, surrounded by men with unknown intentions, and with a constant fear of his identity being discovered, he had felt a heaviness in his chest that had almost brought him to despair. Putting himself in danger was part of being a journalist, but he had underestimated how isolated and vulnerable it could make him feel. If only he had managed to secure a secret camera on his person to film Ankit's beating, but it was something he and his editor had deemed too risky. As things stood, there was no evidence to provide to the police other than his own eyewitness statement. No one else had stuck around to give one. The other migrants on the beach had been cut free by the police and advised to visit a nearby migrant processing center that offered hot food and drink. Not escorted, merely advised. It was just another part of the story: illegal immigrants landing on British shores, only to be released by police without any kind of formal registration. But right now, all Lanny cared about was Ankit. The poor man had been beaten so badly that his face was awash with blood and snot. For all Lanny knew, the man was now dead and his wife and daughter alone. It wasn't something he could simply leave to his imagination, so he hopped off the bus outside Harland Hospital's main entrance and went inside. No one stopped him, even though he looked like a homeless person, but it didn't take long for him to get lost in the labyrinthine corridors and need to ask for help. A tired-looking nurse informed him that Harland had a small trauma facility in the East Wing, which was where Ankit would most likely be. So, Lanny located that department's reception desk and asked for further assistance there, but nobody seemed to have the time to acknowledge him. Eventually, he was curtly dismissed to a waiting room, but part of him wondered if they were simply calling security. He really needed to change into some cleaner clothes. With the change in his pocket, he bought a cup of tea from a vending machine in the corner. The warm, sugary brew tasted like heaven in his mouth, and he suddenly felt a little more at home. The peril was over. No one was going to stab him in the night for his things or push him into the channel to drown. He was safe and warm with a hot cup of tea, but he couldn't help thinking about poor Ankit. People came to the United Kingdom for a variety of reasons, both nefarious and innocent, and that was part of the problem. When you let in the good, you also let in the bad. When you let in the bad, the good were put at risk. It seemed impossible to tell which was which, and his own journey across the channel had only made that more obvious. A short time later, a doctor entered the waiting room and fixed his gaze on Lanny. "Hello, I'm Dr. Khan. Are you the gentleman wanting to see the patient we picked up on the beach?" "Yes, hello, doctor. My name is Aslani Perjadhi. I know I look a mess, but I'm actually a journalist. I witnessed the poor man being beaten in front of his family earlier. Can you tell me if he's okay?" The doctor raised an eyebrow. "You're a journalist. With whom?" Lanny didn't want to answer that. Real news was not popular among the Asian community, which was part of the reason it had established its headquarters in the well-heeled middle-class city of Durham, where ethnic minorities were mostly wealthy students from abroad. The legacy media had also done everything possible to smear real news as right-wing propaganda and keep them out of London. "I'm with Real News," he admitted. "I've been undercover with the migrants crossing the channel from Calais." As expected, the doctor's expression changed to one of disgust. "Brother, I do not like who you work for. They lie about our people." "Our people? Who exactly is that?" "There are many good Muslims working at Real News who just want to bring light to the many issues that are being ignored. Such topics might be sensitive, but they can't be swept aside or labeled as lies." The doctor shook his head. It seemed like he had more to say, but he just sighed. "Look, doctor, regardless of who I work for, I witnessed your patient being brutally attacked. I just want to make sure the people responsible are brought to justice." He shuddered as he recalled the incident again, licking his lips and staring down at the threadbare carpet. A large group of men ambushed several migrants this afternoon when they landed on the beach. It was clearly planned. If there's some kind of fascist, racist organization operating in the UK, it needs to be exposed. Surely we can agree on that. I can't just let you see him. I'd need to ask the patient's family for permission, but the wife doesn't speak any English. She speaks Punjabi. The family traveled from northwestern India. Well, I've tried speaking to her several times, but she's not replying. It might just be shock, but I'd still rather have her permission." He paused, scrutinizing Lanny. "I'll try again, but in the meantime, you should get yourself cleaned up." "Trust me, I plan to, just as soon as I get back to civilization." "No, you can get a shower and a shave here. I'll have a nurse fetch you a bathroom kit. You can use the facilities on the ward." "Really? I can't have you walking around my hospital looking like a homeless man, can I? Besides, the Quran says a brother must help a brother. He raised an eyebrow, even when that brother has lost his way. Lanny ignored the barb and bowed in thanks. Your help means a lot, truly. You'll need to sign in as a guest, and you may go only where directed by a nurse. Understood. I wouldn't usually allow a journalist to wander around my ward, but if you can help my patient find justice, I will make an exception. Don't abuse my trust. You have my word, doctor. The doctor exhaled, shook his head, then left the room. Almost 20 minutes later, a nurse appeared and guided Lanny to a small, private shower room. It could have been a five-star hotel as far as he was concerned, and the kiss of steaming hot water was orgasmic. He shuddered almost uncontrollably as it scalded him clean. Once dry, the astringent tang of cheap body wash replaced his briny odor and left him feeling fresh. But his beard was so ragged and full of sand that it took him 10 whole minutes to shave it off. He heard his father's disapproving voice in the back of his mind, telling him that a beard distinguished a faithful man from a non-believer. But seeing as most men of all faiths had facial hair these days, it seemed like an outdated notion. When he headed back out onto the ward, he felt more like himself again, and he greeted the nearest nurse with a confident smile, which she returned happily. He was still dressed poorly, but at least he was approachable now. Presenting himself at reception, he was escorted to a modest ward with 6 beds. All of them were occupied, with patients either sleeping or awake and groaning, but only the one at the rear left corner was surrounded by a pull-around curtain. That was where the nurse led Lanny. He just woke up, but he's groggy and confused, so take care with him. We need to take him for some scans soon. Of course. Lanny entered the curtain. Ankit's wife was sitting in an armchair with her daughter half asleep on her lap. Ankit was lying in bed, staring at the foam ceiling tiles. Neither showed any recognition when Lanny said hello. Dr. Khan says you have 10 minutes, the nurse told him, dabbing her nose with a handkerchief. Her eyes were bloodshot and watery. And you're not to leave this area. Understood, thank you. She left them alone. Ankit, Lanny said, approaching the bed slowly. The man's face was badly swollen around both eyes. His bottom lip was sliced almost in two by a large gash. Ankit, how are you feeling? He frowned. Doctor. No, I'm not a doctor. We met in Calais. He shrugged off his backpack and held it up. I gave your daughter a chocolate bar. You, he continued to frown. The confusion looked painful on his swollen face. Lanny laced his fingers together in front of him and bowed his head. I want to help you, my friend. The man who attacked you needs to be punished. We need to tell your story to the police. No police, no trouble. Ankit, you came here for a better life, right? That is not how people behave in this country. That man was a thug. He's too dangerous to be left on the streets. No trouble. Ankit closed his eyes and winced. He tried to prop himself up on his pillows, and when his wife saw him struggling, she put her daughter down and leapt up to help him. The two of them exchanged a whisper. Ankit's wife narrowed her eyes at Lanny. Who are you? Ankit asked, his English better than it had first seemed. I'm a journalist, Lanny admitted. My name is Aslani, but my friends call me Lanny. I'm sorry I tricked you. I want only to be safe. My daughter will be English. Yes, your daughter is here, and she is safe. That seemed to calm both Ankit and his wife. Ankit shuffled again and made it almost to sitting. I will not talk to news. That's not why I'm here. How are you feeling? My head is hurt. My wife prays for me. I'll pray too, Ankit. Can I do anything for you? You tell them I want no trouble. I come to live good and peaceful. Of course, but we should talk to the police about the man who attacked you. Ankit turned his head towards the narrow table that was extended over the bed. A plastic cup of water sat on it beside a larger jug. Before the man could reach for it, Lanny handed it over. Ankit took 2 tender sips, his injured lip making it visibly painful, and then put it back down. He looked Lanny in the eye. I tell police nothing. I want no enemies. But that's not how things. Please, sir. You show kindness on beach, but you are a liar. You do not look the same or talk the same. I cannot trust you. Lanny could see the man was getting stressed. Perhaps he was on painkillers that were starting to wear off, or maybe he was just afraid and wanted to be left alone. Either way, it would be wrong to torment him further after what he had been through. Okay, Ankit. I'm going to write my telephone number down before I leave. If you need help with anything, call me, okay? I'm a friend. Ankit turned his head and looked away. A tear escaped the corner of his eye, but it might have been pried loose by the swelling. It was time to go. There was a hotel bath somewhere with Lanny's name on it. Take care, Ankit. I hope you feel better soon. Lanny turned to exit through the curtain, but then he paused and looked back. He had almost forgotten to ask one last important question. What was in the black backpack, Ankit? Ankit turned his head back and frowned. What? That man on the beach handed you a backpack and some money. What was inside? I don't know what you talk about. Yes, you do. You took something from the people smugglers. You were supposed to deliver it somewhere. No, my friend. I'm sorry I lied to you, Ankit, but you need to be honest with me now. What was inside that bag? I don't know. Leave me alone, please. Lanny took a moment to appraise the man and his family. It was a miserable scene, and even the smell in the room was melancholic, bleach and wilting flowers. The man had suffered enough. But it's my job to get answers. There's no place for sympathy or emotion. Ankit, if you won't talk to the police about the man who attacked you, I understand that, but if you brought something illegal into the country, I have a duty to report it. England is my home, too, and I won't turn a blind eye to someone bringing in drugs. Drugs, no drugs, you lie. Lanny moved closer to the bed and leaned over Ankit. I'm sorry, but either you start giving me answers, or I'm going to talk to the police and tell them what I witnessed. Ankit's eyes flashed with anger for a moment, but the man was in too much pain to maintain it. Please, my friend. I'm sorry, Ankit. Tell me what was inside that backpack. What did that man hand you? After a moment, Ankit closed his eyes and exhaled. I do not know what was inside the bag, this I swear, but I can tell you where I was supposed to deliver it. Lanny went, and asked a nurse for a pen and paper. January 16th, 2026. January 16th, 2026. I was intending to go jogging this month and start the year off on a positive note, but I haven't managed to get going yet. I did walk quite briskly to the shop today to get a bottle of vodka and some Doritos. Does that count? I probably would have driven if I had a license. Learn to drive. Another thing on my to-do list, along with lose 2 stone, get a girlfriend or a friend with benefits, move into my own flat maybe, learn to juggle, write a horror novel, keep writing in this journal. I actually do feel better doing it each day. Good advice, Justin. Find a better therapist than Justin. Guy keeps checking his phone and chewing his nails. Buy a PS5. I'll make a good start next month. That is, if the world hasn't ended. They keep banging on about this super flu in India. Apparently, it's worse than COVID, and there might be another lockdown. I doubt people will stand for it again. The last pandemic woke us all up to the truth that whenever something awful happens, a bunch of MPs always seem to get richer. I'd rather be arrested than become a prisoner at home again. I barely made it through last time. All the drinking and the board games and the crap TV and they freaking closed McDonald's, man. The world went insane. And for what? I lost my job at Halford's too. I like that job, man. It was so much better than stacking shelves at Smurfwaite's. Better money too, like 17 pence more per hour. Nah, the lockdowns were just an excuse for companies to sack a bunch of people without reason. It was all about the rich getting richer. Everything, all of it. So if there's some horrible virus on its way from India, I say bring it on. I'll get sick and take my chances. Even if it kills me, it's better than the alternative. I won't be a prisoner. Not again. The last time almost killed me. Maybe I should go take that jog. I'm feeling a bit depressed. Things I scrapbooked today. I found a receipt for Bovril. Just Bovril. I mean, who has a hankering for beef juice so strong it sends them to the shop specifically to buy some. Weird. Chapter 5. Max had been off yesterday, so it sucked to be back at work after so soon a break. It wasn't as if he had spent his downtime doing anything fun, just lying on the sofa gaming and watching movies. But it still beat being under the constant glare of Smurfwaite's flickering strip lights. He was working the frozen aisle today, which meant his hands were like blocks of ice by the time he finished filling the chillers with oven chips and French fries. His gloves had holes in them, which made them about as effective as a waterproof tea bag. Requesting new ones would probably be a waste of time, though. Next, he needed to stock the ice cream chests, refill the small vegetarian section, and then jump on the tills until closing. Smurfwaite's had an all-hands-on-deck approach to staff roles, which, if nothing else, kept things varied. The supermarket also had a policy of being perpetually short-staffed, and tonight was worse than usual, 3 bodies down. Staff sickness might be manageable at a big Tesco or an Asda, but it was crippling for a smaller operation like theirs. At least Heather was in. I swear she's the only person here who isn't a moron. Max went and got the ice cream and wheeled it over to the chillers. Sweet things rarely appealed to him, but ice cream was the exception. As a kid, the freezer at home had always been stocked with chalk ices and ice lollies, so those things had always been a comfort to him. Had he been happier back then? Probably. He whistled to himself quietly as he worked, filling his own head with the tune from Halloween, a rendition of Pink Pony Club, and the opening theme song from Game of Thrones. By the time he was done, his lips were dry and his hands were even more frozen. He tucked them under his armpits in an attempt to warm them. It just left him with cold armpits. The rattling squeak of a shopping trolley caused Max to turn around. He put on a wide smile as he'd been programmed to do, but when he saw who it was, he frowned instead. You again. It was the man from last week. The hoarder, the stockpiler, Mr. Walnut Man. Once again, he had filled his trolley with bottled water and other items. Max watched with interest, stepping back as the man passed by. He was on the short side, the trolley handle pressing into his lower chest, but seemed healthy and trim. His white shirt and black trousers made it look as if he had come straight from work. When he reached the chillers, he started grabbing bags of ice cubes and throwing them into his trolley. Bags and bags of ice cubes. Is he trying to preserve a corpse? Max couldn't help himself. Hello there. Do you need any help? The man flinched, making eye contact for only a split second. I'm fine, thank you. All right. You need me to get more ice from the back. No, this is fine. You sure? Yes. Max could tell the man was anxious, but that made no sense. It wasn't like he was shoplifting or anything like that. Sorry, you've got me curious. Why do you need so much ice? The man stopped. He seemed unsure of himself, like he didn't know whether to turn and run or clamp his hands around the trolley and ram Max in the shins. I like to keep my freezer stocked in case of a power cut. With a modern appliance, you can keep food frozen for more than 3 days with only ice. Wow, that's pretty cool. But why are you worried about a power cut? These days, who knows what to expect? True. Actually, I saw a documentary on YouTube the other day that said AI data centers are now using like half the world's power. Crazy, right? Exactly. Anyway, thank you for your help. Max smiled and nodded, allowing the man to be on his way. But he couldn't just leave it. You were grabbing loads of stuff last week, too. Nuts and water and stuff. Are you preparing for the end of the world? Should I be worried? Ha! The man's brown eyes widened. Licking his lips, he chuckled slightly. No, no, of course not. I just like to be well stocked. Don't be alarmed. Max had just been joking, but he realized now that he was actually a little anxious. This man was making him anxious. Seriously, man, do you know something the rest of us do? This flu in India isn't coming to wipe us all out, is it? They're saying it even makes some people violent, like rabies or something. Is that true? The man's light brown skin turned white under the fluorescent strip lights. Please, sir, I just want to shop in peace. He grabbed his trolley and moved away, disappearing around the corner of the aisle. Max went after him, unable to help himself. Wait, you're freaking me out now. Should I be buying walnuts? I'll give you a discount if you tell me what you know. Sir, please leave me alone. Just tell me why you need so much ice. As Max chased the shopper around the corner, he came face to face with his manager, Oliver, who did not look happy. Max, what are you doing? That customer there is stockpiling. He did it last week as well. Oliver turned towards the shopper, who was already hurrying down the next aisle. Stockpiling what? Bleach, alcohol, ice cubes. Ice cubes. Max, are you joking? Max licked his lips and pulled at his collar. He realized he was sweating despite being in the cold section. Yeah, but he's been buying loads of water and other stuff. Keeps coming in. Yes, customers tend to do that. It's called brand loyalty. Listen, if I catch you harassing a member of the public again, I'll have you up on a disciplinary. Customers spending money is not something we want to combat, is it? No, I suppose not. Oliver shook his head and pinched at the bridge of his nose. My job is hard enough without nonsense like this, Max. Can I trust you not to behave like a chimpanzee for the rest of your shift? A chimpanzee, Max bristled, a little offended. Yeah, we're all good. I'll get on with my work. Excellent, and don't forget you're needed on the tills later. Kathy's going home. She doesn't feel well. Max groaned. Kathy too. There'll be none of us left at this rate. Sickness always spikes in January. Let's just pull together and get through it. Go team. Oliver went sauntering off to do whatever it was he did, leaving Max standing at the end of the frozen aisle. He still had ice creams to unpack, but he was going to give his hands another 5 minutes to warm up before he subjected them to more torture. Or maybe I should let myself get frostbite and sue Smurfwaits. How much is a thumb worth? When he heard someone chuckling, Max knew immediately that it was Heather. He turned to find her leaning against the chiller cabinets with her arms crossed and a smirk on her face. Max crossed his arms to match her posture. Yes. Can I help you, miss? Chimpanzee, she giggled. That's a new one. I'm considering contacting HR. Nobody calls me a damn dirty ape and gets away with it. She pushed herself away from the chiller and walked over to him. I'm on tills with you later. Yeah, Kathy's going home sick, apparently. Everyone has the lurgy. You don't think it's this thing in India, do you? What thing in India? I thought that was all a hoax. According to the news, but who trusts them? People are still posting videos on social media about it, saying it came out of a lab and that it makes people crazy. She shrugged, her smirk now gone. You worry too much, Max. You need to get out more. Out is overrated. He blew air into his cheeks. But maybe you're right. Hey, I'm meeting up with some friends at the Dancing Goat later. Why don't you come join us? Heather had never invited him to do something outside of work, and he hoped the spark of excitement that hit him wasn't obvious. Did it mean she liked him? Was he friend-worthy? This was his chance to find out. But as much as he would enjoy spending time with Heather, he knew exactly how things would go. Her mates would be loud and chatty and friendly, and that would inexplicably cause him to retreat into himself. By the end of the night, he would be nursing a vodka alone in the corner, guarding the girls' handbags while they danced, and without any hope of Heather inviting him out ever again. Either that or he'd have to watch some more confident male come and claim her right in front of him. "No thanks. I can't tonight," he said. "I, don't want to." Wow, her lovely dark eyebrows rose up impressively high. "Thanks for your honesty." No, I mean," he rubbed at his neck. "I'm just planning on an early night. Don't wanna catch this lurgy." It still wasn't the greatest excuse, but at least she seemed less offended. "Okay, well, think about it, yeah. Would be nice to see you have a good time." "Hey, I have a good time, believe me. Last night, I finished off an entire tube of Pringles by myself." I stand corrected. "Anyway, come on. I'll help you get finished stocking the shelves, and then we can go man the tills." "Thanks," he looked at her and smiled. "I appreciate it." "No worries." They got to work putting out the last of the ice cream. He watched her whenever she had her back to him, just enjoying the shape of her. Being around her always put him at ease. Maybe it was her confidence. She was always just fine and dandy, never stressed. Maybe he should stop seeing Justin and let her be his therapist. "Hey," he said after a while, "did you see that guy again? The one who stole all the walnuts last week?" "He didn't steal the walnuts, Max. He bought them, but yeah, I saw him. He was in yesterday, too, when you were off." Max blinked, stockpiling. Shopping. He was buying canned food, enough that he could hardly get it inside the boot of his car. "A blue Mini, right?" "That's right, detective. A blue Mini, and he lives on my street. Oh, that's Margaret Close, by the way. M.A.G." He waved a hand at her to stop the mockery. Yeah, okay. The guy just puts me on edge, that's all. I spoke to him earlier and I swear." She stopped and looked at him, 3 boxes of horrible white chocolate magnums in her hands. "What? Go on, say it." It sounded so stupid in his head. "I think the guy is preparing for something bad, like he knows something the rest of us don't." Heather stared at him for a moment, offering no reply. Then she shrugged and said, "Maybe. Or maybe he's just crazy." "Yeah, crazy. You're probably right." He felt better hearing that alternative theory. But then he had a thought. Sometimes crazy people are right. Chapter 6. Living at a Premier Inn for several days bordered on parental neglect, Kaz knew that, but things had taken time to get set up. Her sister, Rachel in Durham, had finally agreed to take her and Sadie in, but it had taken several days of persuading. It wasn't ideal, seeing as Rachel lived in a 2-bed terrace, and the two of them had never got on particularly well, but she was still family. If nothing else, Rachel had always loved Sadie. It felt glorious, saying goodbye to the cramped double room on the hotel's 2nd floor, and even better to descend in its cramped lift for the last time. No more probing looks from Wayne either, the oddly baleful man who worked the front desk each morning. What must he have thought, seeing the two of them coming and going every day? Sadie had missed school and not seen her friends, nor had she eaten a single home-cooked meal. But at least her rotten cold had gone. The first 2 nights of Sadie snoring and coughing in her sleep had been torturous, but her breathing was now fine, and the snot had all dried up. The flip side of that was that Kaz now felt under the weather. Something nasty was obviously going around, because when she had visited the doctor to renew her insulin prescription, the waiting room had been chock-a-block with people sneezing and hacking. One old man had had eyes so red they looked like they were about to weep blood down his cheeks. It was a relief to get out of there, but alas, she had come down with a cold anyway. Mike had been calling her phone constantly since she had left, but she had resisted answering it. Part of her wanted to take the easy option of going back to him. It would have got her out of the hotel sooner and back into her own bed, but she knew the fallacy of a man promising to change. Abuse was a cycle, and the good behavior never lasted long. Sadie's real father had taught her that. Although he had never been violent, just a weed-smoking layabout with a gambling habit. Are there any good men out there? Kaz and Sadie reached the station shortly after noon. Their train wasn't due until 1, so they sat in Costa Coffee and shared an oversized hot chocolate. Sadie drew pictures with her pencils while they waited. It was peaceful, even though the station was busy. There was something about sitting back and watching the world go by that just made everything feel a little less daunting. Everyone had their own problems to deal with, rushing about from one place to another. Being human wasn't special. You just had to deal with your shit. She was just starting to believe that everything would turn out okay when she saw Mike outside, wandering down the concourse. From the way he was peering in all directions, it was obvious he was searching for her. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Mummy said a bad word. Kaz lowered her head and leaned in to cuddle Sadie. Mummy's sorry. I just don't want Mike to see us. He's right outside. How could he have known? I've been lying low. Mike says he wants to give me a goodbye present. Kaz jolted in her seat. What? When did you talk to Mike? Sadie obviously knew from her mother's tone that she was upset because her words came out meekly. I answered your phone when you were in the shower. It kept ringing and I couldn't hear Blue Eye. Kaz put her hands to her face. How stupid had she been to leave her phone on the hotel bed? Sadie had been sitting right at the table, coloring. Of course she had heard it ringing, but how had she even known how to answer a call? Because she's growing up. She knows what's going on. Are you mad, Mummy? What? No, of course not. She hugged her daughter again. I just don't want Mike to see us. Can I have my present? I'll get him to send it to Auntie Rachel's house. We can't let him see us, okay? Okay, Mummy. Is Mike bad? Yes. Because he hit you. Kaz felt tears in her eyes. Yes. Heart thudding, she rose slightly in her seat to peer out of the coffee shop's window. Mike might know that she was catching a train to see her sister, but he wouldn't know at what time. For all he knew, she could already have left. Maybe if they just stayed hidden for the next 30 minutes, he would give up and go home. Why is he even here? What is he planning to do? It's a public place. A waitress came over and noticed Kaz half hiding beneath the table. Am I okay to take your glass? Kaz blushed, her emotions on full display. Yes, sorry. I just saw someone I want to avoid. The waitress, young and blonde, turned and looked out of the window. Then she turned back and grimaced. Horrible X. Something like that. Is it okay to hide out here for half an hour? Of course it is. Let me refill your hot chocolate. Hey, do you want me to find a newspaper for you to hide behind, like in the movies? Kaz chuckled, suddenly feeling less alone. Mike was insane if he thought he could get to her here. People would intervene if he tried to do anything. She looked at the waitress's name badge. Just another drink will be fine, thank you, Jess. Do you need my card? She waved a hand. Don't worry, no charge. Then she looked at Sadie. What are you drawing, cutie? Sadie was shy, so she lowered her head and looked away. She did, however, push her drawing across the table. Jess examined the page. Ooh, is that a flying train? You're really good at drawing. Sadie blushed and pulled the paper back towards her. Kaz thanked the young girl again, wanting to hug her for showing kindness right when she had needed it. She hadn't realized how starved of it she was. Mike appeared outside again. He clearly thought his time was running out to catch her because he looked desperate and out of breath. Hopefully, that meant he was about to give up the chase. His expression was one of frustration bordering on anger. He thinks he owns me. No one owns me. If Mike were to turn and stare intently through the coffee shop window, he would surely see Kaz and Sadie sitting there. Even with their heads down, their matching blonde hair was a dead giveaway. Kaz bit her lower lip, her bladder throbbing. She wanted to go and relieve herself, but she didn't dare get up. Finally, Mike moved back out of sight. Kaz deflated over the table, right as the waitress returned with a fresh hot chocolate. Enjoy, she said, and walked away to serve a large group of customers who had just come in and sat down. Apparently, her kindness depended on how busy she was. What if Mike finds me and people are too busy to help? Don't panic. There's security everywhere. Everything is fine. Fine. Whatever Mike's intentions, Kaz had no desire to even speak with him. A desperate plea for her forgiveness would be draining, and it wasn't something she wanted Sadie to witness. Her daughter had already seen too much misery this week. After all of this was over, she was going to give up on men until Sadie was 18. Or maybe 12. At least until she's 12. Time ticked by. The coffee shop grew busier as the lunchtime rush arrived. It put pressure on Kaz and made her feel like she should relinquish her table. She resisted for as long as she could, sipping slowly at her hot chocolate, until eventually it became time to catch their train. Okay, honey, she said, standing up gingerly as pins and needles assaulted her thighs. Let's go catch the choo-choo, shall we? Sadie cheered. She had been on a train before but couldn't remember it, so this was an adventure for her. Kaz had promised they would have a picnic during their 3-hour journey to Durham. She paused in the coffee shop's doorway, looking left and right while holding Sadie close against her hip. Her suitcase was heavy, so she dropped it onto its wheels and pulled out the extendable handle. People rushed by, left and right, their faces a blur, each one potentially Mike. But Mike didn't appear. She didn't hear him call out or see him rushing towards her. Okay, honey, take my hand. She hurried with Sadie across the concourse, heading for platform 4. A bottlenose train was already in the station, its carriages snaking back endlessly into the distance. It represented freedom, a new life. Heart thudding in her chest, she picked up speed, tugging on Sadie's little hand. She could hear her daughter's pencils rattling in their case in her backpack. The squeal of her suitcase's wheels on the concrete was like the rickety roller skates she had worn as a kid. It made her wistful and sad at the passing of so much time. To have the joy of a child in front of her once again. But I have Sadie now. It's her joy I need to protect. They headed down the concrete slope and hurried up alongside the train, passing a pair of security guards in yellow fluorescent jackets. Both men had walkie-talkies pressed to their ears. Several other passengers had already gathered on the platform, but the train's doors had not yet opened. Kaz's watch, a gift from Mike that she would probably throw away now, read 12:53. "Come on," she muttered, staring at the nearest sliding carriage door and willing it to open. "I want to get inside," and sat down. "Picnic," Sadie said. "Yes, honey, I promise we'll have a picnic. They sell snacks on the train." More people gathered on the platform. It made Kaz feel safer, their bodies like camouflage. She didn't even notice the shouting at first, because the ambient noise of the station was already so loud. But slowly it came into focus, like a song being tuned in on a radio. Someone was yelling at someone else to back off. Kaz turned around on her tiptoes, trying to get a better view of whoever was misbehaving in public. She spotted a man with a shaved head and multiple facial piercings backing away from a woman, both of his hands up in self-defense. "Oh God, he's bleeding," Kaz muttered, seeing that the man's left hand was covered in blood as it cupped his ear. In front of him, a chubby older woman with short pink hair and a nose ring staggered after him. Her arms were covered in tattoos, and she held them out in front of her like. "It looks like she's sleepwalking." For whatever reason, the woman was stalking the man along the platform, stumbling after him as he dodged left and right and yelled at her. "I said back off, you mad bitch. What the hell is wrong with you?" One of the security guards pushed his way through the crowd, blowing a whistle and barking into his walkie-talkie. The crowd parted to allow him through, their bodies bunching together as they tried to find space. "What the hell is wrong with you, Barbara?" the man retaliated, shoving the woman with both hands and sending her back several steps. Barbara reached out again and tried to grab him, but his patience was now gone. He stepped forward and dropped his forehead right on her nose. The sound it made was like a dozen eggs breaking. Kaz groaned, and she pulled Sadie into her so she wouldn't see the blood now erupting from the woman's face. The brutal headbutt had done nothing to deter her, though. In fact, she didn't even flinch. That's impossible. How can she not feel a broken nose? The security guard plowed into the bald man, having witnessed his attack on Barbara. The crowd grew uneasy, some of them banging on the train's doors and demanding to be let in. It wasn't quite panic, but clearly no one wanted to be near so much blood and violence. Kaz didn't want to be near it either. Someone bumped against her, knocking her back against the carriage door. "There you are, sweetheart." Her blood turned to ice. Mike's smile stretched almost ear to ear, but it never reached his eyes, which were two swirling pools of rage. It was as if he had been wearing a mask these last 2 years, and only now could she truly see him. "Mike, get away from me." He shushed her with a finger over his lips. "Now don't do anything silly, sweetheart. There's already a lot to forgive you for, so don't make it any worse." "Why are you here? What do you want?" She tried to move away, to slide out from under his looming presence, but something pressed against her hip and sent a bite of pain through her pelvis. She looked down and saw the glint of a knife. Her breath caught in her throat. Mike grinned wider, twisting the blade and wrenching more pain from her. Her squeals ignited a flash of excitement in his eyes. She could smell the sour booze wafting up from his guts as he purred in her ear. "You're coming home with me." Kaz shook her head. "No, no, Mike, I won't. You're coming home right now, or I'm going to slice you open and leave Sadie playing in your blood." "Sadie, please God, I need to protect her." There were people all around, but they were distracted by the altercation happening between Barbara and the man who had headbutted her. The security guard was standing between the two of them now, trying and failing to get both down on their knees. No one paid attention to Kaz. No one saw her suffering. Before she could let out a scream, Mike shoved the knife against her belly button. "I'm not living without you, Caroline. We're too good together. I won't let you throw it all away." "You're drunk, Mike. This is crazy." "No, I'm in pain because of how much you've hurt me." Kaz looked down at Sadie. Her daughter knew something was wrong because she had frozen stiff and was staring intently at the ground. A 5-year-old should not be in this situation, powerless and afraid. "Please, Mike, I'm begging you, just let us go. Don't do this." "I'm not losing you, Kaz. We can work things out." He twisted the knife again, causing her to gasp inwardly. "Just start walking and don't make a sound." She knew right then it was over. He would never let her go. From the wild look in his eyes, he would either murder her right there or somewhere later down the line. There was no escaping her fate. "No, no, I won't let him do this. Sadie and I are leaving today, and he's not going to stop us. Get away from me, Mike, or I swear to God I'll scream." He clamped a grubby hand over her mouth. "So scream." The sound of Sadie whimpering was all the encouragement Kaz needed. She raised her knee and caught Mike on the inside of his thigh. She'd been aiming more centrally, but with him so close, her movement was limited. It was enough to send him back a few inches and also showed that she wasn't going to make this easy on him. His mouth opened and a gust of foul breath escaped him. But he didn't remove his hand from her mouth. She couldn't scream. Struggling to get free, she kicked out and managed to tip over her luggage, praying that the noise would alert someone. But everyone was still distracted by the commotion taking place on the platform. "He's going to stab me right here in front of Sadie, and no one will even notice." The knife was still pressing into her navel. A hot, wet feeling told her the tip had entered her flesh through her blouse, but any and all pain was pushed aside by her panic. But alongside that panic was something else, a growing anger at the thought of being murdered by a pathetic bully of a man. She wouldn't let it happen. She wouldn't let her daughter see her become a victim. Kaz grabbed Mike's wrist and twisted. It must have taken him by surprise because he gritted his teeth and lost his balance. This was her chance, a brief window where she could slide free from his grasp and run for safety. But Mike recovered too quickly. He shoved his shoulder into Kaz and crushed her back against the carriage door. He then snatched Sadie by the hair and made her squeal. "Bitches." "Let go of her," Kaz roared, her mouth now free. "Don't you touch her." She yanked him away from her daughter and then grabbed his wrist again, this time with both hands. She fought to pry the knife away from him, wanting to snatch it free and drive it into his goddamn skull. And God, she almost had it too, but as the knife began to slide free from his hand, he pulled back and snatched it away. Drool escaped his lips, his drunken eyes bloodshot as he glared at her. "You're not leaving me, Kaz. You don't fucking own me." They struggled back and forth, the knife like a pendulum between them. It was the paring knife from their kitchen, a blade she had used 1,000,000 times to cut cucumbers and tomatoes for Sadie's lunches. Chaos surrounded them as people suddenly began rushing back and forth, shouting and screaming. Clearly, the scuffle between Barbara and the bald man had resumed. A beeping sound cut through the din. "What is that?" Mike pushed himself against Kaz, their bodies entwined. She felt something scrape against her back, pulling at her clothing and pinching her skin. The knife was digging into her chest. She grabbed it with her bare hands, the blade slicing into her fingers. Then she was falling backwards as the doors opened. She and Mike locked eyes. A moment passed, where neither knew what was going on, and then Kaz landed hard on her shoulder inside the train carriage, her bones crunching in their sockets. Mike's weight came down on top of her, crushing her flat and making it impossible to breathe. Sadie's voice was shrill as she called out for Mummy. Get off me." Kaz batted at Mike, trying to shove him free so she could use her lungs to scream for help. His groaning in her ear was like a feral beast. It made her skin crawl with revulsion. "Mike." He rose on top of her, his legs straddling her hips. The madness had gone from his eyes, replaced by tears and broken blood vessels. His lips quivered as he tried to speak. "See Caroline." Kaz saw the knife sticking out of his ribs and gasped. It had sunk in deep, all the way to the handle. There was hardly any blood, which almost made it look like a trick. Mike, are you?" He grabbed hold of a seat to his left, wrapping his hand around the metal frame and using it to pull himself to his feet. He had turned a ghostly white, frail and confused like an old man. Kaz scrambled on her back across the floor, too dazed to get up. She watched in silence as Mike turned away from her and stepped out of the carriage and back onto the platform. Sadie, where are you?" Her daughter appeared in the doorway. Kaz reached out a hand and called her inside. At first she wouldn't come, too wary of Mike, but once he stumbled past her, oblivious, she raced over and dropped down on the floor. Kaz grabbed her tightly, smearing blood all over her from her sliced-up fingers. "Oh, sweetheart." Mike stumbled further out onto the platform. People bumped past him, hurrying to get on the train. They didn't even notice when he fell onto his knees, clutching his stomach and gasping for air. The knife's handle jutted out of him like a broken lever. Kaz finally made it back on her feet, keeping Sadie close. Others came inside and filled the carriage, rushing to take the seats and proceed with their journey. Still on his knees, Mike managed to turn back around and face the train. He reached a hand out towards Kaz, and for a split second she felt sympathy for him. Her mind played back to the good times, the laughter, the lovemaking, but then reality brought her back. Beep, beep, beep. Kaz locked eyes with Mike but gave no reaction. She offered him no comfort as blood seeped through his shirt and the carriage door closed. He looked like a frightened child, small and pathetic. And then the train moved away and left the station. Mike was gone, but Kaz knew she would never be totally free of him. Her hands were blood-stained, literally. Even after they healed, there would always be scars. Chapter 7. Another afternoon wasted on work. Of course, he was being paid, but other than that, what benefit had he provided to himself or anyone else? He'd barely even needed to stack the shelves as nobody was buying anything. The whole world had called in sick, the customers, as well as half the staff at Smurfwaite's. Whatever bug was going around was infectious as hell. They said it came from India, but nobody really knew. Some claimed it made people violent, but there was no solid proof. The only thing anyone would agree on was that half the country had a bad case of the sniffles. Scary times indeed, but at least the virus was merciful. Nobody had died from it, or even got particularly ill. It was a grim, highly infectious cold that eventually went away on its own. Staff members who had been ill at the start of the week, like Clive from the tobacco kiosk, were already on the mend and back at work. It made Max feel much better about the scratchy feeling at the back of his throat. With the store deserted and no jobs to do, Max decided to go for a wander to stave off his boredom. He nodded hello to Moya when he saw the security guard hovering around the fresh produce section and chatting up Lynn, a woman who must have been 20 years older than him and 3 foot shorter. And then he meandered towards the checkouts, which were all unmanned except one. Nicholas was operating cash register number 2, but there were no customers, so he was sitting reading a magazine. Max didn't much like the guy, so he chose not to disturb him and carried on over to the far side of the store. Truthfully, he was looking for Heather, and sure enough, he heard her voice before long. She didn't sound happy. Sir, you need to stop that right now. Please stop." Her urgency caused Max to break into a run, his concern stoked further by the fact he couldn't see her. Was she okay? What was happening? It wasn't until he reached the last aisle and rounded the corner that he saw her struggling with a large man in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, which was insane, considering it was January. "Let go of it." Heather grunted as she fought to get hold of what looked like a brandy bottle in the man's hands. The cap was off and the brown liquid was spilling all over the floor. If this guy was a misbehaving drunk, she should have gone and fetched Moya to handle it. "Hey!" Max shouted, and he pointed a stern finger. "Hey you, stop that." When Heather saw Max, she stepped away from the man and put her hands up in exasperation. "He's drinking stuff right off the shelf." Max spotted a pair of discarded bottles leaking booze onto the floor. One looked like red wine, the other tequila. He eyeballed the man and shook his head in disgust. "What kind of psychopath are you? Cabernet and tequila." The man, now in complete possession of the brandy bottle, upended it into his drooling mouth. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he was on the bender to end all benders. A streak of snot coated his left cheek. Heather moved up beside Max. "I tried to stop him, but he's not listening." "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine, just a little rattled." The drunken man gulped the brandy as if it were water. He was on a one-way trip to the hospital. Perhaps that was what he was aiming for. Max moved Heather back and confronted the man. "Sir, you have to stop that. We'll call the police otherwise." The man dropped the bottle seemingly by accident, as if he were too clumsy to hold on to it any longer. The thick glass container clunked as it landed on the floor and then did a twirl like it were engaged in a game of spin the bottle. "You need to leave," Max said more firmly, but the other guy was 6 foot at least, and apparently not listening. "Happy hour, over, yeah. Come on." The man lurched forward, almost falling down, and then turned to face the liquor shelves. He grabbed a square bottle and twisted off the cap. Max groaned. "Amaretto now? Seriously, what kind of cocktail are you making?" "What do we do?" Heather asked. "He's pissed as a fart." "Go get Moya." "I don't want to leave you." Max felt a pang of delight at hearing those words, but he tried to remain stoic. "Don't worry. I've got this." The man staggered away from the shelves with the bottle dangling at his side. He moved in Max's direction and seemed to finally realize he was standing there. He opened his mouth and mumbled a few incoherent words. It sounded like swearing. Max put his hand up and gave a warning. "Calm down, all right. Just put the bottle down." The drunk fell forward into a stumbling jog. Alcohol leaked from the amaretto bottle and pooled on the floor. He added to it with a stream of his urine that sprayed out the leg of his shorts. Bloody urine. What the actual? Max had no time to think. He shoved Heather aside and braced himself as the drunken lunatic barreled right towards him. The momentum, combined with the man's weight, was like a train hitting him, and it sent him hurtling backwards off his feet. He came down on the polished floor and slid a good 10 feet, unable to stop himself. "Max!" Heather put both hands over her mouth in shock. Winded but not defeated, Max threw out an arm and told her to stay back. Moya must have heard the commotion by now and would be on his way. This was a job for security. The guy is pissing blood. What the hell is wrong with him? Max clambered his way back to standing, the adrenaline making him light on his feet as he dodged around the violent Hulk who immediately tried to push him again. "Why you're gonna get arrested now, man? Just calm the fuck down and we'll fetch you some water." Hey, stay back." The man swiped his right arm and launched a bottle of wine off the shelf. It clunked Max right on the knee, and it hurt just about as much as anything he could remember. The pain, mixed with the adrenaline, woke something up inside him, and he let out a feral growl. He wasn't usually a violent person, but he wasn't no saint either. "Motherfucker!" Max rushed head down and shoved the son of a bitch with all his might. It was like trying to tip over a cow, but he succeeded. The man clattered backwards into the shelves. His feet slipped in the spilled alcohol and sent him sprawling. A dozen bottles of flavored rum rained down on him from the top shelf. One of them thudded against his head with an almighty clonk. Max stood over the guy, panting. Yeah, that's how I roll, mother fella." "Max, what the hell have you done?" Oliver appeared at the end of the aisle, his clunky black shoes squeaking as he raced towards them. He didn't notice all the alcohol pooling on the floor, so, just like the drunk guy, he slipped and went flying. He came down hard on his elbow and gave a pained squeal. "Shit, Oliver." Heather ran to help him up, but he yelled at her not to touch him. He made it back to his feet by himself, but his orange fleece was soaked in red wine. His face was an equal shade of crimson. Oliver gaped at the unconscious man lying under a pile of rum bottles. "Jesus Christ, what have you done?" "He was stealing booze," Max protested. I asked him to stop, but he— Oliver whirled to face Max, cupping his injured elbow and with a fury on his face that was genuinely frightening. "Heather, go call the police, an ambulance too. Christ, Max, what the hell have you done?" Max put his hands out. "I was defending myself. The guy was pissing all over the floor." Oliver shoved him in the chest, his whole body trembling. "You attacked a customer." "He attacked me." "He's telling the truth," Heather said, reaching out to touch Oliver's arm. "The guy was off his face." Oliver swatted her away, almost striking her face with an errant palm. "I said, go call an ambulance." "Hey, don't touch her." Max pointed a finger in his face. "Why don't you just listen to what we're saying?" But Oliver wouldn't listen. He had his hands on his head and was muttering something about the store being closed down and everyone getting fired. Then he crouched down beside the unconscious man and started removing the bottles of rum as if he were digging a body out of a landslide. "Sir, sir, can you hear me? Help is on the way, sir, can you?" Like a light switch being flipped, the man opened his eyes and immediately grabbed Oliver by the throat. Oliver gasped and fought with both hands to free himself. Max goggled in shock. As much as he enjoyed seeing his boss gag and choke, he couldn't stand by and do nothing, so he leapt into action and grabbed the big guy's arm, wishing it wasn't as thick as a tree trunk. "Let go of him, you nutcase. Let go." But it was useless. The drunk man made it all the way back to his feet without ever letting go of Oliver's throat. Even when Heather joined the fight, they could not break his hold. "He's too strong," Heather moaned. Max gritted his teeth. "He's like a fucking bear." It was a blessed relief when Moya's colossal frame came sprinting around the corner. Rather than ask questions, the security guard immediately rugby tackled the drunk man and got him down on the ground. Oliver scurried away, rubbing his neck and moaning. It looked like he might cry, but when he realized Heather and Max were staring at him, he recovered and marched over to them. Pointing a finger right in their faces, he bellowed, "I said call the police, you pair of morons. Now. Right now." Heather flinched as Oliver's spittle hit her face. There was a split second of cold silence, and then she pulled off her name tag and tossed it at him. "Call them yourself, you wanker. I quit." She turned and marched away, a hand moving to her face. "What?" Oliver started, shaking his head. "You can't quit. You need to answer for this, both of you. Stop. Moya, get them." "Busy, boss man." Moya was struggling to keep the big man down, lying on top of him and trying to grab his arms. "Very busy." Max and Oliver glared at each other, a seething dislike passing between them. "I'm guessing I'm already fired," Max said, "but just in case I quit too, you a swipe." He wasn't wearing his name tag, so he had nothing to throw. Instead, he pointed at Oliver's dirty fleece and said, "You've got red on you." Head spinning and heart racing, he hurried to catch up with Heather. She was clearly holding back tears, but he didn't say anything. The two of them marched towards Smurfwaite's exit, both fuming with rage and shaking with anxiety. It had been one hell of a shift. Max glanced at her as they walked side by side. "What the hell just happened?" "I have no idea," she said, her voice a little shaky. but I guess my restaurant will have to wait a little longer. Sorry, this whole thing sucks. She shrugged. I fancied a change anyway, sick of having to see your face all the time. Yeah, that would grate on anyone. She chuckled, which was a good sign, but he worried she might break down in tears. He suspected it because he worried he might do so too. The sudden violence was too much to wrap his head around, and he didn't know if he would be in trouble with the police. I was just defending myself. That guy was drunk as hell, or was he sick? Max thought about the man's appearance. His nose had been running, his eyes bloodshot. Did he have the virus? Was that why he had been behaving so out of control? Crazy. The whole thing was crazy. They grabbed their coats and exited through the front of the store. The washed-out sun was falling, and it wouldn't be long before the night began. I swear to God, Max said, I'm never setting foot in this place again. Me either. Heather linked arms with him and exhaled through her mouth. Will you walk me home? I haven't calmed down yet. He turned his head and smiled, oddly uplifted. They had just shared something traumatic, something that neither of them would ever forget. But as crazy as it sounded, he was glad he had gone through it with her. Of course I'll walk you. He looked at her again. You, saw me slide across the floor when that guy pushed me, didn't you? Uh-huh. It was like watching a toddler at a disco party. Maybe you can focus more on the me coming to the rescue part. Okay, I'll try. She let out a chuckle. Nope, sorry, I can only remember the funny part. He chuckled too, even though he was blushing. Being a hero is hard. Maybe next time I'll leave it to someone else. Nah, it looks good on you. His blushing continued, but this time it was joined by a swelling in his chest. For the first time in ages, he had a good feeling about what lay ahead. Chapter 8. Steve didn't know how much longer he could do this, cooped up at home and peeking through the curtains every time he heard a vehicle drive past. He kept picturing a squad car arriving and a pair of policemen getting out to arrest him. And for what? How could he commit a crime against someone who shouldn't even be in the country? His membership at our home had been revoked to ensure that he didn't bring the organization down with him, and none of his mates there were interested in helping him. Danny Duggins had even threatened to call the police himself. Some friend he turned out to be, turning his back on me at the first sign of trouble. Tammy, Steve's wife, came into the bedroom and startled him. She was all tarted up, another Friday night on the town most likely. God, how he wished he could go down the pub right now and shoot some pool with the lads. It was sending him doolally, being stuck indoors these last 2 days. But it didn't feel safe to go out. What if someone recognized him and called the police? What if some left-wing loonies tried to get revenge? And who exactly had he beaten up on the beach? Most of the channel crossers were criminals, linked with gangs and terrorism. What if the guy was well-connected and out for revenge? Without his colleagues at our home standing by him, Steve was totally alone. You reckon you'll make it into work tomorrow? Tammy asked in a slightly nagging tone he didn't like. No, I'm still feeling shit. You off out. She grabbed a clutch purse from the top shelf of their wardrobe. Just going down to the Nailers with Donna and Suzanne for some dinner. I won't be back that late. Past midnight then, he muttered. I'm sorry, what? He was still peeking out the curtains at the darkening street below. When he waved a hand at her, he didn't look back. Nothing. "Why don't you take a shower and have a shave while I'm gone? You might feel better. It's starting to feel like sleeping next to a homeless man." Yeah, it's no picnic for me either." "Charming. Well, don't wait up." She headed out and he listened to her go down the stairs. He considered going after her to give her a kiss and tell her to have a good time. That's what he would have done once upon a time, so what had changed? Life. Life grinds you down until there's nothing left but the nubs. During the last 2 days of hiding, Steve had come to realize how fucked things were. His mates at our home had abandoned him. His colleagues at the post office hadn't checked on him once after him calling in sick for the first time in years. Even his wife didn't care how he was. Everything was so clear to him now. He had gone to that beach to stand up for his friends and family, but who the fuck was standing up for him? No one, that was who. The UK was a lost cause. Nobody cared about anyone else. They gave their money to foreign corporations while small British firms died out. Kids vandalized their own playgrounds and smashed up their schools. Churches lay empty on a Sunday morning. Civic pride? None. Community? Zero. Let the Muslims have it. There was nothing left to save. Even the younger generation wasn't worth protecting, wearing their balaclavas and riding their bikes up and down the high street while preying on the few decent folk left. I'm done. No more. He let the curtain fall shut. The only question left to answer now was what he did with the item he had found inside the backpack he had taken from the beach. When he had snatched it up, he had expected it to be full of money or drugs. What he found was much worse. A bomb. It didn't have copper wires or red sticks of dynamite like he imagined a bomb would have, but he couldn't think what else the thing could be. 3 glass tubes attached to a shiny metal block in the center that must have contained explosive gas or some kind of poison. There was a single silver toggle switch, like the kind you saw inside the cockpit of a plane. It reminded him of the little grob his flying officer had taken him up in once when he was an air cadet. How long ago had that been? 30 years. 30 years since I felt that momentary joy of being up in the clouds. It had all felt so possible back then, like life was one big, wonderful adventure where anything could happen. What had happened to that happy, hopeful kid? Steve pulled the black backpack out from under his bed and placed it on the duvet. When he unzipped it, he did so carefully for fear that he might blow himself up. What the hell should he do with it? Call the police and hand it over. If they weren't looking for him already, then handing them a bomb was certainly going to raise their suspicions. Perhaps he could explain that the guy on the beach was a terrorist. Wouldn't that make him a hero? Yeah, he had stopped a bomb from being smuggled into the country and detonated. How about that? But he knew how that would go. The bastard he had stolen it from would deny everything. He would claim to be a poor, innocent migrant who had been beaten by a big, nasty racist. Then our home would throw Steve further under the bus by making up some story about kicking him out for having mental problems. By the end of it, the left-wing newspapers would proclaim that the bomb had belonged to Steve all along and that he was the terrorist. He didn't fancy the inside of a prison cell. Being trapped at home was bad enough, but the truth was that he had been a prisoner his whole life. Like most of the world, he had been born a slave. Slave to the banks. slave to the government, and a slave to the masters pulling the strings behind it all. Mankind was rotten to the core, and it always would be. Staring at the bomb, Steve realized there was only one way he could ever be free, only one way he could truly fight back. "It's over," he said. "I'm done." Then he put the bomb back inside the backpack and decided it was time to go outside. He couldn't stay cooped up forever. Chapter 9. Heather lived in a different direction from Max, which meant his own eventual walk home would be a trek. Honestly, he didn't mind. It wasn't like he had anything better to do, and telling his parents he was now out of a job could certainly wait. "It's not far now," Heather said, rubbing her hands together and blowing into them. "Just the next street. I'll pay for you to get a taxi home." "Nah, it's okay. I don't mind walking." She turned to him. "Really, it's going to be cold and dark." He draped an arm around his face and spoke with a spooky accent. "Conditions in which I thrive, my dear. Mwahaha." Her reply was a single, slow blink. "Wow." They walked a little further, slipping through an alleyway and stepping out into a quiet cul-de-sac with 5 detached houses on either side of the road. Each had a garage, driveway, and a little front lawn. Max whistled. "You live on a nice street, Hev. How many toilets you got?" "Toilets? Two, if you must know." "Nice. Which house is yours?" She pointed. "The one with the green door right at the end." He put a hand over his brow and squinted. "The color of snot. Stylish." When she frowned at him, he wondered why he had said that. Not everything had to be a joke. They walked past the first 2 houses slowly, as if they were both hesitant to say goodbye. Maybe it was because they didn't want to come back down to reality after the craziness they had left behind. Overhead, a sliver of the moon had appeared in the dusky sky. The evening air was fresh and clean, but Max still felt like he needed a shower. His encounter with the piss-soaked Neanderthal earlier had left him feeling grubby. "You reckon I'll get in trouble about what happened earlier?" he asked when they neared the middle of the street. "Nah, you didn't do anything wrong. Oliver's just a dick. If my dad knew how he'd spoken to me, he'd go and punch him in the mouth." "Then you should definitely tell your dad." "Huh, yeah." Movement up ahead got their attention. Someone came out of their house and headed to the boot of a car parked on their driveway. Max recognized the well-dressed man immediately. He recognized the car too, or at least a description of it. A blue Mini. "It's Walnut Man." Max grabbed Heather's arm and stopped her from walking. "Hey, it's him. He lives on your street." "I told you he does. I think he works for a software company or something. My dad's spoken to him a few times." "Let's watch him." "Why?" "Because." Heather blew air out of her nostrils like a disgruntled bull, but she stayed where she was. Max realized he still had his hand wrapped lightly around her arm, but he didn't remove it. In fact, for an insane second, he considered moving down and taking her hand. They watched as Walnut Man opened the boot of his car. It was quite cavernous for a Mini, with 2 back doors that opened horizontally. He'd clearly been shopping again, evidenced by the water, tinned food, and dried goods. "Maybe he has a mental illness," Heather said, Bless him. Max took a moment to think. It didn't seem like the guy was acting out of some kind of compulsion. He was too put together, his shirt and trousers too neat and clean. No, this guy had his act together, a professional, living on a nice street and driving a nice car. I'm going to go talk to him, Max said. Heather pulled her arm free and looked at him. What? No, Max, don't. I just want to talk to the guy, Hev. Where's the harm? It's not like he's a customer anymore. No, but you're outside my house, and I've had enough trouble for one day. Max paused, wanting to make sure he wasn't being reckless. Upsetting Heather wasn't what he wanted, but he really did just want to talk to the man and ask him why he had been doing so much shopping. Just give me 1 minute, okay? He moved away from her and trotted up to the end of the man's driveway. Then he cleared his throat loudly. Hey, mate, do you need any help with all that? The man turned with a polite smile on his face. For a second, he didn't seem to recognize Max, but then a slight frown betrayed that he did. No thank you. Heather moved up beside Max and gave a short wave. Hi, I'm Heather. I live at number 8. Yes, hello, are you okay? She shrugged. Just quit my job, but other than that. Hello. Max chuckled, and I got fired. Oh dear, well, I wouldn't worry too much. Why shouldn't we worry? The man casually closed one of the doors to his boot with his elbow, as if he were trying to hide what was inside. Because you're both young, and there are plenty of jobs around if you look hard enough. Max stepped to the side, angling himself so he could look right inside the Mini's boot. You've been shopping again. More water. The man licked his lips and fidgeted, his one shoulder squirming up and down. Yes, well. Cut the bullshit, man. Heather gasped, Max. No, Hev. Pack rat here knows something and he ain't telling. The man pulled a face. My name is James. Huh, Max frowned. I'm not gonna lie, mate. I wasn't expecting you to pull out a name like James. Why not? The man shook his head testily. My parents are Christians from Lebanon. I was born here. What do you think I should be called? Max put his hands up. I'm not trying to be a dick. Then it must be effortless. Ha, zinger. Look, it's good to meet you, James. I'm Max and this is my friend Heather. I know. How do you know? Because Heather just introduced herself. Oh, yeah. Max rubbed at his face like he was washing it in the shower. Then he shook his head and sighed. Can we start again? I don't mean to bother you, James, really, but you're clearly stockpiling food and water. I don't think it's because you're crazy, so what is it? What are you worried about? James closed both the back doors of his Mini and started walking back up his driveway. I'm starting to feel harassed, so please just leave me alone. Come on, man, Max followed him. Why won't you speak to me? Do I need to call the police? Because if you don't go. You have a duty, Heather said, almost shouting it. She left the statement hanging there unaddressed until James put his hands on his hips and turned back to face her. You have a duty, she repeated. If something bad is on its way and you keep it to yourself, then you'll be partly responsible for whatever happens, won't you? It's like failing to tell someone there's a fire. If they burn to death, it's on you. James opened his mouth and licked his lips. I, I really don't know what you're talking about, but if you don't leave my driveway. It's the virus, isn't it? Max said. We just got attacked by some guy at work. At first, I thought he was drunk, but now I think about it, it doesn't add up. He was way worse than any drunk person, more like a brain-dead person. And he had a cold. He gave a joyless huff. Half the country has a cold. A man attacked you. James lowered his hands from his hips and let them dangle by his sides. How? What did he do? Max shrugged. He just charged at us like a bull. Nothing we said or did could get through to him. James sighed. His entire body seemed to deflate. After a moment, he took a step forward and looked them up and down. Do either of you feel unwell? Heather folded her arms like she didn't appreciate being examined. No, we're both fine. Why? Max didn't know whether the tickle at the back of his throat qualified as feeling unwell, but he chose not to disclose it. He wanted answers. We're both fine, James, but I've got this feeling that everything is about to crumble. So please, just tell me, why does it look like you're preparing for the end of the world? James put a palm to his forehead and began muttering. It was like he was having an argument with himself, but thankfully, once it was over, he waved a hand and ushered them both in the direction of his house. Come inside. I'll tell you what I know. Lanny arrived at the address in Kingsnorth that he had written on a scrap of paper and wondered whether to go inside. After talking to his editor, Mark, over the phone, he had chosen to remain in the South for a few days to investigate further. He had a fresh set of clothes and had spent the last 2 nights in a quiet bed and breakfast in Folkestone. It was now a little after 7 p.m. on Friday the 16th, but the tiny vape shop advertised itself as being open until 8. The lights were on and a single man stood behind a glass counter inside. This was a point of no return and Lanny knew it. The risks he had taken on the beach at Calais had been one thing, but this was another entirely. This was confronting potential criminals on their own turf. This was danger and possibly folly, beyond anything he had ever faced. How far do I want to go? How much of a journalist do I want to be? Lanny had very little to give the police besides claims that he had witnessed an unidentified package cross the channel and that it was, apparently, supposed to have been delivered here. It was unlikely they would take action based on his word, but if they did, then it would mean the end of the story for him. The only answers he would get if the police were involved would be the ones given out by the press office later down the line. So to find out what had been inside the black backpack and who it was supposed to go to, he would have to investigate himself. After everything he'd been through in the last few days, he couldn't just let this go. Not yet. If he were smart, he could do so safely. If he were smart, he could dig up the truth and go home. He pushed open the vape shop's door, causing a bell to jangle overhead. The man behind the counter gave him a nod and said hello through a thick black beard. "Good evening," Lanny replied. He strode up to the counter, attempting to exude a confidence he didn't particularly feel. He put a hand down on the glass counter and peered at the colorful vapes and refills beneath. Then he gave the other man a polite smile. "I have a friend who was supposed to make a delivery here a few days ago, but he ended up in the hospital." Rather than show curiosity, the man simply nodded. He got attacked coming over from Calais, Lanny went on, and somebody stole his backpack. I'm here to offer his apologies and to see if there's anything I can do to make up for it. I don't know what you're talking about, mate. Are you from the wholesalers or something? Lanny noted a feigned impatience in the man. He was trying to appear confused, but he failed to disguise the antagonistic glint in his eye. No, I've come from Calais. Your colleague gave my friend a package on the beach, but it's been lost. I'm sorry. You got the wrong place, mate. The man turned around and started rearranging a display of iPhone cases on the back wall. Maybe try Donnie's vapes on Edward Street. No, Lanny looked at the slip of paper in his hand. This is the place. Al Vapes. Look, I just want to know if there's going to be any trouble for my friend. He was well paid to bring the package here, but he's willing to give it all back to make things right. Should I bring the money to you? The man turned back around and leaned over the counter. He narrowed his eyes, dark eyelashes coming together. Lanny detected the familiar scent of oud. Listen, right, because you're starting to irritate me. I've got no idea what you're talking about, so piss off, yeah. Lanny stepped back and sighed. Nodding for several seconds, he prepared himself to push a little harder. He hadn't expected this to go easy, nothing ever did. All right, I'm going to say a few things, and I hope I make myself clear. This is the first thing you should know. He pulled out his press card. It had been safely hidden in the waistband of his jogger bottoms on the beach, along with the preloaded debit card. It was somewhat of a get-out-of-jail-free card in certain situations, but he didn't know how useful it would be right now. I'm an undercover journalist. The man didn't flinch, and the second thing you should know is that I have several colleagues who all know I'm here. Attempt to harm me in any way, and the police will be here in minutes. Having said that, if you don't assist me with my questions, I'll be handing everything over to them and they'll likely be here anyway. But that doesn't need to happen. I want answers, not an arrest. The man smirked and began stroking his beard. You are a crazy man, huh? Maybe I should call the police. You're harassing me, yeah. Go ahead. You can use my phone. Lanny pulled out his cheap mobile phone and placed it face up on the counter. It displayed the photograph he had taken of Ankett's injuries before leaving Harland Hospital. Oh, this is your courier, by the way, the one who ended up in hospital. I'm sure he'd be willing to make a full statement to the police about the two men on the beach in Calais who handed him the package. I also took plenty of video footage when I was over there undercover. In fact, I spent days gathering evidence. Now, he drummed his fingers casually on the glass counter. You might not mind a bunch of police coming into your business and making a mess, but I'm assuming your partners overseas would be less than pleased. So, tell me what I want to know and I'll go away. Nobody will ever know I was here. Whatever story I go on to write doesn't need to mention you or this business. It's registered to an Ali Khan officially, right? But I'm guessing that won't lead to anyone real. That's okay, though. I'm good at digging into people's affairs. I can be a real pest when I want to be. Come on, brother. Allah is watching us. The man sneered. You think I'm Muslim? Look, you need to get the fuck out of here, my friend, before I throw you out, okay? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to assume. Either way, I'm counting on you to be a decent man and help me. Fuck you, is that helpful enough? Lanny chuckled. The man was angry, but he was also losing. One more little prod might be all it took. You really think you're smart, don't you? All of these vape shops and candy stores. He put his hands up and chuckled. I know. The police have been turning a blind eye for years now, but why don't you look up Operation Venetic or Trigona? You might think you're getting away with something, but you're not. It's all being watched, recorded, and prepackaged to use against you when the time is right. At some point soon, the cobra will strike, and all of you arrogant, naive little criminals will end up showering together in a dirty cell block. Piss off. I'm not going anywhere. So, either reveal who you work for or go down with a sinking ship. Drug smuggling has a hell of a prison sentence. Drugs, the man put both hands on the counter and stood up straight. Ha, you act like you know something, but you don't. Lanny shook his head and tried to hide his dismay at having missed a swing right when he had the guy on the ropes. He'd been bluffing his way through this so well, and now. Look, drugs, money, guns. I don't care about the what, I care about the who. The man was shaking his head and chuckling, his tension all gone. You should just get out of here, mate, while you still can. Is that a threat? No, just some advice in it. You want to get a story for your newspaper. Just wait, because it's coming. Lanny clenched his fists. The man's arrogant smirk was too much to bear. He refused to be mocked or belittled by a worthless criminal. They were supposed to fear him, fear having their true natures exposed. But what could he do? He wasn't a violent man, nor did he intend to become one. Violence was a toxin from his childhood he had expelled when he left home. He would not be his father's son. Fine, okay, I've got a few facts wrong, but I've only just started. The thing you need to know about me is that I don't give up and I don't give in. Bullies don't scare me, and neither do bad men like you. Tell me what I need to know, right now, or I'll get those answers out of you the hard way later down the line. But later comes with consequences, trust me. It wasn't enough to remove the man's smirk, but it was enough to make him fold his arms and shake his head in a way that suggested a begrudging respect. You are a crazy man, brother, huh? Allah will welcome you for your courage. I don't follow Islam, brother, but I believe Allah blesses good men willing to take action. Whether he welcomes me into his kingdom or not is up to him. Tell me what was inside the backpack that my friend was supposed to deliver here. If not drugs, then what? That smirk finally went away, like a bad smell leaving the room. Okay, my crazy brother, I'll tell you, because I want to see what you do. Your friend's package was just one of several being delivered, but it wasn't drugs or guns. Then what was it? The man stroked his beard again, almost as if he were enjoying a moment of villainy. It was an activator. Lanny licked his lips. An activator of what? You and everyone else in this country are going to find out. Call it a lesson. Conversation snippet from social media forum, The Lemon Tree. Account DETAILS unverified. Godfrey 129. The only thing left to do is die. That's the only way for any of us to escape this fucking mess. Die, and take as many of the bastards with you as you can. BPRUD. Hey buddy, what's wrong? You okay? Godfrey 129 has disconnected. Chapter 10. Steve had never set foot inside a mosque before, and he found it ironic that this was where he had ended up. It wasn't a grand building, not like the ones in the city with the gilded minarets. It was just a small, repurposed end terrace on what he liked to call Packy Avenue. Over the years, the street had gradually become a ghetto as more and more Muslim families moved in and made life hell for anyone else remaining. Then, whenever a decent white family gave in to the harassment and moved out, another cousin or uncle would come over from Pakistan and take up another house. It was like a virus multiplying and killing its host. Steve was done trying to stop it, but he wasn't about to live in a third-world country either. The front door was open, so he climbed the 3 paved steps and went inside the lit hallway. Immediately, the smell hit him, powerful spices and God knows what else. There was a faint haze in the air, some kind of incense that clung to his lungs. To his left, a large shoe rack was stuffed with sandals, trainers, and work shoes. The cramped corridor was otherwise empty, except for a small sink in a wooden surround. An odd place to wash your hands, but these were odd people. Steve slipped the backpack off his shoulder and took out the glass and metal contraption. He had no idea what was going to happen when he flipped the toggle switch, but he was looking forward to it. Even if it meant his death, he was finally doing something that mattered, and he wouldn't have to explain himself afterwards. It would just be done. There were 2 doors off the hallway. Mumbled voices were coming from behind the one directly in front of him, so that was the one he went and opened. He held his breath and stepped through into the next room. Sound and smell took over incense and the spices from the hallway. The sudden sight of a dozen kneeling men staring back at him was intimidating, but rather than retreat, he strode forward confidently. To keep the strangers at bay, he held the contraption above his head and made an announcement. I have a bomb, so nobody move." A dozen voices spoke at once, a mixture of anger and confusion. Fortunately, no one got up to confront Steve, and instead their eyes all fell upon the 3 glass tubes above his head. He took a moment to familiarize himself with the room. It was a modest, open space with a green carpet. At the back of the room was a wide wooden lectern, behind which stood a man in pajamas and a headscarf. The Imam, right, the one who teaches the others how to hate everything about the West. "Nobody move," Steve reiterated. His voice was jittery, but he quickly steadied it. "All it takes is one flick of this switch, and you'll all be with your precious Allah." The Imam put both hands out in front of him and asked his worshippers to remain calm and kneeling. He spoke with a gravelly voice, as if he were congested from a cold. "Let us deal with this peacefully, my brothers. What we have here is a test to see if we can help a man in spiritual distress." Steve scowled. "Are you talking about me? Because I don't need your fucking help." "I disagree." The man was so relaxed, almost like he had expected this to happen on a Friday night. His dark eyes focused intently on Steve, making it hard for him to look away. Pain has led you here, my friend, and pain makes us do terrible, unforgivable things. But why do you want to hurt us? What have we done to deserve your anger? Steve kept an eye on the crowd. A few of the men seemed afraid, their wide eyes darting back and forth as if seeking a way out, but most of them just seemed angry. One young man in particular was hyperventilating with rage, like he wanted to leap up and tear Steve apart. His wide eyes were red and bleary. Yellow snot dripped from both his nostrils and settled in his beard. The imam spoke again, his voice low but somehow perfectly audible. This is a place of peace and protection. Why don't you put that device down and let us help you? No sin has yet been committed. Steve sneered. You think you have it all won, don't you? You stand there with your hands open, talking about peace, but truthfully all you want is to take over. But we see it now. We all see what you really are, and we reject your bullshit religion. Fuck Allah. Many in the crowd hissed, but the imam kept his focus on Steve. His eyes were also bloodshot and weepy. Clearly, the men in this room had been spreading a cold. Let's not make this about religion. We are just two men speaking right now. Words can solve any problem. So, tell me what has brought you here tonight. Why do you want to hurt those gathered here? Because I've had enough. You can't get away with it any longer. I won't let you. Get away with what? Steve waved his arms, the 3 glass tubes clinking above his head. With everything. You spread your hatred and criticize everything about this country, and nobody does a thing to stop you. You call yourself a minority, but that's a fucking joke. Whites are a global minority. We are the ones at risk of extinction. Where are my fucking rights, huh? Where is my justice? I believe in justice, the imam said, a slight crack in his voice that betrayed his calmness. All men deserve it. Steve's hands were sweating. He felt a dampness at the back of his neck. You didn't give a shit about justice when one of you mowed my sister down while she was crossing the road. Nah, you all closed ranks then, didn't you? 100 of you, all giving each other alibis and claiming racism every time a copper asked a question. Not one of you gave the bastard up. To you, my sister's life meant nothing. Just a non-Muslim white girl, right? The imam closed his eyes and lowered his head. So that is the pain that has brought you here. When was your sister taken from you? A long time ago, Steve spat, but recent enough that I can still hear her laugh. He thudded a fist against his chest, still holding the bomb aloft with the other. Recent enough that I still feel her here. This is all for her. I'm going to punish you fuckers and show you what it's like to be a victim. The crowd was beginning to stir, several of the men seeming as if they were ready to leap up and take action. If Steve were going to do this, he would have to do it now. I have no choice. This is happening. The imam clicked his fingers at his people and told them to remain where they were. He told them that Allah was watching and that he expected pure hearts and courage. Then he bowed towards Steve again and announced, "Brother, your pain is real. Nobody will tell you it is not. Evil is also real, and it exists everywhere, even amongst the followers of Islam. But we must combat evil together through love and compassion and forgiveness." Shut up. Steve's arms began to shake, rattling the glass tubes above his head. You're not going to stop me, Just shut up. Brother, what you are planning to do will only spread hate, and hate will take more innocent lives like that of your sister. You judge all Muslims the same, but I promise you that the young men in this room are decent. They are brothers and sons, fathers and uncles. They are ordinary men struggling to live ordinary lives in these extraordinary times. Stop, be quiet. The Imam reached out with both hands. Please, I beg you to put down your bomb so that I may embrace you. Choose forgiveness and see it given back to you in kind. This is not a place for hatred. Please, brother, what is your name? Stephen. I love you, Stephen. Allah loves you. He wants you to let go of your hate. Steve nodded, tears running down both cheeks. Suddenly, the bomb felt twice as heavy. He was desperate to put it down. Taking a moment to compose himself, he looked the Imam in the eye. You can love me all you like. He took a deep breath, trying not to panic, but I fucking hate you. He flipped the switch on the bomb and tossed the contraption onto the carpet. Nothing happened. Chapter 11. James's house was a cross between a home and a warehouse. A smart leather three-piece suite filled the spacious living room, but each sofa was piled with boxes of crisps, nuts, and other dried snacks. Pallets of bottled water filled the kitchen, while food cans formed a 3-foot pyramid on the dining room table. Seemingly from habit, James grabbed the television remote from a side table in the living room and switched on the television mounted over an electric fireplace. Then he sat down on a stack of dried dog food. Max didn't see a dog. I have a cousin who lives in Delhi, James said, and then waited while Max and Heather found places to perch themselves. Max sat on the main sofa, in a gap between boxes of supermarket brand crisps. He works for a pharmaceutical company as a market analyst. Part of his job is tracking illness trends. Max crossed his ankles and eased back into the cushions. You mean trying to work out where the profit is? Yes, that would be correct. If there's an increase in eczema cases in a certain region, then my cousin's company would know to increase the production of skin creams and anti-itch medication. Same thing goes for colds, flu, and all other seasonal conditions. So your cousin is a virus guy working in India, where they say a horrible new virus has emerged, Max said. What a coincidence. James gave a chortle. Serendipitous, right? I don't know what that means. Heather cleared her throat. Has your cousin warned you about something, James? Is this virus in India really bad? James laced his hands together on his lap and stared at a patch of carpet not covered by a pile of foodstuffs. He told me about a small town in central India where his company has a research facility. The only people living there are employees and their families. My cousin used to check in regularly with a colleague who transferred there, a friend, but a few weeks ago, they stopped answering his emails. So he tried to call, but the entire switchboard was down. Then he was told by higher-ups that the facility had been closed down after a catastrophic fire, and that he should stop asking questions. Okay, Heather said, might be true. What difference does it make? James disappeared out of the room without excusing himself. Now that he was at home, he seemed less anxious, but also more distracted. Max nodded at Heather and whispered, "This place is insane. I need to put the guy in touch with Justin." "Your therapist?" "Yeah. How's that been going?" Max shrugged. "Yeah, turns out I really am a screw-up. I got a special sticker and everything." Heather rolled her eyes. "You're such a doofus." Then she shushed him. "He's coming back." James re-entered the room. There was something different about him. Max pointed, not sure if he was seeing what he was seeing. "You've got something on your shoulder." Heather started fidgeting and pulled her ankles together. "Is that a rat?" James looked at the gray and white rodent perched on his left shoulder and then let out a chuckle. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even think. I'm not used to visitors. This is Squeak. She's just lost her sister, so gets lonely if I don't let her out. Are both of you okay with rats?" "Is that a serious question?" Heather asked, still fidgeting. Max couldn't help but smile. The little fur ball seemed harmless enough, crouched on James's shoulder and sniffing at the air. I'm cool with it, long as it doesn't have the plague. Pet rats are very clean. People get the wrong idea about them." "Yeah, sure. Hello there, Squeak." The rat ignored him. "We should get going," Heather said, "unless you have more to tell us about." "Everybody in India is sick," he said, leaning forward and refocusing on them. "Not like here. Not half the people. Everybody. The entire country is down with the same bug, coughing and sneezing and unable to get out of bed. The Prime Minister has referred to it as Batty Ch Hink, the Great Sneeze." Max tittered. "Cool name. So you think it's some super virus cooked up in a lab, like COVID but worse?" "It isn't worse," Heather argued. "COVID killed people. COVID put people in hospital. This bug that's going around is no worse than a cold. My uncle had it last week and now he's fine." "Yes, in most cases it's harmless," James agreed, "but in others," he shook his head, "it affects some people differently. It makes them angry, delirious." Heather and Max shared a look. Max licked his lips and swallowed, like the guy who attacked us at work earlier. "Yes, just like him. My cousin estimates that maybe 1 in 1,000 people have a bad reaction to the virus and become violent, maybe more." "Why isn't it in the news?" Heather asked, her dark eyebrows knitting together in a V. "People should know all the facts." "My cousin said the pharmaceutical giant he works for has a lot of power and influence. It's possibly been working alongside the Indian government to cover things up and avoid any punitive sanctions." "Wouldn't be surprising," Max said. "Everything is corrupt these days. No one ever gets held accountable because they hide behind corporate entities." A sudden buzzing sound got everyone's attention. "Oh, my phone is ringing," Heather said, and she pulled it out of her pocket. "Huh, it's Oliver." Max frowned. "The hell does he want?" She stood up. "God knows, I'll go answer it." Max put his hands in his lap and watched her go into the dining room. "My cousin says things are getting really bad in India," James said, the rat still on his shoulder. "There have been more and more acts of violence. Everyone is afraid. The police are cracking down and enforcing curfews. No one is dying, though, right? Like Heather said, it's just a bad case of the sniffles in most cases. So far, yes. But is it a work in progress? What if someone is trying to engineer a virus that makes 1 in 100 people violent? Or 1 in 10? What, like some kind of angry people apocalypse? Nah, that's crazy, man. I mean, as much as I believe in conspiracies, why would anybody want to screw things up that badly? Everything is about money, so why not build a virus that causes everyone to have a blinding headache, then come along with the only cure? James didn't give an answer. He stared at the TV on the wall and chewed on his lip as if he were mulling something over. The news was on, a reporter sitting at a desk and talking over whatever was happening in a small video feed playing in the top right corner of the screen. "You really think things are going to get bad?" Max asked, looking around at all the cornflakes, canned food, and everything else. "Gonna be hella embarrassing if you're wrong." James chuckled and offered a pinky finger for his pet rat to sniff. "I'd rather be embarrassed than right. You won't tell anyone, will you, about all this? That you're a single box of long-life milk away from a Netflix special? Nah, course not. You're a paranoid fella, but in this day and age, who can blame you? What's your plan, though, out of interest? Say the shit does hit the fan." He shrugged. "Stay indoors and wait things out, I suppose. What else can anyone do? And the dried dog food. It lasts a long time and has a very good calorie to cost ratio. Because it's dog food." James blushed. "I'm hoping not to have to eat it. Maybe it'll be a good reason to get a dog instead of a—" Max eyed the rat on his shoulder and suddenly felt guilty at the sight of its cute little whiskers. He stood up, brushed his hands together, and offered James a handshake, but the man declined. "Oh, yeah, germs. Okay, well, I'll leave you to your—" His attention fell on the television. A live video was streaming from somewhere with a caption that read, "Police standoff at New Haven Mosque." James grabbed the remote and turned up the volume. Someone in the news studio was speaking over the video, but there was no other sound, visual only. "What is this?" Max asked. "Has there been a terrorist attack or something?" James responded by turning up the volume further. The studio reporter spoke at a calm pace, but there was a tinge of excitement in her voice. "Allahs are trying to reason with local worshippers who claim an unidentified male attempted to detonate a bomb inside their mosque. The accused was badly beaten after the bomb apparently failed to detonate, but was able to escape into the street, where several motorists allegedly stopped to offer aid. A standoff has now ensued, with both sides trying to gain custody of the injured man." Max studied the screen and tried to make out the details. There was a bloodied man lying in the road with 2 paramedics tending to him. Several police officers had formed a wall to keep him protected from a group of angry-looking men. "This country gets worse and worse," James said. "Everyone fighting each other over every little thing." Max was about to reply, but he gasped instead when he saw a man in a headscarf suddenly leap above the crowd. He made it 6 feet into the air, and he came down on top of a police officer with his fingers extended like the claws on a cat. A brief struggle ensued until the man appeared to bite the officer on the neck like some kind of vampire. Then two more men from the crowd launched themselves at the police officers. The standoff turned into a brawl. The crowd became a blur as bodies collided left and right, and police officers hit out with riot shields and batons. But the officers were outnumbered and quickly became overwhelmed. The injured man lying in the road made it to his feet with the aid of two paramedics, and the three of them hurried over to a parked ambulance. The feed cut away to the studio, a pair of reporters promising to provide fresh updates as the scene unfolded. Max looked at James. Neither man spoke. Squeak gave a little squeak. "I'm going back to work," Heather said, re-entering the room. "What?" Max turned to her and frowned. "What do you mean?" She held up her phone and waggled it. "Oliver promised to pay me double rate for the next 2 weeks if I come back to work. He's desperate." She beamed. "He was absolutely begging me." "You can't go back to work. Screw Oliver." "I need the money, Max. He apologized for how he spoke to me, so why hold a grudge?" Max groaned. "You regret quitting, don't you?" "Well, it was a little hasty. Anyway, Oliver has promised not to talk to me like that ever again, so I have him over a barrel. He'd do anything right now because everyone else has called in sick. So he wants us both back." He said, "just me." Max folded his arms and tutted. "Charming." "Hey, why don't you come with me, Max? I bet Oliver will give you your job back if you make peace." "Come on," she said, pouting. "I don't want to work there without you." "Really? Well, what about the dude who attacked us? What happened after we left?" "Moya dealt with it. Then the police took the guy away. It's sordid. Oliver knows it wasn't our fault." Max turned back to face the television. He had a bad feeling. In fact, he'd had a sickly feeling growing in his gut for a while. A fight outside a mosque shouldn't concern him, but it felt like a bad omen, and going back to work suddenly seemed dangerous. People were becoming violent, just like James said, and few places were as exposed in a crisis as a supermarket. "I think James is right to be worried about this virus, Hev. Maybe we should just stay indoors for a while and see what happens." She huffed. "Everything is fine, Max. I know you're worried, but it's all fake news and clickbait. Let's just go back to work, yeah." "You really think it's okay?" "Even if it's not," she said, "what can we do about it? We can't just stop our lives because of something that might happen. No one can predict the future, so why even try?" Max lowered his head and sighed. She had a good point. Why worry about things you had no power to change? Why panic? Eventually, he turned to James with an apologetic smirk on his face. "Fancy giving us a lift back to work? You can grab some more shopping while you're there." James groaned, which caused Squeak to flinch on his shoulder, but he ended up nodding. "Help me make room in my boot, and then we'll go." Chapter 12. The 3-hour train journey turned into 6. No one would say exactly what, but something was clearly causing disruption to the rail network. Kaz checked the news on her phone frequently, and it only got more alarming. Some kind of racist attack had occurred at a mosque in the southeast. Then there were reports of another deadly assault at a nursing home in Grantham, with multiple fatalities. Every time she checked her phone, there seemed to be a new incident of violence happening somewhere in the country. The only pattern was that there was no pattern. What the hell is going on? Sadie looked up from her coloring. Are we nearly there? Yes, honey. The train will start moving again in a minute. How long till Auntie Rachel? Kaz looked out the window at the station sign Doncaster. They hadn't been supposed to stop until York. We're about an hour away, maybe less if we get going again soon. I need more insulin. Everything I had was in my suitcase. She didn't know if the shakiness she was feeling was anxiety or the early signs of a diabetic hypo. Usually, she could get through a day with a single insulin shot, but after all the excitement back at King's Cross, she feared she wouldn't make it long enough to reach a chemist. She had been nibbling on a Snickers bar to keep her blood levels stable. I'll be fine. Just need to relax until we reach Durham. The carriage doors weren't open and no one was getting on or off the train. The passengers sat checking their phones and looking around furtively. There was a bad vibe in the air, a worry that no one could put a name to. For God's sake, I just want to get home, said an older woman across the aisle a few rows up. Her husband put a wrinkled hand on top of hers, his thick gold wedding ring glinting. We can't do anything about it, Petal, so let's just enjoy the rest. It wasn't enough to cheer the woman up, but it did elicit a nod. She closed her eyes and laid her head back against the seat cushion. Kaz smiled. She wanted someone nice to grow old with like that, someone who would pat her hand and calm her down when she was getting irate. But maybe it was too late for that. She had a feeling that if she were to ask the elderly couple when they had met, they would inform her they were childhood sweethearts or teen lovers. When it was meant to be, it was meant to be. For Kaz, it was starting to feel like it was never meant to be. She had managed to get most of the blood off her hands in the toilet cubicle, but it still stained her blouse. It was mostly her blood from her probably broken nose, but she knew that some of it was Mike's. He had bled on her when he had fallen on the knife. Did he fall on it? Or did I stab him? Is he dead? She had left him bleeding out on the platform at King's Cross. She would be forever haunted by the image, especially if that was the last time she would ever see him. As much as she wanted to be rid of Mike, she hadn't wanted him dead. He could still be alive. It was busy on the platform. Someone would have called for help. Alive or dead, the police would certainly be looking for Kaz. Hopefully, there were enough CCTV cameras and witnesses to explain that Mike had come after her with a knife. But what if there was? Could she actually end up in prison? It seemed insane to think of her life suddenly going that way, but then so many things felt wrong today. The world was off kilter. She reached over and stroked Sadie's hair. The table between them was littered with crisp packets and chocolate wrappers, remnants of their picnic. "I won't ever let anyone take you away," she whispered. "They'd have to kill me first." Sadie looked up with a smile. "Mommy, look." She lifted the paper she had been coloring and showed her work. It was a bright picture of the two of them riding horses in the clouds and holding puppies. The details were impressive. Kaz felt herself tear up at the simple, childlike beauty of it. "It's the best thing you've ever drawn, honey. I think you're really talented." "I want to be a famous painter." She said it with such conviction that she must have had no doubt that it would one day come to pass. Like Piccolo. Picasso. Yahoo! Something thudded against the window and made both of them jump. So did the elderly couple sitting nearby. Kaz rolled her eyes and growled when she saw that it was simply a young lad in a hoodie acting the fool. She banged a fist against the glass and glared at him, but he didn't care. He went cavorting off with his mates, leaping up on the platform benches and behaving like a monkey. Idiot. As she continued glaring, Kaz saw a flash of bright yellow. It was a pair of police officers in fluorescent jackets. One of them had his ear tilted towards a radio on his shoulder and was nodding along to whatever was being said. When he turned his head and pointed at the train, it sent a shiver down her spine. Was this it? Were the police about to come aboard and arrest her right in front of Sadie? Would they charge her with murder? Would Mike somehow succeed in controlling her life even in death? The police officers started towards the train, one of them still talking into his radio. The other one pointed at his wristwatch. Kaz wished she could hear what they were saying. "Okay, honey, do you want to put your pencils away? Are we getting off? I just want to get packed up and neat. We still haven't tidied up after our picnic." There was a grinding sound. Her chair vibrated. The police officers continued heading for the train, but the train began to move. A sharp ding heralded an announcement. "We apologize for the many delays today, folks, but we are now back en route to our final destination, which is Durham. All please disembark at Durham. Thank you for traveling with LNER." The police officers broke apart, one moving left and the other moving right. They came to a stop a few feet from the platform edge, where a red-jacketed man appeared and joined them. It was a platform attendant, and the three of them entered into a conversation and turned away. Kaz let out the breath she had been holding. Thank God. Sadie was packing away her pencils as she had been instructed. She was a good girl, and Kaz felt tears in her eyes at the thought of what she had put her through. Living out of a suitcase for a week, and now the possibility that her mother might get arrested. "I love you, honey. No matter what, Mommy will always love you." Sadie looked up and smiled. "I love you too, Mommy. Can we have McDonald's for tea?" Kaz chuckled and pulled her daughter forward so they could bump heads over the table. "Anything you want, sweetie. We'll be there soon, okay?" "Okay." Kaz stared out the window at the passing scenery. Everything looked so ordinary, cars on the road, people on the street, but it didn't feel ordinary. It was like the moment before a storm, and electricity in the air, but it was starting to burn. She made eye contact with the grumpy old lady across the aisle. Neither of them managed to offer a smile. Chapter 13. It was almost 8 o'clock, which meant Smurfwaite's would be closing in a little over 2 hours' time. But that was going to be a hectic rush by the look of things. A path of destruction had been forged through the front of the store. A dozen metal shopping baskets scattered all over the entrance area, and a horde of runaway potatoes escaped from their boxes in the grocery section. There was also what looked like a blood stain on the floor. Moya was sitting on a chair outside the customer toilets, right by the store's entrance. He had shed his puffy black security jacket and was currently nursing a bandaged arm. His forehead glistened with sweat. Despite being over 6 feet tall, he seemed small and frail. Max went over to him with Heather and James. "Shit, man, what happened to you?" He flinched like he'd been sleeping with his eyes open. "Maxwell, you're back." "Yeah, you okay, man?" He held up his bandaged arm and chuckled. "Mad brudda bit me." "The drunk guy, he bit you." "Took a bite right out of my arm like it was a spicy sausage. Police took him away, though, so it's all good." He looked around, his eyes slightly misty. "Made a big mess getting him outside." "So it seems," James said. "It looks like a rhino passed through here." "Yeah, man was stronger than he looked. Took 3 officers to get him out of here." "My word." Heather and Max exchanged a glance. How had one guy managed to cause so much destruction? Had he really just been inebriated? Max licked his lips. Or did he have the virus? "Where's Oliver?" Heather asked. "Bossman is cleaning up in the alcohol aisle. He hella stressed, you know." "I'll bet, thanks Moya." Heather headed off to find Oliver, but Max lingered. "You really don't look good, Moya. Do you need to go to the hospital?" "Nah, man." He dabbed at his forehead with the back of his bandaged arm. A small spot of blood was leaking through. "I'm just catching my breath. Don't worry about me." "All right. Well, I'm gonna go see if I can get my job back." "Good luck." Yeah. Max hurried after Heather, but James stayed behind and broke off into the aisles, probably to do more shopping. They had taken the stuff out of his boot, so he was all ready to stock up again. Max had the feeling that if James hadn't been fretting about the India virus, he would be stressing over something else. He was clearly a bit of an oddball. Most guys his age would be married with kids. He doesn't even have a cat. Plenty of dog food, though. And a rat. Max and Heather headed into the booze aisle. Sure enough, they found Oliver mopping the floor and mumbling to himself. "I don't know what the world is coming to. What an absolute mess." "Hey, Oliver." Heather waved a hand and stepped over a cracked gin bottle lying in a puddle of its own guts. "Reporting back for duty." Oliver looked up, his face as white as a sheet. "Thank heavens. Can you go and oh, Max, what are you doing here?" Max grunted. "Good to see you too, mate." "I thought you wanted us back at work." "I called Heather, not you." Heather gestured pleadingly. "Come on, can't we all make up? What happened earlier was no one's fault." "Well, maybe the drunk guy's fault," Max said, grinning at Oliver but getting nothing back in return. "I accept that you both had a situation to deal with," Oliver said, "but assaulting a member of the public is not the right way to go. I informed the area manager and she's furious about the whole thing. That man could sue us." "No, sorry, Max, but you're gone. I just hope the police don't get further involved." "What?" Max flapped his arms. "Are you serious? The guy came at me. Sorry for not giving him a great big hug." Oliver turned to Heather, acting as though Max wasn't even there. "I offered you your job back, so can you please go do it? We have 2 hours until closing and there's mess everywhere. I tried to get relief from another store, but they're all having the same staff shortages that we are. It's all hands on deck. So give Max his job back and he can help." "No, I'm sorry, but that's not happening. Just go and get the floor polisher, would you?" Heather stood there, shaking her head. Max knew what she was struggling with, so he decided to make it easy for her. "Hey, don't worry about it, Hev. Go back to work, okay? We'll keep in touch." "Of course we will." She let out a sigh and then gave him an apologetic look. "I'll text you later." "A groovy." She headed off, but then stopped and turned back. "Groovy. I was trying something new." "You need to leave," Oliver said, turning to face Max. "You've been fired." Max wafted a hand in the air. "Yeah, yeah." He started to leave, but first grabbed a bottle of vodka from the shelf. "Put that back." "What? Why? I'm a member of the public now. I can still buy stuff, can't I?" "No, you can't come in here." Max closed his eyes for a second. Today had been a rough day, and all his patience was gone. All he wanted to do was go home and get drunk. And if Oliver was no longer his boss, then he didn't have to put up with his bullshit anymore. Screw this. Max put the bottle down and walked over to Oliver. "This is the only supermarket within walking distance of my house. I'm not going to let you ban me for no reason." "It isn't for no reason, it's B." "Listen to me, Oliver. I'm going to ignore the fact that you fired me without doing things by the book, okay? But I'm going to continue shopping here, and if you have a problem with that, I'll contact HR and demand a tribunal for wrongful dismissal. And you know how those things go, right? Anything to avoid a lawsuit. Luckily for you, though, I don't want to waste another second of my life here, but don't fucking push it, okay?" Oliver rotated his grip on the mop handle he was holding. His knuckles bulged and turned white. "How dare you?" Max took a last step forward and looked his former boss right in the eye. "Trust me, Oliver, I have nothing better to do now than make a nuisance of myself. So just take the easy option and let me shop here." Oliver held his stare for a moment, but eventually turned away. "Fine. You can shop here, Max, but any nonsense and I'll have Moya throw you out." "I'll try to behave myself." Max grabbed the vodka bottle and walked away. Once out of earshot, he muttered the word, "asshole." He intended to go right to the checkout and pay, but as he passed by the various aisles, he spotted James filling a basket with dried pasta. Then he saw a woman in pink UGG boots and a fluffy white jacket that made her look like a sheep. She was streaming with snot and muttering to herself. No, not muttering. Arguing. What the hell? The woman was hissing and grunting, talking under her breath and making fists with her hands. She looked furious, but also like she was on another planet. He made sure to avoid her, and he headed into the aisles. But there he came across a scruffy-looking couple stumbling back and forth in the spice section and humming a disjointed tune. They, too, were streaming with snot and rubbing at their bloodshot eyes. It made Max even more concerned about the scratchy tickle at the back of his throat. Moya said the drunk dude bit him. Can a virus really make a person that deranged? Is there about to be an outbreak of crazy, bitey people? Max grabbed a shopping basket from over by the tills and then quickly joined James in the pasta and sauces aisle. When the man saw him, he nodded. "Did you get your job back, Max?" "No, change of plan. I've got some shopping to do." "Oh, me too." They both filled their baskets to the brim, adding as many long-life provisions as they could. Then they hurried to the checkout. When Max saw that the sole cashier, Nicholas, was sniffling and clearing his throat, he turned to James with a grim expression. "The shit's about to hit the fan, isn't it?" James didn't give him an answer. He just handed over his credit card and paid for his shopping. Chapter 14. Steve stared up at the glaring hospital lights and wished for total darkness. On a scale of 1 to 10, his headache was a 20. Those bastards had beaten the hell out of him. He didn't understand why the bomb hadn't gone off. He had flipped the switch and tossed it down on the old carpet inside the mosque, but the only thing it had done was emit an audible hiss. It had left him standing there with 24 sets of angry eyes glaring at him. He remembered the last thing that had gone through his mind. "I'm fucked." The men in the mosque had leapt up off their knees and plowed into him, so hard that he went cartwheeling and landed on his head. Bare feet had then assaulted him from a dozen angles, cracking his nose and crunching his bones. He faintly remembered the voice of the imam calling out for everyone to stop, but only a few had listened. But something buried deep inside Steve had then activated and given him a surge of strength, enough to allow him to fight his way back to his feet and stagger out of the mosque into the road. Thank God for the passing drivers who had seen him and leapt out to keep the mob at bay. They were all sick. Not the drivers, the worshippers from the mosque. "That's how I got away." Some of them started having seizures. It was like something out of a bizarre nightmare. Steve went to shift his position on the bed, but forgot he was handcuffed to the frame. The metal links cut into his flesh and made him moan as more pain was added to that which he was already in. 2 police officers stood outside his cubicle's curtain, and they poked their heads through the gap now to see what all the noise was about. When they saw he wasn't going anywhere, they turned back and resumed standing guard. The beeping of equipment outside was maddening. It made it impossible to clear his mind. They were going to throw the book at him, he knew it. His was a white face they could label terrorist, and they would lock him up until the day he died. All he had succeeded in doing was handing an easy victory to the enemy. Right now, though, he didn't care about prison, he just wanted the pain to stop. He was burning up as if he had the worst fever, and sometimes, when he stared up at the harsh lights, he saw strange shapes and colors. The inside of his cheek was bloody and chewed because he couldn't keep from biting it. In addition to his bruises and breaks, he had an almighty throbbing in his arm where the imam had bitten him. Why the hell did he bite me? At first, Steve had thought he was delirious, suffering from waking nightmares and imagining things all wrong, but the more he lay and rested, the clearer he pictured the bizarre scene. After stumbling into the road, pursued by his attackers, the ones who hadn't gone into seizures, Steve turned around and begged for mercy. The imam had been right there, calling for calm, the only merciful face in a sea of violence. But then something had changed. The imam had pushed his way forward into the road, facing off against 2 large men who had hopped out of a transit van to protect Steve. But he dodged right past them with impressive speed. Steve had thought the imam would embrace him and use his body to protect him, but instead he had bitten down on his upraised arm and torn a chunk of flesh away like it was a pork chop at a barbecue. He had then reared back, his bared teeth awash with blood. Thankfully, the two men from the van had then taken him down and managed to restrain him. Steve lay on the ground, howling with pain, as more vehicles stopped and more people jumped out to offer aid. Then the ambulance and two police cars arrived, which was when things had really gone insane. The police officers and the men from the mosque went to war, and it hadn't ended there. Steve escaped the violence with the two paramedics and climbed into the ambulance. Lying in the back of the vehicle, finally safe, he had laughed at the absurdity of it all. He had failed at detonating a bomb, but he had succeeded in starting a riot. Maybe things would turn out okay after all. But 5 police officers had been waiting to receive him at the hospital. They had allowed the medical staff to see to him, but only after handcuffing him to the bed by his right wrist. And there he had been lying ever since, staring up at cracked ceiling tiles. Was anyone even going to call his wife and let her know what was happening? Didn't he get a phone call? The hospital sounded busy. He hadn't seen the nurse in what felt like an hour or more. Time kept passing by in a haze, like when he closed his eyes after snoozing his alarm, only to open them 2 seconds later and find that 20 minutes had gone by. The loud voices and beeping medical devices hurt his ears. The lights felt like they were getting brighter. His head pounded like the morning after a lock-in, and my arm, it feels like it's going to burst. The nurse had bandaged his bite wound and provided him with pain relief, but his discomfort was only growing. His arm felt as if it were on fire. It was fucking wrong of them to leave him here suffering like this. He had rights, no matter how busy they were. Bloody NHS. I should kill them all, tear them apart with my bare hands. Steve shuddered. Where had such a violent thought come from? It was like a sudden rush of rage had hit him, and he wanted to chew his own arm off in order to get free. Get free so he could hurt people. Anyone he got his hands on. He was salivating, drool foaming at the corners of his mouth. A pounding drumbeat assaulted his eardrums, his heart hammering in his chest. And his cock was an iron rod beneath his sheets. I'm getting worked up, lying here thinking. He took a deep breath and tried to calm down, tried to keep his hands from shaking. The aggression was probably a reaction to his vulnerable position. If the men from the mosque were being treated here too, then what was stopping them from finding Steve and attacking him all over again? He was cuffed to a bed with no way of defending himself. So loud outside, like a dozen people were screaming at each other. And did he hear an alarm going off somewhere? Don't panic. There are police officers guarding me. I'm in no danger. Steve tried to relax, but he just couldn't ignore the pain in his arm any longer. What if the nurse had made a mistake? What if his wound was worse than she had realized? He couldn't help himself. He needed to know. So he bit the tape on his dressing and peeled it away with his teeth. Then he leaned over the railing so he could use his other hand, the one handcuffed to the bed frame. Unwinding the cotton bandage, he clenched his jaw in discomfort as he pictured a maggot-infested hole in his arm. When he pulled the bandage free, there were no maggots, but there was a gore-soaked piece of gauze. He had expected blood, but not the yellow, foul-smelling discharge. It caused him to gag. How was it even possible? When the nurse had inspected his arm earlier, an hour ago, too. The wound had been red, swollen, and bleeding slightly from a ragged gash where the imam's teeth had come together. It had looked like an ordinary, if moderately severe, bite mark. Now it was an immense, sucking wound that stretched from his wrist to his elbow. It was clearly infected with something awful that was turning his veins black and spreading fast. He tried to call out for help, but his throat felt like sandpaper. To get the police officer's attention, he rattled his cuffs against the bed frame. When an officer poked his head inside, Steve whimpered and nodded at his arm. "Shit," the officer said, his eyes going wide. I'll try to fetch someone, but it's a bit hectic out here." "Why?" Steve said. What is happening?" "They keep bringing people in with injuries. Just hold tight, okay? I'll go get help." I need a doctor. I'm not feeling." Suddenly, out of nowhere, the contents of Steve's stomach lurched up into his throat. Flopping to the side, he vomited over the railing and watched as hot brown liquid spattered on the floor. He let out a moan and then immediately vomited again, his guts turning inside out. It was several moments before he could even take a breath. He tried to speak, but all that escaped him was a howling gale of misery. His vision turned red. His teeth ached. "What the fuck is wrong with me? I'm fucking dying." Chapter 15. Lanny had got a hysterical call from his editor, Mark, about an unfolding incident at a nearby mosque. His exact words had been, "You're in the right place at the right time. Get your arse down there right now." So, despite being exhausted and carrying the weight of an ominous warning on his shoulders, Lanny had taken a taxi to the epicenter of a standoff between police and a group of angry worshippers. He hadn't been able to get close enough to speak with the police, but he had learned from other spectators that a lunatic had indeed tried to blow up their mosque. When they had pointed the man out to Lanny, lying on the ground and cowering behind several officers who were trying to protect him, he had been gobsmacked to recognize that it was the same man who had beaten Ankit. It was the most insane of coincidences, and yet it also felt like a foreboding sequence of related events. What am I not seeing here? What is going on? When the attempted mosque bomber had left the scene in the back of an ambulance, Lanny jumped back in a taxi and gave chase. The driver had lost it shortly after gaining on it, but his knowledge of the local area had been enough to surmise that it was on its way to Harland Hospital. Lanny hadn't expected to visit the hospital again after being there only days before, but that was where he found himself. It seemed he wasn't the only one visiting either, because a pair of shrieking ambulances arrived just as he did, and the car park was also chock-a-block. It couldn't all be due to the incident at the mosque. Something else was going on. The country is finished, the vape shop owner had warned him. It's all about to come crumbling down. When Lanny had pushed the man for more answers, he had simply laughed and said that people's colds were about to get much, much worse. Then two other men had walked into the store, and they had all threatened him into leaving. Now it was 10 at night, and Lanny was trying to make his way through the chaos of the hospital's interior, 10 times busier than it had been just 2 days ago, with multiple people nursing wounds in the corridors and waiting areas. Blood stained the floors. Coughing echoed down every corridor, a non-stop backing track of phlegmy hacking. Everyone is sick. Sick with that damned cold that's been going around. But they said it was harmless. Lanny could only think that the warning the vape shop man had given him was related to the virus that had struck down half the country. No doubt it was a highly contagious entity, but so far it had been relatively mild. Had that suddenly changed? The man in the vape shop had said Ankett's package contained an activator. What did that mean? He made his way through the busy corridors, heading for the same place he had gone to last time, the trauma department. He could only imagine what the Southeast's larger emergency departments were like, if a small one like this was so busy. They were clearly drowning under the pressure. All these people, and there's barely a doctor in sight. Around the next corner, he found an old man lying on the ground and reaching for a walking stick. People rushed in both directions, passing right by him. Oh no! He hurried over to help the man, hoisting him up onto his knees. Are you okay? Gee, get away from me. The old man pushed him weakly, feebly. Don't touch me. The gray-haired old man was caked in green snot. He reached for his walking stick with a shaking hand and then hobbled off unsteadily. Lanny couldn't decide whether he had fallen or been pushed. He carried on and eventually made it to the trauma ward. There, he saw a familiar face. The doctor was clearly rushed off his feet, but Lanny reached out to keep him from rushing off. Dr. Khan. I'm sorry, sir. You'll have to wait to be seen. No, wait, it's me. The journalist from a few days ago. The doctor stopped and squinted at Lanny. Slowly, his eyebrows lifted. Mr. Perjadhi. Yes, it's me. You've cleaned yourself up. I see you were being honest about being undercover. Lanny gave a glum smile and nodded. What's going on? The hospital is overrun. The doctor ran a hand down his face and groaned. They've just declared a crisis and called everyone in, but nobody knows why. Most of the patients I'm seeing are either heavily sick with some kind of virus, or they're injured from being assaulted. More and more arrive every minute. You're the journalist. Do you have any answers for this? It's a terrorist attack, Lanny said, but then shook his head. No, I shouldn't say that. I don't have proof, but I think something has been set in motion. It might have something to do with this cold virus going around. The doctor nodded, almost as if he were hearing something he had already suspected. Well, regardless of the reason, I'm needed elsewhere. Please tell me if you find out more. Wait, he grabbed the doctor's arm again. I think a patient arrived here earlier, the man who attacked the mosque. Yes, we have him. I need to see him. Good luck. He's been moved to room 6 under armed guard. We're waiting on an operating theater to amputate one of his arms. Amputate what? Dr. Khan shook his head and grew irritated. That's already more than I should say. Room 6. Go see him for yourself if the police will let you. The doctor rushed off, calling out to a nurse who was propping up an old man with a bloody nose. Various patients tried to swarm him, all demanding his attention, but there was no way he could see to them all. This place is a riot waiting to happen. There must be 100 patients for every doctor. People are going to start getting trampled. What on earth is happening? Something has activated. Lanny didn't know where room 6 was, so he took off past the ward and hoped to stumble upon it. When he saw a huddle of police officers in high-vis vests and toting firearms, he grew hopeful. Grabbing his press card out of his pocket, he held it aloft as he approached. Its top corner was dog-eared. "Officers, I'm looking for the man suspected of trying to attack a mosque. Do you have him?" The officer who addressed him was stern, his body tensed and ready. His weapon was some kind of stubby assault rifle. From the crow's feet around his eyes, he seemed wise enough to know that the situation at the hospital was escalating. "Please move away, sir. Please, I just want to speak with him. This isn't his first act of violence this week. I witnessed him assault a migrant 2 days ago." "Then you need to make a statement at your nearest police station. I can't allow anyone to speak with him." "Why not?" The officer looked at Lanny as if he thought he was an absolute prat. "Because he's a suspected terrorist under armed guard. As soon as the doctors clear him, he's going straight to Scotland Yard. Anyway, he's in no state to talk, even if I were to let you." Lanny frowned. Something about this wasn't making sense. "I saw him earlier. He made it into an ambulance of his own volition. He was beaten and bruised, but he didn't seem in too bad a state." "It's some kind of infection. He got bitten on the arm and it's turned bad." He pulled a face. "Extremely bad. They have him sedated while they wait to operate." "This is insane. Do you know why so many people are injured? The hospital is overrun." "I'm sorry, but you'll have to get your answers elsewhere." Lanny sighed. Most police officers straight up refuse to speak to journalists, so he should be grateful to have got anything. But there were so many questions that needed answering. "Can I just ask one more question? Not as a journalist, just as someone who is freaking out right now." The officer adjusted his grip on his weapon, perhaps as a warning to buzz off. "What? Is this happening everywhere?" The officer licked his lips, and for a moment his stern facade crumbled. "Yes, there's been increased call-outs in several areas in the country. Something bad is unfolding." The officer nodded. "If I were you, I'd get somewhere quieter because this hospital is about to." There was a loud banging from somewhere nearby. It caused the small group of police officers to turn and focus on the same spot. Lanny sidestepped until he saw what they were looking at. A door marked Room 6. The suspect is inside. Does he have something to do with all this? How, though? What could he be involved with to cause so much chaos? "Move away," the officer barked, once again stern. "Now." Lanny did as he was told, under no temptation to mess around when guns were present. He stood back and watched as the police officers lined up around the door. The banging sounded again, followed by a heavy thump, someone throwing themselves against the door. "He was cuffed to the bed," one of the officers said in a confused tone. The door banged again, rattling on its hinges. Whoever was throwing themselves risked breaking bones with the force they were using. The officer who had spoken with Lanny took charge. He put his fist up and nodded at one of the other men. When he opened his hand up again, his colleague grabbed the handle and shoved the door open. Barked warnings rang out, but the officers stayed outside the room, hands on their weapons. Lanny sidestepped to see inside the room. There was blood everywhere, all over the bed and in a large pool on the floor. A severed arm dangled from a handcuff around the bed's railing. One of the officers swore. What the fuck? Where is he? Then, as if he had been playing a trick on them, the room's occupant leapt out and screamed at the top of his lungs. Boats! Boats! Fucking boats! The officers must have been shocked because they failed to react. The one-armed man launched himself at the officer in charge, biting him in the face and thrashing his head like a pit bull. The officer screamed and fell backwards. His colleagues finally moved, grabbing the bleeding maniac from either side and wrenching him free. The wheeling stump of his severed arm sent a hot spray of blood into the air. Lanny couldn't stand by. He raced over to the injured officer and immediately helped him get into a sitting position. Are you all right?" It was a stupid question. The man's nose was bitten clean through and dangling on his cheek. I. Just stay here and keep still. I'm going to get you help." Lanny tried to look the man in the eye to reassure him, but he wouldn't focus, his eyes bloodshot and swimming. Did shock set in that fast? Why did that maniac bite him? The officers had managed to take their attacker down, but he thrashed and screeched beneath them like a wild animal caught in a snare. With the amount of blood he had lost from his missing arm, he should have been dead. Instead, he was strong enough that it took a team to restrain him. Lanny turned and took off, needing to find a doctor or a nurse, or someone who could help the disfigured officer. Maybe if he received urgent treatment, they could reattach his nose with minimal scarring. Dr. Khan was trying to keep people back from the ward. He had a team of nurses behind him, one of them sobbing into the arms of another. Things had become so bad that the staff were merely trying to protect themselves now as desperate patients tried to get at them. Where was security? The porters, at least. "Dr. Khan," Lanny called out. "Dr. Khan, I need help." The doctor saw Lanny through the throng and rolled his eyes. Clearly, a request for his help right now was useless. He could barely move. "My wife needs help," someone yelled. "Where is my son?" another demanded. "He came here in an ambulance." "I'm next. I've been waiting for hours." Dr. Khan put a hand in the air. "Listen, nobody will be seen at all unless you all get back from here. I want to see people return to the waiting areas and sitting down. If you don't do as you're told, then my team will not be leaving this room. It's impossible." "Fuck you, I need help. I'm not waiting anymore. This is ridiculous. I've been bitten. I'm bleeding to death. Please help me." Lanny tried to focus on the individuals in the crowd, but it was all a blur. He saw blood, bandages, wheelchairs, and tears. Every person had a story, a traumatic reason for being there, but together they were just a frantic mob. A gelatinous, out-of-control beast. "Dr. Khan," Lanny called out. "Let me help. What can I do to help?" Dr. Khan looked at him and seemed to weigh up the offer. The slight nod he gave was enough to let Lanny know to try to make his way forward. He had to forget about being a journalist right now. People needed help. But before he took a single step, someone barreled right into him. His ankles folded over one another and he went crashing to the floor. Someone loomed over him, shrieking wildly. "Gosling! Gosling! Gosling!" "What the hell?" Lanny cried out in horror at the sight of the man standing over him. His bare arms were lined with jet-black veins. His neck was torn open and gushing blood. Both eyes were crimson. "Please," Lanny begged, holding up a hand and pleading for mercy. He shuffled back on his bottom, trying to get away. Feet pounded the ground all around him, people suddenly rushing about and yelling. He caught a boot to the knee and pain exploded inside him. He kept his hands out, pleading with the man coming after him. "Stop, please, let me help you." But the man wasn't listening. He leapt on top of Lanny with his jaws wide open. His breath had the stench of death. Chapter 16. The news was too loud. Max sat forward on the sofa, elbows on his knees, staring at the television as a red banner crawled across the bottom of the screen again and again. National emergency declared. The presenter's voice sounded strained rather than the typical emotionless drone. The Prime Minister has confirmed emergency measures are now in place following incidents of violence in several UK cities, including the capital. Footage flashed behind her, ambulances, crowds, police tape, someone shouting at a camera before the image cut away. Max leaned closer. His ma'am walked in with a mug of tea and sighed. "You'll wear the cushion out perching on the edge like that." "Ma'am, just listen," he said without looking at her. "It's all going off, everywhere." She glanced at the screen, unimpressed. They should call it the bad news because they never have anything good to say. I don't listen to it. His dad grunted agreement from the armchair, scrolling through his phone. Same old scaremongering. Max frowned. They don't declare national emergencies for nothing. "It's COVID all over again," his dad said. "And we came out of that just fine, didn't we?" The lights flickered, and then everything blinked out, the television, lamps, even the hum of the fridge. It all came back on a moment later, but each of them paused, staring at the light bulb and waiting to see if it happened again. His ma'am forced a laugh. "Thought they were going to cut us off for a minute there." "Wouldn't surprise me," his dad said, and then he looked at Max. "The electricity bill is due." Max stood up with a sigh. "We need to take this seriously." "What are you talking about, lad?" "We need to make sure we have enough food and water. Torches, candles, matches." His ma'am stared at him like he'd gone mad. "Max, what on earth are you on about?" He didn't answer. Instead, he walked into the kitchen and turned on the tap, filling a large cooking pot until it sloshed over the edge. Then a jug, then a saucepan. The sound of running water felt strangely urgent. In the living room, the news continued. Non-essential workers are advised to remain indoors where possible. His ma'am appeared in the doorway behind him. "What are you doing?" "Just in case," he said. "I've got a bad feeling." She crossed her arms. "You're overreacting." "So what if I am? It makes me feel better." He thought about the supermarket, the blood on the floor, the coughing, Moya's arm wrapped in bandages, and the news. People looked scared, truly scared. "You need to call your therapist. You're having a panic attack." "I already tried, but he's not picking up. Anyway, this isn't about my anxiety. I'm not freaking out for no reason." "Max, come on. You know what happened last time you got carried away." "Carried away?" He gave a cheerless laugh. "Is that what you thought about me cutting my wrists?" "Things were bad at work earlier tonight," he muttered, leaning over the sink. "You didn't see it." The power went off and on again. The microwave beeped and the timer reset. Max moved to the front window and pulled the curtain aside. Across the road, the Hendersons' driveway lights were on. The husband and wife were both out there, loading up the back of their car with suitcases, boxes, and even a rolled-up duvet. Mrs. Henderson kept jogging between the house and the driveway, glancing up and down the dark street like someone might stop her. "They're leaving," Max said, and checked his watch. "It's 11 at night. Maybe they've got a late flight. Those two are always off somewhere. Luxury of not having kids, I guess." Max rolled his eyes. Seeing as he paid half the rent, he didn't exactly see how much of a financial burden he was to his parents. Maybe they should think more about their smoking, drinking, and gambling if holidays were a concern. Mrs. Henderson slammed the boot shut. Mr. Henderson started the car. Their headlights swept across the street. Tires crunched on loose gravel. Max watched until the car vanished around the corner. "They know something," he muttered. "Isn't Mr. Henderson ex-Army? Maybe he knows someone." His dad appeared in the kitchen. "They're probably off on holiday." "That's what I just said," his ma'am said with a tut. "They're fleeing," Max said. "Who takes a duvet on holiday? They must know something. Or maybe they're just smart enough to know that the shit is about to hit the fan." "Don't be ridiculous, lad." He turned to face them both. "Are either of you listening to me? I lost my job earlier tonight because I was forced to defend myself against a goddamn maniac. A maniac who was streaming with snot and pissing blood. Something bad is coming. In fact, it's already here. If you won't believe me, then just watch the fucking news for 5 bloody minutes." The room fell still. "You lost your job," his dad said, shaking his head. "What about your rent?" "Oh, fuck off about the rent, will you? I'm your son. Does that mean anything to either of you?" His ma'am frowned. "There's no need to shout." He rubbed a hand down his face. "I'm not trying to shout. You're acting like this is normal." His dad's expression hardened. "You need to calm down, lad, or else you can sling your hook." "No," Max said, surprising himself with how steady his voice sounded. "You don't get to treat me like a kid and then make me pay half the bills. I live here, and I won't be threatened." The silence stretched. His ma'am let out a sigh and folded her arms. "What happened at work? Someone hit you?" "It was insane. A guy came in and started smashing bottles in the booze aisle. He attacked me, and then Moya came and dealt with him, but it was bad. The psycho ended up biting a chunk out of Moya's arm. Then I saw a bunch of other customers acting weird. It's this virus going around. It's starting to affect some people differently." His dad folded his arms. "So, what, you think you know better than us now?" Max hesitated. He looked at them, really looked, and suddenly they seemed smaller somehow. Older, his ma'am's anxious eyes, the tired slump in his dad's shoulders. They had lived small lives with small minds, and he pitied them. But as much as he pitied them, he realized he was following the exact same path. He didn't want to fight them. For whatever it was worth, they were doing their best. He exhaled slowly. "I'm not trying to scare either of you," he said, quieter now. "I'm just trying to make sure we're okay if there's an emergency. Don't you think COVID would have been easier to get through if we had known it was coming? We could have prepared for the isolation, the lockdowns. The lights went out. The television cut out in the living room, plunging the room into darkness. His ma'am groaned. Here we go. How long is this going to last? Max instinctively reached for her arm. It's okay. We have some candles and matches. Maybe it will be a good night for reading. She chuckled. Yeah, perhaps you're right. Make the best of it, The power returned a few seconds later, but the lights were dimmer than before. The news came back on television mid-sentence, voices overlapping as people rattled on about a strained NHS and unrest in the streets. Outside, a distant siren wailed. No, more than one. Max swallowed. Then he went into the hallway and over to the cupboard beneath the stairs. Inside, he dug out an old torch and some long candles. He also spotted an old camping stove from the one time he had gone camping with school. He started laying things out on the floor. Behind him, his dad sighed. The power's back on. Why are you worrying so much, lad? In case the power goes out for good, I'd rather find it all now than in the dark. Well, I think we have an old battery-powered radio in the garage. Should I go fetch it in case the TV goes off? Max looked at his dad and for once felt gratitude towards him. Yeah, that would be good, Dad. Smart idea. He turned and headed for the front door. Much ado about nothing, if you ask me, but I'll play along if it makes you happy. A few minutes later, as he continued rooting around in the cupboard, Max heard his ma'am quietly setting plates aside in the kitchen and grabbing more pans. Not arguing anymore, helping. Max grabbed the torch and clicked it on. The bright beam cut through the dimly lit hallway. The batteries seemed in good shape, but if he could get down to Smurf weights tomorrow, he would buy a load more. Tonight, he had only grabbed a load of pasta and rice, but he needed to get other things like James had. Hopefully there would be time. Hopefully it wasn't too late. His dad came back in from the garage, carrying the radio and also a pair of watering cans. For a second, the world seemed a little safer. The television crackled, the signal breaking up. People are urged to stay calm. Max looked towards the living room window. Darkness outside. Quiet. How long before that changed? Would the night remain silent? Would the morning sun bring with it horrors and despair? Or am I really overreacting? Was COVID so awful for me that it's left me broken and afraid? Did I really want to die last time, or was I hoping Ma'am would find me and call an ambulance? Am I mad at her or grateful? And why the fuck won't Justin answer his phone? He's supposed to be there when I need him. And for the first time tonight, he realized something that settled heavy in his chest. Max sat on the floor for a while, taking deep breaths. There was nothing left to do now but go to bed and hope for the best. Hope that the world was okay in the morning. Because if it wasn't, then it was going to take more than a scrapbook to keep him from freaking out. Chapter 17. A week after the emergency banner first crawled across the television, the world had gone quiet in a way that felt deliberate. Max sat on the front lawn with his scrapbook balanced on his knees, pen moving steadily across the pages. The grass was rain-damp, soaking his joggers, but he didn't care. Sitting out here let him breathe. It kept him from pacing his bedroom like a trapped animal, and from listening too closely to his dad's cough that constantly echoed through the house. Across the street, curtains twitched. A face appeared for a second in the window at number 17 and then vanished. To his neighbors, Max probably looked unhinged, a grown man on his lawn, scribbling in a journal like a doomsday prophet, but he had stopped caring what they thought. He'd spent too much of his life worrying about how he appeared to other people, and it hadn't saved him from anything. It hadn't saved him from the anxiety or the depression, or the night he'd sat on the bathroom floor with blood on his wrists, and a belief that no one would notice until morning. Now he wrote things down because it made the fear more manageable. If he could give the chaos a timeline, a list, a shape, then maybe it wouldn't swallow him whole. He underlined the date and wrote, Day 7, quarantine. The government had called it a mandatory isolation period. The broadcasters called it protective measures. Every official statement came padded with reassurance, as if the country were a skittish horse that might bolt if they spoke too sharply. But Max could hear the strain beneath the words, could see the cracks where the truth should have been. The news reporters seemed to change every day, getting younger and less experienced. Soon, it would be the window cleaners giving the updates. The media was full of shit. The internet was worse. It still existed, technically, and when the power was on, the Wi-Fi connected happily to the blinking router in the kitchen. But the web had become a narrow place, seeming to crash whenever you tried to spread your searches too wide. Videos disappeared on social media almost as soon as they arrived. Posts that mentioned violence or hospitals or soldiers were labeled unverified or possible AI, as if they shouldn't be trusted. Most people's feeds were filled with soothing nonsense, old memes, cheerful recipes, and celebrity distractions, and it was clear that a large section of the UK's population thought everything would end up being just fine. Max didn't agree. He wrote at the top of the page, "Everyone has their head in the sand. The truth is right in front of them, but they would rather believe the comforting lies on TV. Why do I feel like the only sane person? Does that mean I'm actually crazy?" From inside the house, the television flashed through a gap in the curtains. Max had turned the volume down days ago and lost the remote because the voices made his head throb. Subtitles now marched across the screen, neat and emotionless. His dad had eventually got used to it. A bitter gust of cold air lifted the corner of his scrapbook page, January holding on to its final few days. He pressed his palm down to hold it steady. In the first 48 hours of quarantine, Max had built a small fortress out of everyday objects. Water containers lined up beneath the kitchen counter. Bags of pasta and rice were stacked in plastic boxes in the cupboard under the stairs, along with candles, matches, torch batteries, first aid supplies, and the battered camping stove from his school trip. He'd been surprised to find it still working. For a while, his parents had watched him with a mixture of irritation and disbelief. Now, they just watched him silently. His ma'am had spent the last 2 days in bed, her hair constantly stuck to her forehead with sweat. His dad still insisted she was just down in the dumps and would snap out of it eventually. He, however, had a worsening cough that had deepened into something wet and ugly. He moped around the house with the stiff, stubborn posture of someone refusing to admit his body was failing him. Max peered more closely through the gap in the curtains. He saw his dad's armchair, the edge of the coffee table, the pale rectangle of the television's light. Another cough echoed from inside, harsh and rattling. Max's pen skimmed across the page, "Ma'am having a breakdown. Dad is ill. Not sure how he caught it as he hasn't left the house." Across the street, the front door at 17 opened a fraction, then closed again. A woman's voice carried faintly through the cold air. "There he is again," she said, not bothering to keep it down. "Sitting there with his notebook in the freezing cold. He'll catch his death." Her husband murmured something, but Max couldn't make out the words. He didn't bother looking up and giving them the satisfaction of seeing his reaction. He simply pressed harder with his pen until the ink bled slightly into the paper. A crunch of tires against asphalt sounded around the corner. Max's shoulders tensed. There had been very little traffic lately. Everyone was staying indoors. But then a familiar car appeared and he relaxed. James's blue Mini. He parked it on the curb behind Max's dad's battered Ford Focus and got out, along with Heather. Max felt something loosen in his chest. Relief. Heather walked to the end of the path, her hood up, and a scarf pulled over her mouth like a makeshift mask. Her eyes were bright and alert, scanning the street as if she expected someone to leap out from behind a wheelie bin and drag her away. A carrier bag hung from her hand. She gave him a small wave that was more of a twitch. Max stood up and closed his scrapbook, tucking it under his arm out of sight. "You're not meant to be out," he said to her with a wink. "Neither are you. I live here. But you're sitting on the lawn like you're waiting for a helicopter extraction." She lifted the carrier bag. "I brought supplies." Max walked down the path to meet her, careful to keep a little distance, close enough to talk but far enough away to pretend he was being responsible. "What kind of supplies?" "Digestives," she said. "Don't faint." He almost smiled. "My hero." "Isn't it heroin?" That sounds weird." James appeared behind Heather. He looked as if he were still getting dressed every day for work, a smart woolen coat buttoned up over a clean white shirt. Under one arm he carried a small pet carrier. Max frowned. "James, have you brought Squeak with you?" He lifted the carrier slightly. She was getting bored. So that's 3 of you breaking quarantine. Coughs and sneezes spread diseases. So do rats." "Not true. She's very clean." But I'm not so sure about Heather." Heather rolled her eyes and smirked. "Oh, shut up, you. None of us is meant to be out, but here we are anyway. We've come to see you, so be grateful." "I am," he admitted. "Come on, back garden, before someone snitches on us." They moved around the side of the house, past the bins, and through the gate that always squealed when you opened it. The back garden felt slightly safer, shielded by fences and the rickety old shed. Max pulled out 3 algae-covered patio chairs and placed them in a rough triangle. He sat down on one of them while Heather sat on another. Her shoulders slumped, like she'd been holding herself upright by force all day. James placed the carrier on an upturned plant pot nearby and unlatched it. The small, gray and white rat shuffled out and hopped up onto the container's roof, its whiskers twitching and its black eyes bright. It sniffed the air and looked around. Heather leaned in. "Hi, Squeaky." Max blinked. "You're calling him Squeaky." James corrected him. "Her." Heather rubbed her fingers together and let the rat sniff her. When it did, she let out a childish giggle, and for a second it felt like a normal afternoon. Just friends sitting and enjoying the fresh air together. When she got out the digestives, it felt even more pleasantly mundane. Max cleared his throat, getting down to business. "All right, today's intel." Heather reached into her pocket and produced her phone, holding it out like a weapon. Screenshots, because things keep vanishing. She swiped through the images, captured posts, fragments of videos, blurry photos people had taken through bedroom windows, a motorway lined with police vans, a woman crying outside a hospital as her left arm seemed to rot away in front of her, two men shouting into a camera about their mother being shot and killed by the army. Max's stomach tightened with each swipe. "Every time something like this goes up," Heather said, "it gets buried, tagged as misinformation, or it just disappears, like it never existed." James nodded, calm but grim. "The government may be trying to avoid panic, but it's not its place to do so. All they're doing is causing people to deny what is happening. What the country needs now is transparency, truth, and action." Max smirked at him. "You should be on the news. We'd all be better off with an honest man on the television." James seemed to blush. "I managed to speak to my cousin again." Max's pulse quickened. This had all started with James's cousin in Delhi. He had been their early warning. First, he had alerted James. Then James had alerted Max with his behavior at Smurfwaite's. "What did your cousin say?" James hesitated, then spoke carefully. "He says India is under strict military lockdown and that all communication is being blocked. The only reason he was able to speak to me is because of how high up he is in the company he works for. They have special privileges because they're trying to develop a treatment for the arachnid virus." Heather inhaled. "The what?" "The arachnid virus. My cousin's company is referring to it as that because its shape underneath a microscope resembles a spider." "Wonderful," Max said, "if it wasn't already horrifying enough." My cousin also said that the numbers being given by the news are vastly incorrect compared to the data being shared internally by the WHO, NHS, and other healthcare organizations. Heather frowned. "Meaning what?" "Meaning the numbers are being underrepresented," James said. "Significantly." Max felt a cold spread through him, slow and heavy. "So it's worse than they're saying." James nodded once. "Much worse. The virus has mutated somehow. It's become highly lethal. The fatality rate in India could be as high as 50%. Heather's fingers tightened around her phone. Why would they lie? Max answered before James could. "Because if everyone knew how much danger we're all in, they'd lose control. It would be chaos on the streets." James nodded. "Panic collapses supply chains, hospitals, essential services. If infrastructure breaks, then it really is over." "Brilliant," said Heather, staring at her fingers as she fidgeted in her lap. So we're on the brink of disaster. All right, Max said. What do we do? Despite the calls for a lockdown, James said, I think we keep checking in with each other. COVID showed us that isolation brings its own set of problems, and I'm not sure I want to face this alone. He glanced at Heather. Something seemed to pass between them. Max frowned. What is it? Is something the matter? Did Heather not tell you? Tell me what? Heather looked at him, chewing her lip for a second. My parents are in Corsica. They traveled there for a family funeral almost 2 weeks ago, but haven't been able to catch a flight back because of the ban on air travel. Max balked. Wait, so you're at home all by yourself? Yeah, it's okay, though. They've managed to call a few times, and my Uncle Andrew came to check on me a few days ago. Why didn't you say? You shouldn't be on your own, Hev. It's fine. I say we check in daily to keep each other's spirits up, James said. I haven't known you both long, but I think it's good that we're sticking together. Who knows what we might have to face or how long this will go on. At the very least, we could form a bubble and keep each other sane. Plenty of space at my place, if need be. Plenty of supplies, too, obviously. Squeak rose up on 2 legs and hopped from the top of her carrier onto his knee. She swished her long tail back and forth and made a little clicking sound. Her bulbous eyes seemed to vibrate in her head. Squeak says you're both very welcome. Max thought about leaving his house and crashing at James's with Heather. Sounds fun, he admitted, but I can't leave home right now. My dad. Heather stared at him. He's still unwell. You think it's the virus. Max swallowed, glad that his tender throat last week had not progressed into anything worse. He's getting worse. I don't understand how he caught it, because he hasn't left the house. The only thing I can think is that maybe I'm a carrier or something. Maybe I got the virus off the dude who attacked me in Smurfwaits and brought it home. You can't think like that, James said. For all you know, it could have come in on an envelope delivered by the postman. We're still getting the mail. Max nodded. Yeah, just the other day my dad got a big parcel full of, hey, yeah, that could be it. What? Heather asked. Dad ordered this big box of used World War II books from some guy on eBay. They came the other day, but some of them were filthy with dust and grime. Whoever sent them wasn't big on cleanliness. Plus, my dad licks his fingers to turn the pages. It's gross. There you have it then, James said, rubbing a finger over Squeak's hindquarters. Either way, there's no point fretting over something that's already happened. How is your father exactly? Just coughing nonstop, and every time he gets up it looks like he might faint. This morning his gums started bleeding. I've got a bad feeling. Heather gave him a sympathetic look. Have you called 111? Max nodded. It's useless. Recorded message. Stay at home, wash your hands. No one ever picks up. I can't even tell if there are human beings manning the phones anymore. James's mouth tightened. Overwhelmed or triaging. If your father deteriorates further, just call 999. Yeah. Max dragged his hands through his hair. What if he gets worse? What if he gets violent? What do you mean? Heather asked. You mean like the guy at Smurfwaite's? You think that was the virus? People are acting strange, right? The clips on YouTube before they're taken down, and the stuff people are posting on Reddit, all tell stories about people getting sick and then turning violent. What if this virus isn't just a cold? What if it gets into your brain somehow and makes you act mad? The bushes at the back of the garden rustled, making them all flinch. Squeak rose up on her hind legs. It was just a magpie fluttering about on the branches, though, so Max continued. It almost seems like the virus started out harmless on purpose, so it could spread under the radar. Then, once half the world had it, it suddenly changed into something worse. James's cousin said 1 in 1,000 people turn violent from it, but what if it's different now? What if the virus has suddenly, he shrugged, suddenly activated, and now it's going to wipe us all out? James's gaze steadied on him. The government has acknowledged certain reports about the neurological effects in rare cases: irritability, aggression, confusion, but they haven't made any suggestion that it could be a common reaction. Still, Max rubbed the back of his head. Then he craned his neck and looked up at the kitchen window. It's one thing being cooped up inside the house with a sick person, and another entirely being cooped up with someone who might suddenly turn into an axe murderer. Heather's voice dropped. My neighbor was screaming at her kid yesterday, like full-on screaming. Then later she was outside crying, saying she didn't know what came over her. I think the virus is definitely making some people act out of character. So what's the plan? Max asked again, forcing himself to stay in motion. Stillness was where panic grew. Avoid crowds, James said. Avoid close contact with strangers. Stockpile and ration as much as possible. And keep our chins up, Heather said, and then she chuckled. This is going to blow over eventually. The lights are still on. There are still cars on the road. Sure, the country is afraid and everyone is staying indoors, but look around. She turned her head, looked around at the quiet, overgrown garden. The world isn't ending yet. She's right, James said. I have a tendency to worry, so I'm not always the best person to listen to. Right now, the three of us are healthy and things are okay. Let's hope for the best. I think that is important. Max nodded. I'm glad you're both here. He looked down at Squeak and almost included her, but then looked at Heather instead. Are you okay being by yourself at home? I'm fine. My biggest worry is for my parents. I just want them home safe. Yeah, I bet. I hope they manage to catch a flight soon. James reached down and opened the rat carrier. Squeak immediately hopped inside. Good girl, he said, and he shut the wire mesh door. I'm going to continue buying supplies. Whatever I get I'll share with you, so don't worry about stocking up yourselves. The fewer of us that have to face the supermarket the better, and I'm the only one with a car, so I guess I drew the short straw. Heather smiled at him. Thank you, James. We're so lucky to have you helping us. I'm unmarried with no children. What else am I going to do? Anyway, it's nice to have someone else to worry about besides myself. You're both good kids. Squeak likes you. Max groaned. You are so weird, man. That is why I am unmarried. and have a pet rat instead of children. It's cool, Heather said, grabbing another digestive from the packet. We accept you for who you are. He blushed again. Thank you. Max watched the moment settle over them, a brief pocket of warmth in the middle of the dread, and felt an unexpected swell of gratitude. He cleared his throat. Tomorrow, he said, we should make a list of the supplies we have and maybe split them between us. I have work, Heather said. We're doing that social distancing thing again at the supermarket. Everyone has to be let in one at a time. It's a nightmare. Perfect, Max said. I'll come meet you when your shift ends. Maybe you can grab me some booze because I'm running low. Sure, no problem. Bring a mask or Oliver won't let you anywhere near. How's he coping? Must be fun to be around. He's doing his best. Honestly, he's mellowed a little since things got all crazy. Head office more or less closed and deliveries have halved, so I think he's actually having an easier time of things. Good for him. How's Moya? She shrugged. He hasn't been in. Shit, I hope he's okay. Sure, he'll be fine. The guy is built like a bull. Max nodded, suddenly thinking back to the bloody bandage on the security guard's bitten arm. Was that why he was sick, or had he simply caught the virus like everyone else? James stood to leave, tugging his scarf into place beneath his coat and glancing towards the fence as if the government might have installed cameras in the roses. Well, we best not dally. I still have chores around the house, charging up some old car batteries, etc. You say etc. like that's normal. Max stood up too. His scrapbook fell from underneath his arm and he stooped to pick it up. What's that? Heather asked him. Like a journal thing I'm doing. My therapist has stopped answering my calls, so it's just something I do to get stuff out of my head. Does it help? I'm really not sure. Gives me something to do either way. Heather patted him on the arm. Text me later, okay? If you can get a signal. Mine is up and down. Yeah, mine too. James lifted the carrier. If your father deteriorates any more, call 999, even if they're saying not to. I will, Max said, though the idea of help arriving on demand felt more like a story people used to tell than a possible reality. See you tomorrow, Max. They slipped out through the side gate and disappeared back inside James's blue Mini. The curtains twitched at number 17 again, but Max ignored it. Bloody busybodies. Once they were gone, Max stood on the front lawn for a moment, listening to the quiet return to the street. Somewhere in the distance, another siren rose and fell. The sound made the hair on his arms stand up. Then he sat down again and returned to writing in his journal. It was the only thing that kept his heart from racing while he was alone. Day 7, afternoon. Heather alone, family stuck in Corsica. James says the true number of infections is much higher than the news is saying. There was a loud bout of hacking from inside the house, his dad struggling to catch his breath in front of the television. Dad is sick, very sick. Maybe because of those grimy war books he ordered, or because I'm a carrier and brought the virus home from work. Tomorrow's plan, meet Heather from work and get drunk. Maybe she'll join me. He paused, pen hovering. Then he wrote something he didn't want to think about. What if Dad becomes violent? He stared at the words until they blurred. Then he closed the scrapbook gently and went back inside a house that wasn't safe. But it was still home. Chapter 18. Lanny had been back in Durham for 2 days, though it felt like longer. Long enough to shower twice and still feel unclean. Long enough to sit at his desk in his cramped Real News office and stare at a blinking cursor while what happened at Harland Hospital replayed behind his eyelids. Long enough for his editor, Mark, to clap him on the shoulder and say, "You're still breathing. Good. Get back out there." So here he was, press badge clipped to his coat, notebook in hand, out on the chilly streets of Durham. His undercover assignment had been put on ice. No one would care about illegal immigration right now. The only thought on anyone's mind was the virus gradually becoming known as the arachnid strain. It was a horror he had witnessed firsthand. "Don't accept what the authorities are saying," Mark told him that morning. "It's their job to lie. It's ours to tell the truth. So don't be like the rest of them, sitting in their plush London offices and sending out their junior assistants to get the scoops. Get out there yourself and pound the pavement. It will pay dividends for your career when all this is over, I promise you." When this is over, will it ever be? Lanny left Real News and stepped out onto the cobbles of Silver Street. The noise hit him in both ears. Durham, the quaint, ancient university city, was rioting, or was at least close to doing so. Shop shutters hung half open like broken eyelids. There was a queue curled outside Boots, with the yellow tape marking social distancing already being ignored. 2 men were shouting at each other over the egregious crime of pushing in. Lanny scribbled as he walked, trying to paint a picture of what he was seeing. Visible panic, supply strain, police presence everywhere. As the prize jewel of County Durham, the local authorities had obviously allocated a healthy chunk of their officers to the city, which was why things were being kept just on the right side of disorder. Nearby Sunderland, however, had become a dangerous no-go zone from all accounts. He'd been trying to secure an official statement from a council official since yesterday, but all he'd been given was a bunch of generic statements about public cooperation and social responsibility. The mayor had outright refused an interview. No one wanted to confirm what Lanny had seen himself at Harland Hospital. People collapsing from illness, others turning to violence, maniacs with missing arms and gnashing teeth. He rubbed at his throat, still bruised from the ape-like hands that had squeezed it. The man who had attacked him had tried to bite him, to tear out his jugular. The only reason he hadn't succeeded was because of the nearby police officer who had spotted the altercation and intervened. He had struck the madman on the back of the head with his baton and knocked him sideways. It had done little to stop the violence, but it had captured the man's attention enough that Lanny was able to drag himself away to safety. He had wanted to stay and help, but more police had arrived and ordered an evacuation of all non-sick people. If he was being honest, his fear might have caused him to flee regardless. It turned out that Lanny was not a brave man. The time would come when he would need to write about his experience, but he wasn't sure how. Does the virus make people violent? Why else did that man attack me? And what about the man who attacked Ankit? He had an arm missing, but he came at the police officers like a brain-dead monster. Like a... Lanny closed his eyes for a moment and tried to clear his mind. He had witnessed so many scenes of horror on his escape from the hospital. Gunshots had rung out, and sirens and alarms had wailed. He also heard screams that didn't seem human. People waged war in the car parks. Officers dragged citizens along the ground. Blood seemed to run everywhere. By the time Lanny caught a heavily delayed train back to Durham, he had been shaking continuously and vomiting into a plastic bag. Even now, 2 days later, he couldn't keep his hands still. And I am so tired I feel I might pass out at any moment. A police van crawled over Elvet Bridge and crossed the Wear, its loudspeaker crackling. Please return to your homes. Non-essential travel is prohibited. Remain calm and avoid all contact with those outside your social bubble. Lanny hoped his press pass would give him cause to be outside, but other members of the public were skirting close to the law. He had witnessed many small groups heckling the police and decrying that the lockdown orders were illegal. They refused to leave the streets. Sometimes the police responded, slapping on cuffs and taking them away, but it was happening less and less, and it was obvious why. The police were outnumbered, and people seemed to be realizing it. If they tried to disperse too many crowds, they would be left too thin in numbers and lose any last semblance of authority. Lanny jotted down what he heard coming through the squad car's loudspeaker. Remain calm was becoming the national slogan. He headed towards the market square, scanning for uniforms, and found 3 officers outside the council building, guarding the steps like a ceremonial detail. He approached with his press badge clearly visible. "Morning," he said. "I'm a journalist with real news. Any comment on reports that people are refusing to obey lockdown orders?" One officer, older than the others, looked at him with the tired hostility of someone who had answered that question 100 times. "We're not giving statements at street level. I witnessed an incident at Harlan 2 days ago." Lanny swallowed a lump in his throat, aware of how meek his voice suddenly sounded. Armed police response. Multiple casualties. The virus seems to be increasing in severity. The people of this country want transparency, so can you tell me what the current situation is in the nation's clinics and hospitals? The officer's jaw tightened. "Move along, sir. Do you deny that some patients are turning violent?" "Move along." Another officer shifted his stance, hand resting lightly on his baton. Not threatening, just final. Lanny stepped back. "Thank you, officers." He scribbled down some more notes. Police refusing to comment. Armed presence not yet normalized, but officers are apparently cleared to use batons forcefully, and perhaps without full due cause. He turned and headed back towards Silver Street, weaving through the meandering mob scattered about. The city felt brittle. Conversations were sharper, movements quicker. Every cough made heads swivel. Near the center of the square, raised voices cut through the noise. A woman was on her knees. A police officer stood over her, gripping her upper arm and trying to haul her upright. His squad car was parked 5 feet away. "Stand up," the officer snapped. "You're obstructing the road." The woman begged. Her face was pale, eyes glazed. "Please just listen to me." A small girl clutched her arm, a pink rucksack on her back. The officer looked exhausted. Sweat darkened the collar of his uniform. "You need to go home, miss," he said. "I can't help you, and I need to get through. I need insulin. The pharmacy is closed. The hospital won't let anyone in. Please, I have type 1 diabetes." The little girl was sobbing. "Please help my mummy." "And move." Something in Lanny's chest tightened. He raced forward and called out, "Hey, take it easy." The officer turned sharply. "Sir, step back. This doesn't involve you." He pointed to his press badge. "She's asking for insulin. That's not exactly civil unrest." "Step back." The woman looked up at him, desperation cutting through her fear. "Please, I haven't had insulin in over 24 hours. I'm weak." Lanny looked at the officer. "We need to help her." The officer shifted, uncertainty creeping in. "I can't. Ambulances are prioritizing respiratory emergencies," he said, almost defensively. "Even if I wanted to help, there's nothing I can do." "I'm going to die," the woman said, sobbing. Her little girl began to panic. Lanny knelt down and shushed at her soothingly. "It's okay. We're going to help Mummy, okay." People were watching, phones raised, angry murmurs spreading. All they probably saw was a crying woman and a child. Lanny looked up at the officer. "Call it in or something. Isn't this what you signed up for, to help people?" "We've been told." "Call it in," Lanny said, voice harder now. "If she collapses here, that's on you." For a moment, the officer's fatigue cracked into something human. He swore under his breath and reached for his radio. "Control, Unit 12. I have a diabetic requiring urgent assistance. Market Square. Requesting medical support." Static. The woman sat cross-legged on the floor, holding her daughter and rocking drunkenly. "It's okay, Sadie. Mummy is okay." Lanny scanned the crowd. They were pointing fingers now, scowling. He gave a wave and a smile, trying to convey that the situation was being handled. "She needs insulin," he yelled. "Does anybody have any?" Nobody said yes. "Does anyone have glucose?" he shouted. "Sweets, anything sugary." A woman hurried over to join them. She fumbled in her handbag and produced a packet of fruit pastilles. "Will these help? Sugar, right?" Lanny took the packet from her and tore it open. He offered a palmful of sweets to the woman. "Will this help you?" She didn't answer, but she grabbed the sweets and put them in her mouth. The officer's radio crackled. "Unit 12, ambulance ETA unknown. All crews tied up. Advise transport to the nearest hospital." The officer hissed. "That's a waste of time. The hospitals are overrun." He rubbed at his forehead and seemed to think. "What happens if you don't get insulin, miss?" "I." Lanny answered for her. "She dies, goes into a coma, right? Diabetics don't take insulin for fun." The officer nodded at his car. "All right, get her inside. We'll figure this out." "Thank you." Lanny saw in the man's expression that he was decent, just an ordinary man stuck in a uniform on a very bad day. He helped the woman to her feet and guided her to the back of the police car. The little girl got in after her. Lanny asked her name. Sadie, she replied. And this is Mummy. Pleased to meet you, Sadie. We're going to go find some help, okay? Let's go for a ride. Lanny jumped in the front passenger seat beside the officer, who looked at him and said, I'm Chris. Lanny. Ever feel like you picked the wrong job, Lanny? More and more lately. Officer Chris pulled away from the square with a jerk, siren off but lights flashing in brief, apologetic bursts. The crowd parted reluctantly. A few people thumped the side of the car as they passed, not violently, just enough to show frustration, enough to show that the veneer of society was now threadbare. Lanny looked back at the poorly woman on the back seat. She was blonde, early 30s, and her young daughter looked just like her. You think Boots will have what we need? I have no idea. A lot of their stock has been shipped over to the triage centers. But people are queuing around the block. Better to have them queuing than wandering about causing trouble. Until they reach the front and find out there's nothing left. Seems risky to me. Chris looked at him. He was younger rather than older, probably still in his 20s. While his clear skin was youthful, his green eyes seemed slightly faded. Are you going to throw me under the bus and misconstrue everything I say? You're a journalist, right? Yes, but I'm not taking notes right now. I just want to help this woman. Okay, good, then I'll level with you. No one knows what the fuck is going on. This virus has been causing low-level problems for a while, but nothing worse than what we had during COVID. But then, a couple of days ago, it's like it suddenly went nuclear. Sick cases went through the roof, violence broke out all over the country, and everything fell apart. The higher-ups are trying to get a handle on things, but truthfully not a lot is trickling down to the front line. We're flapping in the wind, just trying to keep order where we can. Lanny frowned. Are you not following orders? Yes, but then no. Everyone is doing their best, that's all I can say, really. I guess that's true of all of us. In the back seat, the woman's breathing had quickened. She was chewing the fruit pastilles with mechanical urgency. What's your name? Lanny asked her, not wanting to refer to her as only Mummy. See Kaz. Okay, Kaz, stay with us. We're trying to get you what you need. Thank you. Sadie clutched her mother's sleeve. Mummy is hot. Chris turned sharply into a side street. Where are you going? Lanny asked. Boots is the other way. I'm heading around the back, unless you fancy queuing. Number good idea. They sped past shuttered cafes and small businesses and headed into the alleyway behind. Wheelie bins lay overturned, and a ginger cat leapt up in the air dramatically and ran away. A moment later, a fat rat scurried into the safety of a drain. Chris braked hard. I think this is it, he said, already halfway out of the car. He pressed a button on his keys which unlocked the rear doors. He opened one of them and leaned inside. Just rest here, he told Kaz and Sadie. We'll be as quick as we can. Lanny followed the officer as he headed into a small rear yard with a single blue wooden door. A placard on the brickwork bore the Boots logo. What's the plan? Ring the bell. Chris pulled out his police ID and held it in the air. For a moment, Lanny didn't know what he was doing, but then he saw the black and white dome of a security camera. "Ring the buzzer," he said. "Be persistent." Lanny did as he was told and thumbed a small red button under the placard. He didn't hear anything, but hopefully it was buzzing inside. Chris banged a fist on the door and then held his ID up again. Solid. Kaz gave a low, pained moan from the back seat of the car parked behind them. Lanny felt something shift inside him. That familiar journalistic instinct to observe, to record, but it was being overridden by something else. An urge that he just forget the story for a moment and be present. "I don't think she has long," Lanny muttered. "We can't leave a little girl without her mother." Chris looked at him. "I know that, we're helping her. It will be okay." "This is going to look bad," he muttered, and he pulled out his police baton and flicked to extend it. "Stand back." Lanny hopped away as the officer jammed his baton underneath the door handle and began to lever against it. The door was old. It began to wobble back and forth in the frame. "Keep ringing the buzzer." "Police, open up right now." He pulled the baton out and started kicking at the door, but the door wasn't in the mood to play. As much as it splintered and dented, it remained strong. They wouldn't knock it down any time soon, which was why it was such a relief when someone opened the door. Two women appeared, one young and pretty, the other older and dour. "What on earth are you playing at?" the younger woman demanded. "You're gonna bring the door down." "We have a woman approaching a diabetic coma," Lanny said, pursing his lips and trying to look apologetic. "We're desperate." "Do you have insulin?" Chris demanded. "Well, yes, but we need to take her details. We can't just hand it out." "She's in my squad car. She's in no state to comply." "Then you need to call an ambulance," said the older woman. "We have 100 people waiting out here and—" Chris pushed open the door. "I'm sorry to do this, but if I could get an ambulance, I would. I need you to show me what she needs. Now." "For fuck's sake," said the younger woman as he barged past. "You can't just take medicine. It's all tracked and recorded." "Insulin now." Lanny hurried inside, giving the older woman a sheepish grin. If there were any other way. She just rolled her eyes. They headed into the dispensary, a square room with a customer desk at the front. There were 3 women and 1 man manning the desk, and they turned around and glared to see Chris and Lanny. The waiting customers glared too. He wanted to call out and say it was an emergency, but then he supposed the same was true for many people in the line. How many of them were also diabetics? I wonder how the woman let her condition get so bad. Did she lose her prescription? Chris stalked the young woman as she headed over to a tall fridge. He still had his baton out, which made for a poor set of optics. "Hey," someone shouted from behind the counter. "The fucking police don't get to skip the queue." The crowd murmured in agreement. The man who had called out smashed his fist on the counter. His eyes were a deep red and he was drooling slightly. "Not fair, not fair, not fair." "Calm down," said the man trying to serve him. "You're going to be seen too." "No, not fair, not fair." The man sounded like a toddler, and he was so visibly sick that Lanny couldn't understand how people were daring to stand near him. But then he realized that several other people in the queue seemed just as unwell. They were streaming with snot and clearing their throats. Not fair, not fair. Chris lost his temper and went to the desk. He pointed his baton and snarled, "That's enough from you. Be quiet or I'll arrest you." The man leaned over the counter. "Not fair, not fair." "Quiet." The crowd was angry, shoving forward. Seeing as Chris was distracted, the young woman by the fridge addressed Lanny. "Do you know what she needs exactly? She's type 1, right?" Lanny thought back to what the woman had said and then nodded. "Yeah." "Okay, does she have needles?" "All she has is a frightened little girl. Please." The woman softened. "Okay." She rummaged in the fridge and brought out some cartons. She shoved them into his hands and told him to go help his patient. He thanked her and called out to Chris, "Are you coming?" The officer turned and nodded. "Yeah, I'll be right with you." "Not fair." The enraged man leapt up on the counter. The crowd screamed, startled. The pharmacists moved back and warned the man to get down. Instead, he leapt from the counter and collided with Chris. The two of them went stumbling backwards into the medicine cabinets, boxes of medicine and dressings spilling onto the floor. Chris tried to bring his baton around, but the other man's arm was in the way. "Not fair, not fair." The man bit down on Chris's neck and instantly tore away a mouthful of flesh. Thick, dark blood jetted into the air. The pharmacist screamed. So did the crowd. Some of those brave enough to help hopped the counter and tried to wrestle with the enraged man. The young woman put a hand on Lanny's chest and shoved him. "Go, help your friend." Lanny nodded and backed away, watching as Chris held his neck and bled to death. The man on top of him was chewing on his flesh like it was prime steak. What is happening? It's just like in the hospital. He turned and raced out of the back door and slammed it shut behind him, shutting in the horror and leaving those inside to their fate. It made him feel like a coward, but at the same time, the medicine in his arms could save a life. He raced over to the back of the police car, where little Sadie sobbed over her unconscious mother. Was he too late? Chapter 19. Max woke to a wet chewing sound. At first, he thought it was part of a dream, a horrible, sticky dream. He lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, trying to separate imagination from reality. The house was quiet except for that moist slathering, a slow, rhythmic tearing, followed by a faint, animalistic grunt. His dad had been coughing all night. Maybe he'd thrown up. Maybe. The sound continued, not coughing, not retching, chewing, like a dog eating a chicken stolen from the kitchen counter. Max sat up slowly, rubbing at his eyes. The air in his room was thick, sour, metallic. "Dad," he called out softly. No answer. The chewing continued. A soft, wet, ripping sound. His stomach tightened as he slid out of his bed and put on a hoodie over his boxer shorts. He padded out into the hallway, the dense carpet keeping his footsteps silent. The house was dark, but pre-dawn gray pressed in faintly through the landing window. His parents' bedroom door stood wide open. The smell grew stronger. Max stumbled forward on sleep-softened legs. "Dad! Dad, are you awake? The chewing stopped. Silence. Max stepped up to the open doorway and peered inside. His mother lay half on the bed, half on the floor. Her nightdress glistened black and silver in the gloom. This isn't real. Jesus Christ, this isn't real. His mother's abdomen was torn wide open, her exposed ribs glinting in the dawn's gray-gold glow. Crouched over her body, Max's father growled. His shoulders were hunched, his back rising and falling with heavy breaths. Blood soaked his pajamas, the blood of the woman he'd been married to for 30 years. Max's father turned his head slowly towards the doorway. Red eyes, cheeks streaked with black veins, mouth full of meat, a strip of ham hanging from his teeth. "Dad," Max whispered, "what have you done?" His father swallowed. It sounded painful, a lump being forced down a tiny hole. Then he smiled, not with recognition, not with relief, just malice. He slid off the bed and landed on all fours, then scuttled towards the doorway. Max stumbled backwards, terror seizing his heart. No, 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 no. His father jerked to his feet, his joints and muscles seeming to fight against each other. Max screamed hysterically and ran for his life. But the sound of wet feet thumping against carpet immediately sounded behind him on the landing. He barely turned halfway before his dad barreled into him and sent him crashing into the wall. Hands seized his hoodie and dragged him down. Max begged for mercy, unable to see anything in the dark, unable to make sense of anything amid his own screaming. His father slammed him to the ground, his leering face smeared with blood, his mouth dripping with foul saliva. The smell hit Max full force. Rot. His father opened his mouth and lunged for Max's throat. Max twisted. Teeth scraped across his cheek, slick and meat-coated. He shoved wildly, sobbing and pleading. "Dad, please. Stop." But there was nothing behind those red eyes, just a monster, just hunger. His father clamped a hand around his jaw, forcing his head sideways, mouth descending towards his neck again. Instinct took over. Max rammed his knee upwards as hard as he could. Thankfully, his dad acted like a human, letting out a pained gasp and loosening his grip. Max tore free and rolled sideways, scrambling to his feet. He didn't look back. He just ran, falling down the stairs and crashing to his knees at the bottom. Blood smeared the walls, handprints on the front door. His mother hadn't died quietly. But how had he not heard? Heavy footsteps on the staircase. His father was coming. Shit. What the hell is happening? Max took a split second to think. He had to get away, had to get anywhere but here. The car. The keys. Max lunged for the bowl on top of the radiator shroud in the hallway. He almost screamed with joy when his fumbling hand found his dad's car keys. But instead he lunged for the front door, twisted the lock, and yanked it open. Cold air hit his face. He ran barefoot into the street. "Dad!" He screamed it one last time, half hoping he could calm the situation down. His father was in the hallway, screeching and yelling like a maniac. Weakling boy, tried to cut his wrists, tried to cut his wrists. Max held the car keys out like a talisman, his hands shaking so violently that they slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. His father appeared in the doorway, his red eyes reflecting the dawn. Max snatched up the car keys, blubbering in terror, and raced for his dad's car. He pressed the key fob. The lights blinked, the doors unlocked. He leapt inside and slammed the door shut. "Fuck," Fuck, fuck. His father crashed against the driver's side door so hard that the entire car rocked on its springs. Max sobbed, begging for his dad to stop, to just be his dad again. His blood-soaked face was pressed against the window, his teeth scraped along the glass. "Dad, why? Why are you doing this?" But there was no way he was ever going to give an answer. A demon had possessed his father, and it was final. Max screamed in despair, beat his fists against the steering wheel, and then jammed the key into the ignition. The engine coughed. "Come on, come on, come on. Fucking come on." His father's fists hammered against the window. "Weakling son, weakling son." The battered old engine roared to life. Max threw the car into reverse, tires screeching and suspension crunching as it dropped off the curb. A dozen driving lessons came flooding back from a time when he had planned on getting his license, planned on getting a good job, a good woman, a future. What was he left with now? What was this fucking nightmare? His father stumbled into the middle of the road, crashing down onto his hands and knees. Max swerved the car around him, almost flattening him, and then sped down the street that no longer felt like home. In the rearview mirror, he saw his father stand back up, chest heaving, head tilted, watching Dad. A neighbor staggered out of their house, clutching his arm as if it were about to fall off. A woman came racing out of the house behind him, screeching and covered in blood. Two strangers fought on the pavement on the corner. No, not fighting. One was eating the other. Max's vision blurred with tears. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. The roads were quiet, the rush hour yet to begin, but the several cars that Max did see were all driving way above the speed limit. Ambulances and police cars whizzed by on the highway. The sun broke through the trees, a new day finally arriving. Where was he going? Who could help him? He thought about the police station, thought about driving into the hills. But there was only one place he found himself wanting to go. Heather. She's all alone. I need to make sure she's okay. She's the only person I care about. He drove just below the speed limit, not confident enough at driving to risk going faster. But his heart beat like a piston in his chest, filling him with a desperate, consuming need to get to his friend. He didn't want it to be too late. He didn't want to be alone. Heather was already outside on her front lawn when he skidded around the corner of her cul-de-sac, a backpack slung over her shoulders and her face pale but steady. The noise coming from almost every one of her neighbors' houses was not comforting. It sounded like people were killing each other. Max. "What are you doing here?" she asked as soon as he hopped out of his dad's car. "My dad killed my ma'am," he said, breaking into sobs all over again. It sounded like someone else was speaking. Heather raced over and threw her arms around him. He shook as she held him. "I was heading to James's house," she said, pulling away slowly. "I don't know what's happening. My neighbors are all screaming." "I don't know either," he said, trying to hold back more sobs. "But it's bad. It's what we've been preparing for." The neighbors' screams grew louder and more blood-curdling. Glass shattered, furniture splintered. It sounded like a war zone, not a quiet, middle-class neighborhood. James came hurrying out of his house, waving to them both with one hand while carrying Squeak's container in the other. "It's finally happened," he cried out. "The end is here." Max shook his head at him. "The end. The end of what we knew to be normal. This is the great reset I was afraid of. What do we do? Where do we go? He put his hands on his hips, already fully dressed in shirt and trousers despite the early hour. The hospitals will be death traps. The police will be overwhelmed. We should stay here at my house. We have supplies and a radio if the internet and TV go down. For now, we just need to wait this out. Heather and Max both nodded. But that was when the street erupted. A man burst out from between two parked cars on the driveway of the next house. Before he could respond, he slammed into Max and tackled him. They both went crashing to the pavement. The man's face was slick with blood, his eyes red, teeth snapping. Max raised his forearm just in time. Teeth tore into the fabric of his hoodie's sleeve. Heather screamed at the man to leave Max alone, but that wasn't going to help. "Where's James? Why isn't he helping me?" Max shoved his attacker in the chest, forcing them up and away from him. "Hey, you!" James appeared to the side. He was swinging a cricket bat that he must have grabbed from his house and hurried back with. It connected with the man's skull with a meaty clunk. It switched him off like a light bulb, and he tumbled sideways onto the pavement. Max leapt to his feet, adrenaline coursing through his veins. He bent forward, panting. "Thanks." James nodded, stooping to pick up Squeak from where he had placed her carrier on the ground. "We need to get out of here." Heather cried out a warning. Another neighbor appeared, sprinting across James's front lawn. "Look out!" Max shouted. James reached into his pocket and yanked out a set of keys. He shoved them into Max's hand and then raised his cricket bat. "Get in my car. It's loaded with supplies." The neighbor screeched. "Go!" James shoved Max, sending him stumbling towards the Mini. Heather was already standing there, her face drained of all color. Seeing her fear spurred him into action. He pressed the key fob and unlocked the car, then grabbed the back door and hustled her inside. Then he turned around to go help James. "I can't just leave him." James raised the cricket bat to swing. Too slow. The crazed neighbor crashed into him and brought him to the ground. Clean white, glinting teeth sank into James's neck. Max froze, gasped. Dark blood sprayed across the lawn. James's eyes widened in shock. The world made no sound for a second, just the wind in the hedges. Heather screamed for Max from inside the car. Max moved towards James. James looked at Max. And in that look was everything. "Run. Save yourself." Max grabbed Squeak's carrier, turned, and ran for the car. "Quick!" Heather cried. James's attacker was back on his feet. James was convulsing on the ground, his neck torn wide open. Max hurried around to the driver's side and jumped inside. He searched for a place to put the key but couldn't see anywhere. The blood-covered neighbor leapt onto the bonnet, beating at the windscreen. "Go!" Heather urged him from the back seat. "Go." "I don't know how. Where does the key go?" "You stamp on the brake and press the button. Come on." Max shook his head, gibbering in fear. He saw a button on the dash start. Stamping on the brake like Heather told him, he pressed the button. The engine came to life immediately. Automatic. Fuck, how do I drive an automatic? The windscreen cracked in the middle, giving way to the weight of the violent man on top of it. Fuck, fuck, fuck. He tried to pull down the shifter into R, it wouldn't move. Fuck, fuck, fuck. The brake, do I press the brake again? He kicked down on the pedal, pulled on the stick. It moved. Yes, thank you, God. He stamped on the accelerator. The car shot backwards. The neighbor was kneeling on the bonnet, a fist in the air and about to come down like a hammer. But the sudden surge of the car moving backwards sent him tumbling away and onto the ground. The Mini was faster than expected. Its rear bumper crumpled as it crashed into a car parked on the driveway opposite. Heather cried out, startled. Shit. Sorry. He shifted into D. The Mini shot forward into the middle of the road. He turned the wheel, aiming for freedom. In the rearview mirror, he saw more neighbors exiting their houses. They were all soaked in blood, all screeching like wild animals. Heather began to sob and wail in the back seat. Squeak scratched frantically inside her carrier on the passenger seat. Max put his foot down, relieved to find that driving an automatic was easy. They shot out of the cul-de-sac and onto the main road. This time there was traffic everywhere, half of the people having woken up to the same horror he had. The other half was trying to eat them. Max gripped the steering wheel tightly and tried to think of a place to go. Only one place came to mind. Chapter 20. Kaz surfaced to the sound of her daughter crying, "Mummy, Mummy, please." Sadie, she struggled to open her eyes. The world came in sideways, small, cramped, and dark. A stranger leaned over her, his mouth moving as words slowly began to filter through to her. "It's okay, Kaz, you're okay." She tried to focus. Her tongue felt swollen in her mouth. Her throat was dry, her heart racing like a sparrow trapped in her ribcage. Sadie's face filled her vision, streaked with tears. "SW, sweetheart." "Mommy." "Are you awake?" the stranger asked, sitting next to her on what appeared to be the back seat of a car. Everything came back in fragments. She remembered begging a police officer for help. Insulin. She needed insulin. She had felt herself fading, the world beginning to tilt and lose color. I need insulin," she whispered. "You've had it," the man said, and he turned his head to look at Sadie. "Your daughter has more in her backpack. She told me exactly what to do." Kaz couldn't prevent a weary chuckle escaping. Her baby had known what to do, remembered everything Mummy had taught her about her diabetes. "My clever little angel." Sadie beamed, making the tears in her eyes glisten. "She did brilliantly," the man added, giving Sadie a reassuring smile. Kaz had no idea who he was, but she sensed he was trustworthy. His tone of voice, the gentle look in his eyes, whoever he was, he had helped her and he kept Sadie safe. Kaz felt a sharp sting in her thigh where the injection had gone in. Her head was starting to clear. Her heart rate slowing. But she was lying awkwardly in the cramped rear of a car, and there was screaming, glass breaking, people shouting over and over again. "What's happening?" she asked. "Things have got complicated. I'm Lanny. I found you with a police officer trying to get help. We managed to get you a week's supply of insulin." Kaz saw blood on the man's collar. Was he hurt? Someone else? She groaned as it all came back to her. She had burned through her final 2 doses of insulin that she had kept in her handbag, the rest of it being in the suitcase Mike had caused her to abandon at the station. Then she had found herself unable to get any more, unable to get in with any of the local GPs. She hadn't registered yet with a doctor in Durham, and the nearest hospital had been so rammed that she hadn't been able to get through the entrance. Slipping closer and closer to a dreaded coma, she had started to panic. It was a miracle that someone had managed to help her in time, but in 1 week she would have to go through it all again. She sat up and followed Lanny's gaze. The car was parked on a quiet back street. A nearby door hung wide open. Inside, she glimpsed people fighting and attacking each other. Her stomach lurched as she asked again, "What's happening? Where is the officer who helped us? Is this his police car?" He's dealing with problems elsewhere. Do you have anywhere to be?" She shook her head. "I've been looking for my sister. She works at the council, but she never came home last night, and she won't pick up her phone. I was on my way to see her when," she sighed, "I got too weak." She pulled Sadie against her chest, wishing her daughter didn't have to hear everything she was saying. The feel of her trembling was heartbreaking. "I don't have the keys to this car," Lanny said. "We're going to have to make it on foot." "What does he mean? Are we in danger?" She listened to the screams and didn't like how loud they were getting. "Are we going to be okay, Lanny?" He side-eyed Sadie, hesitated, and then said, "Of course." But his expression suggested he didn't believe it. "I'll help you get where you're going. We just need to be careful and avoid the unrest." She didn't like the way he spoke the last word. Whatever was happening, it was clearly worse than simple unrest. They exited the car and glanced nervously towards the nearby open door and the chaos within. Then, hurrying close together, they cut into another side street, avoiding the main road. Kaz's legs felt weak, but the insulin was stabilizing her. She could feel her mind sharpening again. Too sharp. Because with clarity came fear and panic. She had a week's worth of insulin. 1 week. What about the week after? Would things be back to normal by then? Would this national health crisis be under control? What even was the crisis? She had to take care of Sadie, had to keep her safe. Lanny seemed to sense her spiraling thoughts as they slipped through a gap between two sets of terraced houses. "Everything will be okay," he said. "I don't know exactly what you've been through, but we're going to find somewhere safe for you to wait this out, okay?" "Wait what out?" she asked quietly. "Is this all because of that virus? I saw people acting like animals. I tried to go to the hospital, but it was like a jungle. No one would help us. It felt like everything was falling apart." He didn't answer. Sadie did. "We'll figure it out, Mummy." Kaz hugged her as they walked hurriedly side by side. "She's so brave. My sister's work is right around this corner. If she's still there, she might be able to help us. The council will know what to do, right?" Lanny smiled. "Right." They entered onto a small bridge spanning a rushing stream 10 feet below. More screams echoed from somewhere nearby. Then all seemed quiet. For a moment, the low hum of chaos that had settled over the city ceased. Kaz felt a chill down her spine. The front door of a nearby cottage flew open and a man staggered out. He headed for the bridge. His face was bloodied, his shirt torn. Kaz's heart dropped. "Stay behind me," she told Sadie, and was relieved when Lanny moved in front of them both. The stranger raised his head to look at them. He appeared ordinary for a moment, mid-30s, dark coat. But then he smiled and his eyes widened. They were blood red. Black veins covered his cheeks. "Hello there," he said pleasantly. "Hello there, hello there, hello there." Kaz felt Sadie stiffen in her arms. "Keep walking," Lanny murmured, shoving them further along the bridge. The man hurried after them, easily catching up. "Hello there," he said, grinning maniacally. "Hello there." Kaz's blood ran cold. "Leave us alone, please." "Step back," Lanny warned the man. "Get out of our way." "Hello," the man lunged. "There." Kaz didn't think. She moved. Shoving Sadie aside, she raised her hands in defense as the man barreled into Lanny and barged his way past. He reached out for Sadie, his red eyes set on her. "Hey, stop!" Lanny snatched at the man and caught him by the arm. "Don't you fucking touch her." Kaz pointed a finger in his face. "Get away." The man's jaws opened wide. He lurched forward. His teeth snapped shut. Kaz cried out as pain exploded in her right hand. She yanked back her arm, but the man held on too tightly. Lashing out with her other hand, she tried to push him away. He was biting her. She screamed in agony and batted at him with her fist. Lanny twisted the man's arm, trying to force him away, but the man wouldn't let go. Her little finger and ring finger were clamped between his teeth. He clawed at her coat with both hands, trying to drag her down to the ground. Why was he doing this? "Mummy," Sadie shrieked. "Mummy, stop it." Lanny threw a punch and rattled the man's jaw, but it didn't make him let go. He didn't even flinch. They staggered in a huddle, banging up against the bridge's low wall. Kaz didn't even register the painful thud of her hip striking stone. Lanny punched the man in the face again, then he jammed his thumb obscenely into the man's eye. It was enough to finally make him let go. "Help me." Kaz bent over the wall, clutching her bleeding hand. "Please help me." Lanny was panting, his face stricken with fear as the man reached out to grab him by the throat. But he didn't turn and run. He set his feet apart and shoved out frantically. "I said get back." The impact of Lanny's hands thudding against the man's sternum sent him reeling backwards into the stone wall. Seeming to have no sense of self-preservation, the stranger continued to reach forward to try to grab Lanny. "Hello there." He toppled over the wall like a log, rigid and unreactive, and vanished out of sight. A loud splash of water sounded below. Kaz looked over the edge, still clutching her bleeding hand against her breast. She gasped. The stranger had fallen onto a group of rocks jutting out of the water below. His skull had dashed against their jagged tips. His blood ran into the white froth of the water and headed away. Both his lifeless legs flailed in the current, one shoe floating off like a little brown boat. For a few seconds, nothing happened. The only sound was Lanny panting behind her. Sadie began to sob. Kaz pulled her close, trying not to get blood on her. So much blood. It had started with Mike's. Now it was leaking from her own wounds. What is happening? Why did that man attack me? It's okay, sweetheart. Mummy is okay. Mummy is not okay. Lanny moved close to her, leaned in over her shoulder and whispered, "People are like this everywhere. Something is making them violent. I saw it in the hospital, the street." He looked down at the dead man in the water. "We need to get to safety. We can't be outside like this." She looked down at her hands, wincing when she saw the deep, ragged gash running along the base of her little and ring fingers. She'd never been cut so deeply. It needed stitches for sure, but she doubted she would get any. It burned. Blood streamed between her fingers, not just from the bite, but from the older cut on her palm. the one caused by Mike trying to plunge a knife into her. It hadn't yet healed, and now she had fresh wounds to add to it, but at least I'm okay for now. I just need to keep moving, get off the street. She looked at Lanny. Thank you for helping us. Are you okay? He nodded at her hand. Let me see. She pulled away. It's fine. I don't understand why he bit me. He held her gaze. I think the virus is infecting people's brains, making them crazy. Maybe it's some sort of fever or rabies. She closed her eyes briefly and focused on her breathing, needing a moment to get herself together. A fever. Right. Well, whatever this virus is doing to people, I pray we don't catch it. Yeah, I can agree with that. Are you ready to move again? She nodded. Mummy, Sadie whispered, I'm scared. Kaz looked at her daughter at her wide, terrified eyes and couldn't bring herself to lie. Me too, honey. Me too. I need more insulin. Otherwise, I have less than a week to keep her safe. The cathedral bells began to toll in the distance. Slow, hollow, Kaz took a breath and straightened up. Right, let's go. Her hand throbbed. Her heart felt heavy, but she was able to put one foot in front of the other. One way or another, she was going to keep her daughter safe. Chapter 21. Max didn't remember the last stretch of the drive. 1 second he was watching James being eaten alive by his own neighbors. The next he was swinging the blue Mini into Smurfwaite's car park and slamming the brakes so hard Heather lurched forward in her seat. The supermarket appeared normal. Pale morning light bathed its brickwork, metal trolleys rattled in the wind, and a few early shoppers had parked their cars in some of the 48 spaces. But the front shutters were lowered halfway over the entrance, and a man pounded on them furiously, making the whole thing rattle. Open, he screamed. Open. Shapes moved inside. People. Heather grabbed Max's arm. Oh God, is he one of them? Max looked at her for a moment, thinking. We go around the back, the loading bay. She nodded, bottom lip quivering. For a second, they both just sat there in the car. Squeak scratched inside her carrier on Heather's lap. James is dead. Fuck. Max shoved the grief down. He hadn't known the man for very long, so why did it hurt? He put the car back into drive and drove a wide circle around the side of the building, grateful that the electric engine was so silent enough that the man banging on the shutters didn't notice them. The loading bay shutter at the back was raised. Oliver would have been preparing for that morning's delivery. The store could only have been open for half an hour. Heather jumped out first, fumbling with her keys. Thank God she still had a set. Max grabbed Squeak's carrier and followed, his hands shaking while he waited for her to unlock the back door. Come on, come on. She shushed him and yanked open the door. Just get in. Inside, the small warehouse smelled of cardboard and disinfectant. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead. For a split second, standing among stacked pallets of tinned beans and toilet roll, Max felt something dangerously close to relief. Concrete walls, metal shutters, supplies. Then a scream echoed from the shop floor. That relief vanished in an instant. Heather hurried over to the double doors that led onto the shop floor. She raised a hand over the keypad and hesitated. We have to know what's happening, Max said, placing Squeak's carrier down on top of a pallet full of lemonade. "If it's not safe, we can lock ourselves back in here, but—" She looked at him and nodded. "Our colleagues." The keypad beeped as she tapped in her code. The double doors opened automatically. Chaos met them. Several customers were clustered at the front of the store. Some cried, others argued, a few filmed on their phones. By the cigarette kiosk, a woman knelt beside an elderly man breathing heavily on the ground. He was bleeding from a wound on his shoulder. Oliver was rushing up and down the aisles, a phone pressed to his ear. "Amanda, can you please call me back? I have a crisis here. It's Oliver. Oliver Thompson at Durham. Call me back. Please." The front windows shuddered as the man outside moved away from the entrance shutter and slammed himself against the glass. He was joined by a young woman with 2 children. All 4 of them snarled like hungry animals, their eyes bloodshot and red. Max stepped forward. "Oliver." Oliver turned, visibly flinching. "Max, you're not on shift today." "You fired me." Oh, yes. Well, you need to leave then." No, don't leave. You can have your job back, we need help here." "Lock it down, Oliver. Lock everything. It's not safe outside." Oliver blinked. "Excuse me." "Shutters down. Barricade the front entrance. Nobody in, nobody out. Are you listening to me? We can't just—" The adults and children outside threw themselves against the window in unison, making the entire panel shudder in its frame. The customers inside yelped in horror. "They're trying to rob us," Oliver cried. "They're not robbers," Max said, louder now. "They're sick people. The virus is making them violent. We need to stay inside and make this place safe." "He's telling the truth," Heather said beside him. "My neighbor was just murdered right in front of me." Oliver's face drained of color. "Murder," he said weakly. "What are you talking about? Have you called the police?" "Have you?" He nodded. "I can't get through to them. I had to leave a message. Those people out there refuse to go away." Max looked at him. "Doesn't that tell you something? 999 being unreachable. It's all fucked, Oliver. The whole shebang is coming down. We need to stop reacting and start acting okay." Another crash against the window. The elderly man lying on the floor near the tobacco kiosk began convulsing. People around him cried out for help. His shoulder bled onto the floor, creating a slick red puddle. Max took a step forward, moving Oliver aside. "Everyone, listen to me." Heads turned. "We need to lower the shutters all the way. If you want to leave, go out through the warehouse. There's nobody out there. But once we seal this place, no one is leaving. Do you understand?" "What are you doing?" Oliver demanded, but his tone was feeble. A murmur rose among the crowd. An older woman held the old man on the ground and tried to keep him from convulsing. There was a middle-aged man near the bread baskets, shaking his head. "This is ridiculous. Why is everyone overreacting?" The front window cracked. A spiderweb fracture spread across the lower section of the glass. The 2 children pressed their bloody faces up against it, put out their tongues and licked across the surface. Max looked the disgruntled man in the eye and pointed at the window. "The people out there want to come inside and kill us all. I don't know why, but I do know that it's true. And it's not just happening here, so if you have a family to get to, I suggest you leave now before it's too late. If not, then you and everyone else needs to help get this place secured. You have 10 seconds to decide. The man folded his arms and stayed silent. Heather moved up beside Max and took his hand. Usually, the gesture would have filled him with excitement, but right now he was already at his maximum thrill level. Another slam of bodies hitting glass. Oliver still had the phone clutched in his hand, but he put it in his trouser pocket now and began to nod. I should run this by head office, but they're not answering either. Then it's time for you to take charge, Max said. This is your store, Oliver. Are you going to protect it? Yes, he said. Heather, lower the window shutters all the way. I'll get the front entrance. Max looked him in the eye and nodded. I'll grab pallets from the warehouse. Maybe we can build a barricade. Good idea. Oliver ran towards the front of the store where the shutter controls were. Heather ran to the windows. Outside, the woman, the man, and the two children began to hiss, the sight of movement making them more animated. The crack in the glass spread wider. The metal shutters began to descend with a heavy, grinding roar. The two children's mother got her arm trapped underneath the lowering metal sheet, keeping her from getting out of the way. Maybe Heather didn't notice because she didn't let go of the button. Anyone normal would have pulled their arm back, but instead the woman's elbow twisted sideways and popped. She lost her footing and was then dragged down to the ground. Then, as the shutter descended fully, she disappeared from view, except for her lower arm, which had torn free and was now sandwiched between the glass and metal. Inside, someone vomited. Then everyone fell into stunned silence. Then the banging on the shutters started. Fists first, then bodies. The shutters boomed rhythmically with every blow. The sound traveled through the floor. Boom, boom, boom. Max grabbed a pair of small wooden pallets, one hooked over each forearm, and dragged them out onto the shop floor. He forced himself to breathe. Okay, focus. Next step. Oliver, he said, hurrying towards his former boss at the front of the store. Grab any trolleys and park them against the doors. We can load them up with heavy bleach bottles and make a wall. Just make sure that anyone who wants to leave goes now, before we secure the back door and shutter. Oliver nodded. No argument. A few moments later, a small contingent of customers followed him towards the back of the store, including the disgruntled middle-aged man. Good luck to him. But some of the customers stayed. The older couple, the wife cradling the husband. A young mum with a baby in a bright pink pram. 3 teenagers pale and shaking. And the staff, of course. Heather, Oliver, Clive from the tobacco kiosk, Nicholas from the tills, and Moya, Max gasped. The security guard stood near the customer toilets, his security jacket half zipped up and his shirt beneath drenched with sweat. "Hello, big man," he said. He looked wrong. His eyes were bloodshot, not fully red but in no way normal. "Moya," Max said again, carefully. "Are you okay? Heather said you've been off sick." Moya blinked slowly. "Just the flu," he muttered. "Just the flu." Heather arrived, and when she saw Moya, she exchanged a worried glance with Max. Then she asked Moya, "How's your arm?" Moya pulled up his sleeve. "Mad brudda bit me." The bandage was soaked through with blood, dark, sticky. Max's stomach tightened. Moya, I don't think you should be here. You're not well. The banging on the shutters seemed to get louder even through the thick glass. Were more people out there? Boom, boom, boom. Okay, Max said carefully. Moya, you need to go sit down in the staff room, just for a bit. Moya frowned. I'm fine. No bother, big man, no bother, big man. Yeah, of course. Just go rest, though, yeah. Have a cup of that tea you like. Roybas, you want a cup? Max nodded. Sure, staff room, okay, I'll see you there. Moya stared at him. Something flickered behind his eyes, not recognition, something else. Then he stood up and went away. Tired, brudda, he muttered weakly. Tired, brudda. Once he was out of earshot, Heather grabbed Max's arm. He has it, he's sick. I think you're right. His arm is still bleeding. Did you see? It should have started healing by now. What if he acts like the others? He hasn't so far. Maybe it's different for different people. Let's just keep an eye on him. The banging on the shutters continued. Through a tiny gap near the edge of the window frame, Max glimpsed movement. Why wouldn't the people outside go away? Were they drawn to the noise, the light? How long before they gave up? Inside, the tension mounted. The elderly man on the floor stopped convulsing and began coughing violently. His wife sobbed and begged him to wake up. Clive from the tobacco kiosk had been trying to help them, but he backed away now. Max stepped forward and looked at his colleague. We need to move him somewhere safer, he said. The stock cages in the back. We can lock him inside one of them. Clive frowned at the suggestion. Absolutely not, Oliver snapped, overhearing from nearby. We can't detain customers. Max glared at him. You're not going to lose your job, Oliver. Nobody is going to sue us. We're way past that. There are people outside using their bodies as battering rams. This old man is sick and could be dangerous too. We need to put him somewhere else. Quarantine him. Oliver pinched the bridge of his nose. Jesus, what am I doing? You don't even work here. I should be in charge. Oliver, I don't care who's in charge. We just need to work together. Boom, boom, boom on the shutters, wails from outside. The shutters rattled. The disembodied arm slid down the glass, leaving a bloody smear. Oliver was hesitating. Max walked right up to him until they were almost nose to nose. My dad ate my ma'am this morning, he said evenly. And then he tried to kill me too. I get that you haven't seen the shit fully hit the fan yet, but trust me, it's hit. There's shit everywhere. Are you understanding me? Oliver teetered for a moment, as if he were about to pass out, but then he got a hold of himself. This all started with that drunken maniac last week, didn't it? Maybe even before that. Whatever's happening, it's turning people into psychopaths. They don't reason. They just attack. That's why we need to be careful about anyone inside being sick. Moya is in the staff room. I think he might be dangerous too. Christ, I told him to get back to work. I made him come in. Jesus, why did I make such a fuss about him being off for a few days? Because you're a dick, Oliver. But you also didn't know. Solutions, okay. Let's just get ourselves secure and figure out the rest later. Yes, okay, I hear you. Good. The elderly man's coughing became a wet choking. Max didn't wait for permission. He grabbed a trolley and raced over to the tobacco kiosk. "Clive, help me get him in." "Really?" "Yes, now." Clive flinched. "What the fuck is happening?" One of the teenagers howled. "Where are the police?" "My husband has asthma," the old woman cried. "He needs an ambulance." "We'll try to get him help," Max said. "But right now we need to move him." "No, leave him alone. Just get help." "What's your name?" "Margaret, this is Eric." Max licked his lips, nodded. "Margaret, we'll get whatever help we can, but right now we're moving Eric to the back. It's not a request, so just help us make him comfortable." "I'm really sorry about this, ma'am," Oliver said, "but we must insist." The young mother with the pram burst into tears by the shutters. Somehow her baby was managing to stay asleep. "Dad," she shouted at the glass, "stop it." Max gasped. Was one of the attackers outside her father? Did that make her a risk? Someone who would suddenly throw open the doors to let the people outside in? No, she gets it. I can see the fear in her eyes. She knows this is bad. Max moved to pick up the elderly man. He had started wheezing and gasping, but there was nothing they could do to help him. They could only think about protecting themselves. "Eric, I don't know if you can hear me, but we're going to move you someplace quieter." The man's eyes rolled back in his head. He started convulsing again. "Help him," his wife pleaded. "Eric." Max tried to keep the man still, but then loosened his grip when he considered that it might not be the best thing to do. The old man's frail body was rattling and bucking so hard that his bones might suddenly snap. But then he went completely still. His ragged breaths halted. Silence. Max stepped back and looked at the old woman. I think he's gone. I'm sorry." "No, no, Eric." She let out a wail and collapsed to the ground beside her husband's unmoving body. The sight of her slumped over him was heartbreaking. How long had they been married? How long should they have had left together? Eric suddenly sprang back to life, sitting up and turning his head towards his wife. "Oh, Eric," she gasped. "You scared me. I thought you left me." Eric said nothing. He stared through glazed-over, bloodshot eyes. "Get away from him," Max warned. "Margaret." But it was too late. The old man lunged and bit his wife's nose. He rolled on top of her as she screamed in shock, the two of them embracing in a cruel mockery of love. Max went to help Margaret, but another scream coming from behind caused him to turn around. The woman with the pram was hurrying along the front of the store. One of the teenagers chased her, his teeth gnashing at the air like he was trying to catch bugs. One of the other teenagers was calling after him to stop. "Somebody help me," the woman cried. "Help me." The pursuing teenager was foaming at the mouth. His eyes were bloodshot. Black veins streaked his face. "He was fine 5 minutes ago," the other teenager cried out. "He just had a bad cold." Boom, boom, boom. The shutters rattled against the windows. "Mad Brudda bit me." Moya's voice floated over from the tobacco kiosk. "Mad Brudda, Mad Brudda." Eric continued to eat his wife 10 feet away, chomping on her face and tearing away most of her cheek. Max backed away on his heels, shaking his head as he realized they were all fucked. It was too late. Smurfwaite's was filled with infected people. He reached out and pulled Heather with him. Moya stepped out in front of them. His bandage had fallen away, revealing a festering black wound all down his arm, his eyes blood-red. He swayed to and fro like the drunken man who had bitten him several days ago. "Mad Brudda bit me. Mad Brudda bit me." Heather grabbed Max's hand again. This time he pulled her close to him, their bodies touching. Oliver joined them too, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. For once he looked as if he wished to be anywhere else but inside the store. Moya staggered towards them. The teen continued chasing after the woman with the pram. Eric ate his wife. And outside, the shutters buckled under the endless onslaught of bodies pounding against them. "We fucked up," Max said. "This place was never safe." Heather quivered beside him. "What do we do now?" "Try not to die." Moya broke into a sprint. Chapter 22. Kaz knew without having to say it out loud. Her body felt wrong in ways that had nothing to do with diabetes. It was inside her, the virus. The insulin had steadied her blood sugar and lifted the fog from her mind, but something else had taken its place. A heat that crawled beneath her skin, a tremor that wasn't weakness. She and Lanny had taken shelter with Sadie inside an undercroft next to the river. The stone archway was cold and damp against her back. "Mummy, your hand's bleeding again." Kaz looked down. Dark, sticky blood oozed from the base of her little and ring fingers. The smell, like spoiled fruit. Her entire hand was numb, and yet it burned. She swallowed. "I'm okay, sweetheart." But she was okay. Something deep in her gut told her so. Lanny crouched in front of Kaz, scanning the riverside path ahead of them. "We'll need to move soon," he said quietly. "I think if we make it out of the city and into the countryside, our chances will be better. Maybe we can find a farm to take us in. There must be somewhere safe to go." "Anywhere but here," Kaz muttered, rubbing her aching wrist. Her pulse thudded. She could feel it in her throat. Sadie was watching her closely. "Mummy, you look poorly." "Mummy's just tired." "You're shaking." Kaz looked down at her wounded hand. It was trembling endlessly. The veins on the back of her hand had darkened, almost black. "Lanny," she said quietly, shaking her head ever so slightly. He looked back at her and he saw it too, but he didn't say anything. "We need to find help," Kaz said. "Soon." "I promise you we will." "You promise." He looked uncomfortable, but he met her stare. Then he glanced at Sadie, who was idly coloring on the pavement with a piece of chalk from her backpack. "Yeah, I promise." "Then let's get moving. I don't want to get too tired." They exited from under the arch. The river path was busy, people running in both directions. Some carrying bags, some carrying nothing. One man even took to the water and swam. There were no infected people. At least not for now. Except for me, I'm infected. Ever since that stranger bit me. What does that mean? What's going to happen to me? I feel like I'm on fire. Kaz kept Sadie pinned close to her side as they hurried along the embankment. "Mummy, you're walking funny." "I know, my legs are hurting." "Why?" "I'm getting old." Lanny glanced at Kaz more and more often. "Just keep going," she snapped at him. They rounded a bend and headed towards an old iron bridge. It had probably been there 100 years at least. It would probably be there 100 more, long after this crisis was over. There was something calming about that. But then Kaz saw a cluster of figures blocking the path up ahead. Something about the way they huddled together was wrong, like they were tangled and unable to avoid bumping up against one another. They swayed to and fro. Then one of them stepped forward, exiting the shadow of the bridge. Freckled face, green eyes, bright red royal male fleece. His head tilted unnaturally to one side. Blood stained his collar, his neck torn wide open. "Damn it," Lanny said. "We can't get through. There's too many of them." "Morning," the infected postman said merrily. "Morning." The figures behind him shuffled out from under the bridge, too. A man in a high-vis jacket, a young girl in a pink baseball cap, an old lady dragging a dead chihuahua behind her on a short black lead. They moved like a drunken mob, unorganized and clumsy. Each of them muttered incoherently, repeating various words over and over again. Sadie whimpered. Kaz stepped in front of her automatically, both fists raised as if she had an idea of how to fight. Violence was something she had suffered but never inflicted. That would have to change. She had no choice. No one was going to hurt her little girl. I won't let them get her. I'll die first. Kaz opened her mouth to yell out a threat, but her diaphragm seized and she suddenly found herself vomiting into the river. A wave of dizziness hit her, so strong that she almost fell in. Lanny grabbed her arm to steady her. "Kaz, what's wrong?" She pushed him away. The water seemed to swirl in front of her, a mixture of bright, flashing colors. Her pulse pounded in her eardrums. Anger. She felt a deep-rooted anger in her gut. "Get the fuck away from me, away from me. You know what's wrong, wrong, wrong." Lanny took a step back. "Kaz." "Mommy." She closed her eyes, gritted her teeth. "What is happening to me? I'm burning, I can't see." "Just shut the fuck up," she spat. "Up, up, up." Lanny grabbed her again, tried to pull her along the path with him and away from danger. The muttering mob was getting closer. A loud splash announced one of them had lost their balance and plummeted into the river. Kaz caught sight of the man from the corner of her eye, sinking beneath the water without even trying to swim. Somewhere on the street above, people screamed. She looked at Sadie, her beautiful, terrified little girl. "Mummy," Sadie's voice was small. "Are you not feeling well?" Kaz wiped vomit from her mouth and dropped to her knees. She had to fight the urge to grab Sadie's arm and bite into it, and actually opened her mouth. She smelled so good, like moist, freshly cooked chicken. The world tilted. The water smelled foul and made her want to throw up all over again. Lanny stared at her, licking his lips and saying nothing. "Listen to me," she said, gripping Sadie by the shoulders, trying not to squeeze too hard. "No," Sadie whispered, already crying. "You're scaring me, Mummy." "Listen to me, Sadie." "Hey, come on, Kaz," Lanny said, staring at her like she was a monster. The infected were closer now, less than 20 feet away. Kaz's teeth ached. She wanted to bite something to relieve the pressure in her gums. "Sadie, why, you have to be brave, okay? You need to go with our friend Lanny and do everything he says." "No, no, Mummy." "Yes. You do what I tell you to do." Stop shouting at her. I never shout at her. "I'm sorry. Mummy isn't feeling well, but I love you, sweetheart. Mummy will always love you." Her voice cracked. She pulled Sadie into her chest. Memorize this. Take it with you, the weight of her, the smell of her shampoo. You are so clever and brave, she whispered into her daughter's ear. I'm so proud of you, but you need to go now. Sadie was shaking her head violently. Kaz pulled back and cupped her daughter's face. I love you forever, sweetheart. Mummy just needs to rest a while, okay? Okay. Okay. Lanny was shaking his head. It looked like he wanted to argue with her, but at the same time he seemed to understand what was happening. She felt herself drooling, and when she looked down, she saw a bloody puddle on the ground. The black veins on the back of her hand had extended to her forearm. She was changing. Go with Lanny, okay? Just for a little while. He's going to keep you safe while Mummy rests. You can trust him. She looked up and stared Lanny in the face. When he gave her a subtle nod, she was satisfied that he was willing to take Sadie and protect her. Morning, the postman repeated. Morning. Kaz felt something surge through her, a sharp, predatory clarity. Her vision sharpened, colors brighter, smells stronger. More anger surged inside her. She wasn't fully herself anymore. Something was filling her up and taking her place. But I'm not gone yet. She jumped to her feet and threw out an arm. Take her, she ordered Lanny. Now. Kaz, we can still. Go now. His jaw clenched as he looked at her, but then, slowly, he reached out and took Sadie's hand. The infected were almost upon them, led by the merry postman. You know what's happening to me, she said. I'm turning into one of them. There's no stopping it. Please just keep her safe for me. Please. He nodded, opened his mouth, then nodded again. Kaz's legs wobbled as she turned to face the incoming mob. The postman lunged, not for her but for Sadie standing behind her. Don't you fucking touch her. Kaz moved without thinking, grabbing the man by the shoulders and shoving him backwards towards the river. He went straight in, his arms out in front of him. Then he sank like a stone. 5 more bodies moved up to take his place on the path. Fucking go. She bellowed at Lanny and shoved him in the chest. He staggered backwards with a gasp. Sadie sobbed terribly, reaching out for her mum. She tried to slip her hand free from Lanny's, but he held on. Then he scooped her up, kicking and screaming. He gave Kaz one last look, one more wordless nod, then he turned and fled. Pain flared through Kaz's entire body. It made her feel alive. The elderly woman with the dead dog grabbed at her throat. She twisted and punched the woman to the ground. The others surged onwards, some trying to get past Kaz, but others trying to grab her. She blocked all of them, slowing them down as much as possible, while a man she barely knew raced away with her daughter. A daughter she would never see again. Am I dying? Will the virus erase everything I am, even my memories? Mummy. Run, she screamed back, then grabbed the nearest infected person by the collar and dragged him down to the ground, trying to trip the others by creating a human roadblock. 6 bodies tripped and fell in a heap. Teeth snapped inches from Kaz's face. She drove her thumb into a squishy red eye. She fought wildly, not to survive, to delay. A set of jaws flashed in the muted sunlight. She felt teeth tear into her neck. More pain, more fire. Her vision turned red. She dimly saw Lanny running away in the distance, Sadie's pink rucksack bouncing as he carried her in his arms. Someone else bit her, clamping down on her shoulder. It felt like 1,000 needles pressing into her muscle, but that was okay. The agony didn't matter. She had done her job as a mother. She had kept her daughter safe. And right at the end, she had finally met a decent man. "Don't let me down, Lanny, or else I'll fucking kill you." Kaz closed her eyes and allowed herself to be eaten. Chapter 23. The early evening dusk arrived slowly. It pressed itself against the shutters first, a deepening of shadow between the gaps, and then seeped into the aisles, pooling under the shelves and in the corners where the strip lights flickered and hummed. Max stood at the warehouse door and listened. The banging on the shutters had finally stopped. Heather sat on an overturned pallet, Squeak's carrier at her feet. The rat had finally stopped scratching and now lay curled in a tight, trembling ball. She would need feeding soon, but he had no idea what a rat ate. Oliver paced nearby, phone still in his hand despite there being no signal. From out on the shop floor, clumsy footsteps sounded in the aisles. Max didn't want to know what was out there. Eric had eaten his wife. Moya had attacked Heather and Max, chasing them through the aisles until they were able to escape into the back. Clive had gone down screaming as the infected teenager clawed out his eyeball. Smurfwaite S was a bloodbath. But not everyone had died. Along with Max, Heather, and Oliver was the woman with the baby and 2 of the 3 teenagers. 7 lives remaining. "We need to sleep in shifts," Heather said quietly. "I won't relax unless someone is keeping a lookout." Max nodded. He wanted to say he agreed, but he was too tired to form words. His body felt hollowed out by the hot surge of adrenaline. His mind kept replaying the memory of James dying on his own front lawn. James. If not for him, they might never have been prepared for what was coming. They would have been caught sleeping like everyone else. Not that it had made much difference. "Up there," Max managed to say, pointing to the upper shelving stacks on the rear wall of the warehouse. Packets of toilet roll and old abandoned stock lived up there. "We climb up, and nothing will be able to get to us." Heather seemed to relax at the idea. Being off the ground would feel a lot safer. Oliver blinked at him. "That's against health and safety." Max studied him for a long second. "What, are you ins?" Oliver cracked a weary smile. "I'm joking." "Wow," Max chuckled. "Wow, I didn't know you were capable." "I took a course." Of all the surprises of the day, not hating Oliver was the biggest. Max sat in silence for a short while, and then he went and climbed the upper shelves. He cleared them of debris and layers of dust, coughing and spluttering quietly. It wouldn't be comfortable, but that was probably too much to ask. They had food and water and 2 automatic doors protecting them. He would take it. Heather joined him up top, nimble despite her obvious exhaustion. She handed him something he didn't understand. A small, green, leather-bound journal that the store sold from its tiny stationery section. "It's a notebook," she said. "Like the one you've been writing in. It helps you relax, right?" He ran his fingers over the dappled cover, already feeling less anxious just from the smell of it. "Thanks." "You, don't think it's weird." She shrugged. "If it helps, it helps." She reached into her pocket and produced a stainless steel pen. "Here, take it, Mr. Writer Man." He took the pen with a grateful smile. It had been a long time since anyone had given him a gift. Even longer to have received one so thoughtful. The way she was looking at him made him shudder. She was disheveled and sweaty, but her dark eyes were the same as always, intelligent, kind. Heather. Below them, the warehouse stretched into murky shadows, but it felt safer up there on the shelves. He lay back against the brick wall and stared at the dusty ceiling tiles. Several of them were moldy and brown from a persistent leak in the roof. He had lost count of the mornings he had started work with a mop bucket to clean up an overnight flood. He started to write. Max's scrapbook, End of the World, Day 1, somehow still alive. Heather curled up beside him, her arms folded tightly around herself as if she were in need of a hug. Below, the mother fed her baby pre-made formula that she had found in that morning's unpacked delivery. Both surviving teenagers sat with her, chatting nervously and fidgeting in their laps. "You think the doors will hold," she whispered. "They're magnetic, right?" "Yeah, I think so. Maybe, if we're quiet, the people outside will leave us alone. They don't seem smart like, as smart as they were before." "They're like zombies," she said with a chuckle. He frowned. "But they're not dead." That old man seemed pretty dead, right before he sat up and ate his wife. "Well, dead or alive, I don't want them anywhere near me." She was quiet for a moment, then craned her neck to look at him. "So, do you have a plan to save us? I could really use a knight in shining armor right now." "No plan at all," he admitted. "I'm just glad you're here." "What if they get inside?" She stared off into the shadows below. "Where do we go?" Max glanced upwards. "The roof. I went up there once to attach a banner to the front of the store. It's flat, and there's a ladder you can lower to the ground outside. Maybe that can be our escape route if we need one." She smiled at him. "See, you do have a plan." "Yeah, that's me. A man with a plan." Heather shuffled down onto her back and rested her head in his lap. Then she flinched and sat up again. Squeak. "She's still down there in her carrier. We haven't given her any water or anything. I let her go earlier, before I climbed up here." "What, but she's a pet." He huffed. "Figured she'd have a better chance of survival being free. It's time for her to find her own way in life." She giggled and punched him on the leg. "Doofus, I hope she's okay." "Probably doing better than we are." "Yeah, I suppose she is. Anyway, we should try to get some sleep while we can." She shuffled back down onto his lap. "Maybe we'll wake up in our beds and find out all this was just a nightmare." Smiling, he rested his hands on top of hers and closed his eyes. "Here's hoping." Max drifted in and out of sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw his father's face pressed up against the car window or James's throat opening up like a ragged red mouth. The shutters outside bending and buckling as blood-soaked bodies crashed up against them again and again. Then he would hear Heather's gentle snoring, and the nightmares went away. Before long, he heard the birds outside singing, a new morning on its way. Oliver was muttering softly in his sleep somewhere close. "He must have climbed up onto the shelving too. We made it. We survived the night." Someone was walking around down on the warehouse floor. He could hear their shuffling feet. Every now and then they would clunk against a pallet of stock or knock over a box. Clumsy, erratic. Heather's hand found Max's in the dark. The scream tore them both fully awake. It came not from outside on the shop floor, but from inside the warehouse. It sounded like one of the teenagers. Max jerked upright, his heart hammering. Below, the shadows were moving, shapes zigzagging between the pallets of stock. The automatic doors to the shop floor stood wide open. Heather jerked up beside him. "No, no, no." "How?" Oliver said. "How did they get in?" Max blinked and tried to see in the darkness. "The power," he said. "The power must have gone out. It released the magnetic lock on the doors." "You're right," Oliver said. "I can't see the blinking light on the keypad anymore." The shelving stacks wobbled as someone bumped up against them. Max peered over the edge and looked down. Moya, the large security guard's jacket hung half off his shoulders. His head twitched in small, jerky movements. His eyes almost seemed to glow red in the darkness. He was chewing on something. An arm. Max's stomach twisted. Heather groaned beside him, then covered her mouth as she realized the noise she was making. Moya dropped the arm and lifted his head. Blood ran down his chin. He sniffed at the air, slowly and deliberately. Then he turned his head to look upwards. "Shit!" Max pulled back. Heather made another small, involuntary sound. "Mad Brudda bit me." "He's seen us." Behind Moya, more figures spilled into the warehouse from the shop floor. Clive from the tobacco kiosk was among them, his face half-eaten away but somehow still on his feet. Beside him, Eric, the old man, shambled about like a leather-covered skeleton. "They're everywhere," Heather whispered. "We're trapped up here." Max scanned the warehouse. The shelving stacks ran the entire length of the back wall. Thankfully, they were bolted to the brickwork, or else he feared Moya and the others would bring the whole thing down. As he scanned left and right, he was relieved to see the mother and her baby up top too. One of the teens was next to her, but the other was nowhere to be seen. Was he the one whose arm had ended up in Moya's mouth? Max looked up at the ceiling tiles. "We need to get higher," he said. "What are you talking about?" Oliver argued. "There is no higher." "Yes, there is." Everybody stared at Max, but he ignored them. He stood up but was unable to rise fully and had to stoop below the suspended ceiling. Reaching above his head, he punched a moldy tile loose from its metal railings. Then he popped loose the one beside it and the one next to that. Dust and crumbling plaster rained down on him, irritating his eyes, but the sunlight shining through the hole above was like a ray sent from heaven. "We can break our way through the roof," he cried, hope taking hold. "Do you see?" Boom! Someone hit the loading bay shutter outside, no doubt attracted by the commotion going on inside. No way out now, only up. The infected were everywhere below like piranhas wading in a pond. Moya shook the horizontal struts holding up the stacks, trying to tear them all free. When he failed to do so, he tried something else. He began climbing. "Oh no," Heather cried. "What do we do?" the mother with the baby asked, the first time Max had heard her talk. Moya rose up the stacks slowly, like a toddler finding their way. "Grab whatever you can from the shelves below," Max shouted. "Throw anything useless and keep everything else." He reached down himself and yanked a cardboard box from the shelf beneath the one he was sitting on. It was a pop-up soccer goal, useless, so he threw it at Moya. It hit him square in the head and sent him flailing back down to the concrete floor. Clive from the tobacco kiosk wandered blindly, but the old man, Eric, moved with purpose towards the shelving. Like Moya, he began to climb. Everyone up top scrambled to grab whatever they could from the shelves below, holding on and trying not to fall to their deaths. The mother tossed an old kettle that should have been sent back to the manufacturer years ago. Heather threw a dusty old wrench. Years' worth of forgotten crap was now their ammunition. Max rose up again and knocked free more ceiling tiles. Then he started to pull at a rotten piece of timber. Moldy scraps of asphalt roofing floated down like giant flakes of ash. It all came away so easily that he was surprised the roof hadn't caved in years ago. More and more sunlight spilled in through the widening hole. It lit up the warehouse and sent away the shadows. Moya had broken an ankle when he had fallen. He was unable to climb again. Eric had crashed down onto the concrete and cracked his skull. Oliver kicked out at Eric's badly disfigured wife, who had made it almost to the top, and sent her flying backwards in an aerial cartwheel. Her neck snapped on the concrete like a twig. Suddenly, the numbers below were thinning. How many more infected people were left? Maybe we can reclaim the store. Maybe we can fight back. That was when the first section of shelving collapsed. The remaining teenager screamed in shock as he was suddenly falling headlong off the tilted platform. Oliver almost went with him, but managed to grab hold of a horizontal strut and dangle. The teenager came down hard on his shoulder, dislocating it so badly that his arm looked like it was coming out of his rib cage. The poor lad didn't even have time to call out for help, as Clive, blind as he was, immediately set upon him. All the young man could do was gargle on his own blood. Oliver cried out as Moya grabbed his dangling leg. "Get off me! Get off me!" "Shit!" Max dropped down onto his belly and grabbed the back of Oliver's shirt. He was heavy, but once Heather started to help, they got him back up onto the top shelf. Thank you, Max," he said in a trembling voice. He looked down at Moya, who was reaching up for him like a child wanting its mother. "I thought I was a goner there for a moment." "You owe me a pay rise," Max said. "Let's get the fuck out of here." Everyone remaining scrambled across the upper shelving, huddling up behind Max, who was now able to fully stand as he tore away more and more of the rotten roof. Soon, the hole would be wide enough to pull themselves through. Below, red eyes tracked their movement. Hands reached upwards. "Max," Heather whispered. "Hurry up." "I am," he barked. "Can't you see that I am?" "Someone take my baby," the mother cried, her face streaked with tears. "I can't do this anymore." Heather turned to her. "Yes, you can. You're getting out of here with the rest of us, you and your baby." "Alice," she said. "Her name is Alice." Heather nodded, fierce in her tone. "You and Alice." Max tore away another chunk of asphalt. Chilly morning air flooded in. "Okay," he yelled. "Everybody up." Heather climbed first, scrambling up and out of sight. Oliver followed, wheezing and moaning. Max turned to help the mother and baby, but was distracted as Moya reached up from the shelf below. Somehow he had managed to climb again, even with a broken ankle. "Damn it!" Max motioned to the mother and baby. "Quickly, get up, move." She edged past him and stood up in the space between the ceiling tiles. Heather called out from above, asking her to pass the baby. The woman did so, sobbing hysterically. "Please don't drop her. Please don't drop her." "I won't. Hand her over." Max kicked out and tried to dislodge Moya, but Moya snatched at his foot and grabbed his leg. He tried to bite his shin but couldn't raise himself high enough. Max struggled to get free while swatting at the mother to keep her moving. Go. She tiptoed and reached up into the hole. Oliver and Heather must have reached down to help her because she suddenly shot up and out of sight. Max was the last one left. Moya rose up the shelving slowly, his mouth open and hovering towards Max's ankle. I always liked you, man, but you ain't fucking eating me. Max kicked out hard with his other leg and hit Moya in the forehead, hard enough that it sent pins and needles all the way up to his knee. He yanked his other leg free and scrambled away. As he moved, his hand came down on something soft. The green, leather-bound journal. He wasn't sure why, but he took a second to grab it and stuff it into his waistband. Moya still clung to the racking like a giant flea. Max didn't have the strength to keep fighting him, so he used what he had left to reach up into the roof hole. There, Oliver grabbed his wrist and heaved. For a moment, Max went airborne, both legs dangling, but then he swung a leg up and got his foot on the metal ceiling rails. The thin steel immediately deformed, but by the time it started to give way, he had already boosted himself upward. He leaned forward, wedging his ribcage against the edge of the roof to keep himself from falling. Then he used both hands to press himself up to freedom. He escaped the darkness below and entered the light above. His energy spent, he collapsed onto his back, staring up at the glorious, lukewarm sun. Fuck me, I'm done. I'm done. It was a full minute before he could get back to his feet. Once he managed it, he looked around. The roof was empty of everything except a bulky air conditioning unit. The surface was old and worn and liable to give way at any moment, but it was better than what lay below, and at least he wasn't alone. Heather stood with the mother and her baby, both women staring in silent shock. The baby mithered but didn't cry. Oliver was slumped against the low wall surrounding the roof. Max went and joined him, chuckling and shaking his head. Who'd have thought you and me would end up together like this? Oliver turned his head and sighed. Guess I was wrong to fire you. You're not completely useless. He patted the man on the back. Nah, you were right. I sucked at my job. I'd been stealing booze for months. What? Oliver gasped. I knew that was you. How did you get past the bag searches? Moya never used to check me. I think he knew and let me get away with it. I'll kill him. I'll. His head fell as he seemed to realize what he had said. Suppose it's all in the past. Yep. Max leaned his elbows on the concrete wall and looked into the distance. The sun was barely visible, but a warm orange glow pierced the distant trees. As screwed up as everything was, the morning had still arrived on schedule. The birds still had a song to sing. Below, a smattering of infected strangers wandered the car park. In the distance, parts of Durham seemed to be on fire. Who knew how bad things were elsewhere? It's typical, Oliver muttered. What is? Well, the movies always make it look like supermarkets are the first place to get looted when the world ends. It's the first place people go right. The supermarket. Yeah, I guess, like Dawn of the Dead. Well, where is everyone? There's half a dozen people down there at most. Even at the end of the world, people are doing their shopping elsewhere. I swear, I should have taken that job at Tesco. Max gaped at him for a moment, then broke out in hysterical laughter. It felt so good, yet so surreal. To laugh after all he had been through, all he had seen. But none of it was his fault, so he would goddamn have a laugh if he wanted to. Hell, he deserved to. He didn't catch his breath until Heather screamed out a warning. "Max!" He spun around and moved towards her voice. He saw her standing with the mother and baby, cowering behind the air conditioning unit. In front of them, emerging through the hole in the roof, Moya scrambled to his feet. Somehow, he had managed to make it up. "Damn it! I thought we were safe." Moya staggered forward on his snapped ankle. His red eyes locked directly on Max, almost as if he remembered him and hated him. Then, impossibly, he broke into a sprint. "Fuck!" The same as he had a week ago, when attacked by a drunken behemoth in the store, Max did the only thing he could do. He braced himself for impact. Moya hit him like a speeding Range Rover. Max's feet left the floor and the larger man scooped him up onto his shoulder. The added weight should have slowed Moya down, but he kept on sprinting as if it were nothing. Max felt the wind at his back. He knew the edge of the roof was coming. He beat at Moya's back, fighting to get free. But the man's strength was unreal. It was like being carried away by a bear. "Mad Brudda bit me," Moya rasped. "Max!" Heather screamed. "Moya, let me go." The backs of Max's thighs crunched up against the wall, crushing his muscles flat. Moya's weight traveled right on through, dragging Max along with him. Max tried to twist, tried to hold on, tried to escape, but Moya took them both right over the edge of the roof. Heather was still screaming as they fell. Chapter 24. The bus smelled of sweat and fear, but it was rescue. In his frantic flight from the river, Lanny had stumbled upon a pocket of armed police officers, holding a perimeter around a government building. There were civilians inside, food and medicine. Things had not yet completely crumbled. It wasn't over. Everyone had managed to survive the night and had made it until morning, long enough to hop onto a convoy of arriving buses. The police herded everyone on board and promised they would be evacuated from the city. It only made Kaz's loss an even crueler irony. If only they had got there earlier, before she was bitten. It turned her into a monster. The bus was currently struggling up a hill, its engine groaning. Lanny had wedged himself into a seat halfway down the aisle. Sadie was curled up beside him, her fingers twisted in the fabric of his jacket so tightly that he could feel the tremor in them. The poor girl would now forever be without a mother. And what the hell was he supposed to do with her? He didn't know how to look after a child. His only experience of parenting was his father beating on his sister until she fled home and disappeared forever. Was that love? To judge and criticize and beat them until your children hated you? Would that prepare them for the world? What Lanny hated most was how much he missed his father, a man he hadn't spoken to in 6 years. Would he be proud? Or ashamed, as he always had been? "May Allah forgive you, Father, because I won't." Unable to think any more, he stared out of the window. The city rushed past in flashes of orange light and gray smoke. Durham burned. Sadie hadn't spoken since the bridge. Her tears had dried into pale tracks on her cheeks. Lanny didn't try to force words into her. What could he possibly say? The bus lurched violently around a corner, the road littered with abandoned cars, rubbish, and corpses. Up front, a man in a high-vis jacket urged everyone to remain calm. A baby cried somewhere at the back. Someone was praying loudly. Then someone started swearing and calling for help. Lanny's head snapped around. A man in a wool coat had collapsed into the aisle right behind him. At first, it seemed he had fainted. But then the man began convulsing. Foam bubbled at his lips. "He's having a fit," someone cried. The man in the high-vis hurried down the aisle. "Sir, sir, are you all right?" The man's eyes rolled back in his skull. Then they snapped forward again, staring straight ahead. Blood red. The transformation was instant. The man in the high-vis didn't even have time to take a step back as the infected passenger leapt up and tore into his throat. Blood sprayed across the bus windows and soaked the screaming passengers. Panic detonated. People scrambled over the seats, trying to get out the confined metal tube of the speeding bus. The driver shouted at everyone to sit down, to remain calm, clutching the oversized wheel like a frightened child. Another passenger shrieked and leapt into the aisle. Red eyes, black veins. Infected people had been sitting amongst them during the entire journey, invisible until the moment they attacked. "Down!" Lanny shoved Sadie down into the footwell between the seats. "Try to hide." The bus swerved violently, the driver distracted by constantly looking back at the growing commotion. Bodies slammed into one another. Those braver fought to protect those not. Teeth snapped. Fingers were bitten clean off. Shared agony became a wailing symphony. A woman tried to push past Lanny but was yanked backwards by her hair. The driver screamed. The bus hit something and sent the world into a tilt. Metal shrieked. Glass exploded inward. Lanny reached down for Sadie, needing to know she was there. For a second, everything went white. Then silence. When Lanny opened his eyes, the world was sideways, the bus tipped over. He was lying on his stomach. Sadie was pinned beneath him, wide-eyed but breathing. "Stay still," he rasped. At the front of the bus, the driver hung limply from his seat belt. Some passengers were motionless. Others were crawling in the broken glass. Lanny shuffled towards the bus's missing windshield, focusing on the gray tarmac ahead. He dragged Sadie with him, wishing he didn't have to be so rough with her. But the blinking red eyes at the back of the bus meant death. He passed by the driver, unconscious and bleeding from a gash on his forehead. He wanted to help free the man from his lap belt, but he couldn't risk taking the time. Sadie needed to come first. Dragging himself out through the broken windscreen, he then turned to pull Sadie with him. They both rolled out to freedom, covered in glass shards and tiny scratches. Inside, people muttered and moaned as they came to grips with their own situations. Lanny kept crawling, wanting to put distance between himself and the bus. As he shuffled along on his side, something fell loose from his pocket. It was small, white and blue, and dotted with blood. His press pass. For a moment he stared at it on the road, but then he looked past it to Sadie and urged her onwards. He left the pass where it was, no longer feeling it was his. Behind them, an infected woman clawed her way out of the wreckage. "Jesus Christ," she said. "Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ." Lanny groaned, got to his feet, then helped Sadie. "We need to get out of here," he said, almost too exhausted to speak. Sadie didn't argue. She didn't even look at him. They jogged away, picking up speed only when the first screams started to come from the overturned bus. Lanny had once considered it the role of a journalist to watch and never intervene. If that were the case, he no longer wanted to be one. He ran away only because there was no hope of helping any of the other passengers. They headed down a side street, through a back garden with a broken fence. Infected people moaned in the distance, seemingly from every direction. He had no idea where he was. Did safety exist? Or were they a pair of rats running aimlessly through a trap? His lungs burned. Sadie's hand was sweaty in his. They exited onto a main road, headed across an island jammed with abandoned cars, and then made it into a large paved area. It was a car park, and beyond was a building with a familiar sign, an old Smurfwaite supermarket. He was always surprised to see one, wondering how they kept going. The car park was deserted, only a smattering of parked cars taking up the spaces. The building's shutters were down. Was there a way to get inside? It might be safe, and there would surely be food and water. "This way," he panted, pulling on Sadie's arm. They veered into the center of the car park where it felt safest. Behind them, he could see the infected woman from a distance, both legs twisted and broken. Although horrifying, she wasn't a threat for the moment. There was no reason to panic. He had to stay calm. He ducked between two abandoned cars and crouched down, taking a moment to catch his breath. He hadn't even checked on Sadie yet, so he did so now, patting the girl down. "Are you okay?" She shook her head and let out a sob. Then, wordlessly, she shrugged off her pink backpack and pointed to it. One of the straps had snapped. "Oh dear, honey, we'll get it mended, okay? We'll fix it. Can you just carry it for now?" She nodded. There was a cut on her cheek, but he didn't point it out in case she hadn't yet noticed. The blood might scare her. She's seen enough blood already. Lanny waited another full minute before moving again. "Stay close," he whispered. They headed for the building. The surrounding area looked like a battlefield, blood all over the pavement, and a body lying on the ground in front of the entrance. A dark stain around them as if they had fallen out of the sky with a great big splat. Shopping trolleys lay overturned. One car door hung open, its interior smeared with blood. Sadie's grip tightened around his hand. "Don't look," he murmured, guiding her gaze towards the ground. He moved carefully, scanning for movement. When he saw none, he approached the face-down body. It wasn't to be morbid, it was out of curiosity. An item lay right beside it, a green notebook. He picked it up and examined it. Only the first page was written in. Max's scrapbook. With a sigh, Lanny looked down at the blood-splattered body. "Rest in peace, Max." "Do you know him?" Sadie asked. "No, he was just a fellow writer, but he never got to tell his story." Lanny decided to keep the notebook. Maybe Sadie could use it to draw in. He considered asking the dead man if that was okay, but then realized he was absurd. "Wow, you were a big fellow, huh?" The dead man was 6 foot tall at least, a well-built giant in a security jacket. He must have worked at the store. "Hey," someone shouted. "Can you keep hold of that, mate? It's mine." Lanny yelped and hopped back. Sadie did the same, pressing her face into his stomach and whimpering. Calling down to him from the rooftop was a man in his early 20s. He stood with a young woman beside him. Both looked battered and dirty, but they were smiling. I dropped it when I almost fell off the roof. Luckily, I managed to grab hold of the guttering." He sighed. Moya wasn't so lucky. Lanny realized he was looking down at the dead security guard. "Oh, okay. How can I bring it to you?" "Hold on," said the young man. "Ollie, drop the ladder down." Lanny waited a moment, listening to a loud metallic scraping around the side of the building. "Listen to me," the young man said. "You'll be safe up here on the roof, but you need to make it here first. Just stay calm, okay? Don't make a noise and come over to the side. You see Ollie over there." An older man waved a hand from the corner of the roof. Lanny nodded. "Yes, I see him." "Well, he just dropped a ladder for you. You have about 10 seconds before we pull it up again. I'd get moving if I were you." "W what?" Lanny stammered, but the other man had moved out of sight. Realizing he should probably take his warning seriously, he ushered Sadie towards the side of the building and told her to hurry. They rushed past the shuttered windows and dodged pools of blood, not knowing where they were going. "We just have to trust that these strangers are helping us. People are good. I have to believe that." They reached the end of the building and rounded the corner. Lanny would have stopped Sadie from screaming if he had known what was coming, but he was too late and she let out a shriek. A dozen infected people huddled at the far end of the building turned in unison. They screeched. Then all of them broke into a sprint. "Get up here," the man, Ollie, shouted. He was standing atop a drop-down ladder that descended to a spot 6 feet ahead. "Quickly." Sadie was still screaming, stuck in place by her fear. Lanny realized he had a split second to act, or it would be too late for both of them. He scooped her up and ran for the ladder. One of the infected broke ahead of the pack, faster and more agile. The woman had an arm missing from the elbow, but it didn't seem to bother her. She let out a shriek with every stride. Lanny stepped on the first rung and slipped, smashing his knee against the frame. The pain took his breath away and made his leg numb, but panic got him going again. He had only one hand available, and each step he took upwards was a precarious balancing act. But rung by rung he ascended. The armless woman was only a dozen feet away, her red eyes like sequins. "Faster," Ollie shouted. 3 seconds left. Lanny wailed hysterically, his heart in his throat. 2 seconds. "Help me grab her." 1 second. The man grabbed Sadie and yanked her out of Lanny's arms. The sudden removal of weight caused him to lose his balance. He snatched out at the frame but missed, fell backwards. The shrieking woman was right beneath him, rattling on the ladder. He might have let out a scream, but he couldn't tell. He just felt the air swallowing him. A hand snatched at him harshly, raking over the flesh of his chest. "Got you," the young man from earlier barked, grabbing Lanny by the collar of his jacket and yanking him back onto the ladder. "Now get your arse up here." Lanny wasted no time. He hurled himself up the final rungs, then dived over the low brick wall. The other man, Ollie, tried to pull up the ladder, but he turned red in the face and began swearing. The one-armed woman was already on the lower rungs, and several others had joined her, all of them grabbing the base of the ladder. "Let it go," cried the young woman on the roof. "Push it. It's our only way down." "There is no down, unless you want to get eaten." "All right." Ollie pulled out a pair of metal pins and then shoved the top of the ladder away from the wall. It balanced upright for a moment, but then toppled into a row of nearby bushes below. The armless women went plummeting into the undergrowth with a screech. Lanny looked down at the infected mob, but several hands pulled him away. "Keep away, or you'll get them more excited." "Okay, sorry, He turned around to try to ground himself in whatever new reality he had found himself. There were several people on the roof. The young woman knelt beside Sadie and held her. There was the younger man and the older man named Ollie. Then there was a woman and a baby, survivors. Is that what we are now? Is it over? Has the system fallen? Then what's left? "I'm Max," said the young man. "Oh, pleased to meet you." He realized the young man was staring at something. It was the notebook which Lanny had shoved into his jacket pocket. "Oh, this is yours, right?" Max took it with a curt nod. "Cheers. So, this is Ollie, Heather, Danica, and her baby Alice. It's just us. We have no supplies, no weapons, and it's about to get cold, but you're welcome to join us." Lanny chuckled. "I would like that very much, thank you." "What do we call you?" "Oh, I'm Lanny. This is Sadie." "Your daughter?" "No, we only met yesterday." Max sighed and looked down at the ground. "Oh." Lanny turned and looked back towards the way he had come. Smoke drifted above rooftops. Fires flickered in the distance. Sirens wailed here and there. The infected woman from the bus had made it into the middle of the car park. He felt Sadie's hand slip into his again. He squeezed it, then squeezed her. They weren't safe, but at least they weren't alone. "We'll be okay for a little while," Max said, "but we're going to work on a plan to clear the supermarket below. There are a few infected people left, but we might be able to deal with them." Lanny's voice hitched. "Deal with them?" "Yeah, I think it's something we might have to start getting used to. If no one is going to come save us, then we'll have to save ourselves, right?" "Right, maybe. Do you know how to fight? Are you army or something?" Max smirked. "Or something, how about you? What's your calling?" He thought about it for a moment, then shrugged. "I haven't figured that out yet. Can I get back to you?" The man clapped him on the back. "I ain't going anywhere." Lanny looked out at the city burning in the distance. "No, I don't think any of us are." Chapter 25. Max didn't sleep. He sat with his back against the low brick lip of the rooftop and watched the sky turn from black to charcoal to a bruised, sickly purple. The fires in the distance had burned all night. Every so often, something exploded. Below them, the car park had become a waiting room. The infected gathered in the dark. 5, then 10, now more. They shambled in loose clusters, heads tilted upwards, listening, waiting. Heather sat down beside him and slid her hand into his. Her fingers were cold. He squeezed them. "You still in there?" she asked quietly. "Yeah." She leaned her head against his shoulder. "You don't have to pretend with me." He wasn't quite sure what she meant, but it made him even more glad that she was there. "I know." He glanced down at her. Her face was smudged with dirt and a faint bruise bloomed along her jaw. He, too, was covered in bruises, but he didn't know where they had come from. Heather looked smaller than usual, folded in on herself like an old lady. Her eyes, though, they were still strong, still steady. They were in this together, and he loved her. The word didn't scare him, it felt simple. Love, Heather, alive, protect. Simple words were the best. Those were the ones he would write in his scrapbook. Before long, the others began to wake. Oliver yawned, stretched, and shivered. He looked like a man who had been forcibly unplugged from the world he understood and dropped into another. Surprisingly, Max liked the new Oliver more. The little girl, Sadie, was awake, too. She knelt at the roof's edge beside a sleeping Lanny, staring down at the gathering dead below. Someone should probably move her away, but he didn't want to be the one to startle her. Poor kid. What the hell must she have been through? Lanny's eyes snapped open. He looked straight at Max, panicked. Max decided to stand up and go over. It was important for everyone to check on each other. "You okay?" he asked Lanny. He nodded once. "They're waiting," the little girl said, moving away from the wall. "They know we're here," Max told her, "but they have no way up. Don't worry, okay?" She seemed to consider that at least as much as a child could consider anything. At least she didn't seem afraid anymore. That was a good sign, right? "Do they remember?" she then asked. Max thought about his father, the tilt of his head. The last words he had spoken, those of being disappointed with his son. "I don't think so." Lanny hugged the little girl, but she didn't seem comforted by it. There was an invisible wall between them. They weren't family. He was just doing his best with her. Max left them alone to wake up properly. By mid-morning, the car park was full. More infected came in ones and twos, drawn by those already in the car park, or drawn by the healthy people trying to survive on the roof. Was the virus inside them able to think? Did it want to spread until there was no one left who was uninfected? What was driving the people below to remain? "We're going to have to brave the warehouse later today," Oliver said, his voice thin. "We have no water, no shelter. A cold night could kill us all." Max nodded. "I'm working on it, we'll figure it out." Oliver wasn't panicking. None of them were. It was startling, really. Their deaths were almost certainly imminent, yet there was a calmness that existed on the roof. The worst had happened. Now all that was left was to deal with it. Not long ago, Max had been stacking oven chips and worrying about his next drink. Anxiety had gnawed at him like a rabid chinchilla. Bills, his parents, his lack of ambition, no girlfriend, no life. Now the future was a straight line. Fight. Survive. Live. Nothing else to worry about. Simple words. Life had been complicated. Now it was. Around noon, a new sound drifted across the city. Not screaming, not sirens, gunfire, distant but unmistakable. Pop, pop, pop. Then a bellowing shout, orders being barked. Heather moved beside him. "People are fighting." Ain't it a canny sound?" Lanny moved up beside them with Sadie. "It's not over. There are others." "For now," Ollie said. Across the city, other pockets of gunfire rose up. Max looked over at the mother and her baby. It wasn't over while people still lived. If there were children and babies in the world, then everything still mattered. "They're fighting back," Heather said. "Yeah, same as us. Good luck to them." Hope wasn't loud. It didn't roar. It was quiet and stubborn. Like the way Sadie kept her eyes open. Like the way Oliver was able to change his ways in order to survive. Like the way Heather's hand kept finding his. Below, the horde shifted restlessly at the sound of gunfire. Some turned towards it. Max stared down at Moya's body, trying not to think about all the good people who had died. It made him feel guilty for being alive, for being all right. He stepped closer to the roof's edge. The sun rose higher in the sky, washing the car park in pale gold. The infected hissed as if they missed the shadows. Some stumbled, others crawled. Max let himself breathe, fight, survive, live. He looked back at Heather, Sadie the baby, protect. "Okay," he said to everyone. "Let's make a plan. I don't plan on dying today." He opened up his journal and wrote down, in his finest penmanship, February 1 St. End of the world, Day 2, February 1st. I'm surprised I still know the date. Danica still has some battery on her phone and switches it on at night for 10 minutes to play a lullaby for baby Alice and poor little Sadie. I won't admit it out loud, but it helps me get to sleep too. I think it's Mozart. Anyway, that's how I know the date, because it's on Danica's phone. It's the start of a new month. Life continues, but it's different now. Everyone is either dead or infected. I mean, like, yeah, zombie apocalypse or whatever. When I think about what's happened, it fills me with this crazy, insane dread, and I just want to throw myself off the roof to be rid of the feeling. But when I make myself not think about it, I actually feel pretty good. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a heartless sociopath. I would bring everyone back in a heartbeat if I could. But me, personally, I'm better. My mind is clear. My anxiety is gone. Things are so simple now. Survive. It took the end of the world for me to finally get the girl, but with Heather beside me, I don't feel alone. My favorite person made it. Also, Oliver made it, but it's not as bad as I would have thought. He's all right. Maybe things are less stressful for him, too. Although I'm sure he misses the monthly conference calls. Then there's Lanny and Sadie. He's doing the best to be her new parent, but she is constantly sobbing and calling out for her ma'am. It sucks to see. All any of us can do is be there for the poor kid. We will be. She's not alone. She's not unloved. Oh, and she absolutely loves Squeak. Can you believe it? The little rat found her way to the roof and now spends most of her day perched on Sadie's shoulder. I swear she knows where she was needed. The poor kid lost her ma'am, but she gained a pet. It's helping. A little. James would be pleased to know that Squeak isn't alone. Anyway, so we managed to clear the supermarket this morning. Oliver, me, and the new guy Lanny took yesterday to prepare, then readied ourselves for battle. I won't go into the gory details, but we broke a few skulls and dealt with the last few infected wandering around inside the warehouse. We have enough supplies now to last a year, and a decent barricade set up in front of the windows, too. None of us got hurt, which is a miracle, but I haven't stopped trembling since. Fighting and killing, it's something I might never get used to. We can make it for a while. After that, is anyone out there? Is the army still a thing? Will help come one day? Who's in charge? I think about all those who used to be in power, their smug faces as they used to tell their lies and steal their fortunes. Are the rich and powerful all gone now, no better off than anyone else when the four horsemen had finally galloped? It kind of makes me grin to think of all those corrupt, elite bastards getting what they deserved, but I try not to let myself think like that. The world is different now. It's just us, our little group. All equal, all fair. A family. A family I will fight to protect. Because it's all I have, all that matters. Okay, that's me. Signing off for another quiet, peaceful, apocalyptic night. I wonder where I'll be this time next year. I plan to find out. Max. Things I scrapbooked today. 1. A picture that Sadie drew for me. It's like the best picture I've ever seen. The kid is talented. I love it. Epilogue. January 1st, 2026. 1 month earlier. Delhi. The door didn't open when they knocked, so they blew it in. The C4 charge cracked like thunder in the narrow alleyway, splintering the reinforced wood and sending the door flying inward. Dust and smoke rolled out of the house. Go, go, go. Delhi Task Force 1 poured inside with rifles raised, boots pounding on the chipped wooden floor. The air immediately smelled wrong. Not rot, chemicals, medical disinfectant, blood. The small house looked ordinary from the outside, a 2-story concrete block squeezed between a tailor's shop and a closed-down electronics store, but inside it had been gutted and transformed. Desks filled the living room, glass vials, microscopes, stacks of labeled samples inside refrigerated containers. Jesus. One officer muttered, "It's a secret lab." "Clear the rooms," the team leader snapped. 2 officers pushed their way towards the back hallway. Another kicked open a side door. "Kitchen clear." The team leader approached a large metal workstation covered in sealed canisters. He picked one up carefully. The device looked homemade but precise. A small aerosol dispersal unit connected to 3 pressurized glass vials. Next to it lay dozens more, all identical. "Sir," one of the officers said quietly, "you need to see this." The team leader moved into the adjoining room. It had once been a bedroom. Now it looked like a shrine. Newspaper clippings plastered the walls. Photographs of Western cities, London, New York, Paris, marked with red circles, political posters, pamphlets denouncing corporations, governments, global influence, photographs of Bill Gates, George Soros, and a dozen other billionaires. Each one was marked with a cross. In the middle of the whole display was a crisp white sheet of paper with a handwritten scrawl. "Burn it all down." This room was a place of anger, obsession, hatred, and in the center of the room, a workbench. On it sat at least 30 more cylindrical devices, each one fitted with the same aerosol dispersal mechanism, each one loaded with 3 sealed vials. They were identical to the ones seized from 2 separate hideouts of a local secular terrorist group known as the Lesson. The team leader's stomach tightened. "These are biological weapons," he said. They all knew what that meant. Someone coughed from the hallway. A voice called out, "Movement upstairs." The team leader turned on his heel. "Take them alive." The stairwell door burst open as the team rushed up in single file. At the top of the stairs stood a man, barefoot, emaciated, wild-eyed, Dr. Farhan Malhotra. His lab coat hung open, stained with dried blood. The moment he saw them, he smiled and began to chatter. "Burn it, burn it, burn it." "Dr. Malhotra," the team leader bellowed, "hands where we can see them." Malhotra did not move. His chest rose and fell rapidly, eyes twitching from one officer to the next like a predator studying prey. His right hand was purple and swollen to twice its size. "Get down on the ground," the leader shouted again. Malhotra's head tilted. Then he lunged down the stairs. The sound of gunfire filled the stairwell. 3 shots. Malhotra's body jerked violently and slammed backwards against the wall of the landing before collapsing to the floor. Silence fell. One officer took the final steps tentatively, nudging the body carefully with the barrel of his rifle. Dead. The team leader exhaled slowly. Then, beep, beep, beep. The sound was coming from downstairs, a faint electronic chirp. The team leader's eyes widened. Oh no. Another beep, then another, from the living room, from the workshop, from every room in the house. The officers rushed down the stairs. The small cylinders on the workbench had begun to blink. Red lights, dozens of them. A digital timer counted down. 0005. Get out, someone screamed. 0004. The officers sprinted for the door. 0003. Outside, the streets were filled with people. Families, children, vendors. 0002. The leader looked back and forth, his bladder releasing itself. They were screwed, totally screwed. 0001.